We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. Know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. With that, all eyes on us. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. Know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too So stick around. So stick around.
Good morning. Good morning. Shit, it was a rough night last night, wasn't it? Good morning, all my little crackheads and Fallons. How y'all doing on this fine Saturday morning? Y'all hungover? Y'all hungover from the shit show last night? You guys feeling okay? You feeling all right today? Shit. We had to show that little bitch who was, what was up, huh? Little bitch running her fucking mouth continuously. She got what she was looking for yesterday, didn't she? Little bitch. Queen Bella, I put it to members only because that's the shit she likes to pull. She likes to make videos and then put them behind a paywall. So I did the same thing. Right back to her. We're feeling good, ready to take on the day like a Fallon OG. I know that's right, Allison. I know that's right. You still have the Red Rover in your head, huh? I still got that clip too. The bitch never did come click the link, did she, little fucking puss? Shit. Got so much to say, it was scary as fuck to come say it. Come say what you gotta say. I clicked your fucking link, came right the fuck up there, and you lied to my face, little bitch. Straight lied to my face, little bitch. I'm done. Hey, Shaq Lady, what up? Blank screen, how you doing this morning? This afternoon for some, I guess, yeah. Well, you know what? Fuck that. Laura likes to run her fucking mouth nonstop. She got what she was looking for. And we're irrelevant, but she's nonstop talking about it. But we're so fucking irrelevant to her. Hey, Fallon. What are you doing? You out here committing felonies and shit?
I think I actually touched a mark. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I said you out here committing felonies and shit?
No felonies today. I haven't dealed anything.
I'm sorry. Fallons. You out here committing Fallons?
No. I mean, I think I'm going to be in trouble with you. You're going to probably take me to task. I haven't sold my quarterly crack today.
Fuck. Yeah, I am going to take you to task. God damn it. And you know what? We don't sell crack. We sell cocaine. We let them cook it themselves. Rule number one.
Yeah, we're high dealing crack.
Rule number one. We don't fuck around in the kitchen. We don't make the cookies. We do not do that.
Okay.
Rule number one. Rule number one is we don't talk about the mission on panel. Rule number two is we sell the soft. They can make it hard themselves.
Okay. Is Cappy our Colombian connection?
Shh. God damn it.
Is that why this is named?
Her and Jones are in action today. You know what? That's why they're not here.
Jonesons are southern. Jones is our Southern connection. You know, she's
They're
friends with
busy
the
right now. They're
she's
moving
friends with the
weight.
yeah, she's friends with the cartel down there. They buy her soda and stuff. That's how much
She's
they're friends.
pushing weight.
Oh my god. Just cradle. It's like I saw that clip on that channel, Hartley channel.
I did too. I died laughing this morning.
So like they're irrelevant. I'm like, yeah, okay. So we're so irrelevant. You make a life alive about us. Okay, sure. Oh my god.
Look, here comes cracking asses.
A bunch of fiends. Absolutely.
Cracking asses, huh? Shit, what's cracking lacking? I've been on bad girl shit since I woke up. Yes, you're in the right fucking place. You found the right fucking chat.
Absolutely. But yeah, that was quite interesting that she basically made that live. As soon as you make a live, she makes a live. Instead of just coming up on a panel, it's just hilarious. And then she's like randomly saying like, I didn't even bother to fucking watch. I just was like listening to you just repeat shit. Cause I was like, okay, whatever. Cause like I get so bored with her sometimes because she'll go into it. Yeah, she'll go into it and then she'll just switch subjects or randomly say stuff. It's like, okay, well, okay. Can we stay to the subject? Can you dig onto us a little bit? Like, I don't want to hear about like your candles while you're digging into people.
Nobody gives a fuck about those shit stained fucking candles.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about the quality of the candles, but honestly, I'm very hesitant to buy things from YouTubers, especially when I just saw a bunch of videos of her doxing people from her Patreon. So, like, yeah, and just because they just disagreed with her.
She won't dox you. I said, go ahead, give her your address. She won't dox you.
Yeah, I'm sure she will.
Dox you.
I mean, it's sure, like your information is safe.
Terry for 500.
And then she agrees with Jim Terry, like, oh yeah, Jim Terry was right
After he
about
called your son fat and said he was gonna fucking, get him, fucking kicked out of college and all kinds of shit.
Oh, not only that.
Stupid bitch.
Not only that, he was planning on getting a FOIL request and putting a poster of her.
Went to your husband's fucking grave. Okay, you dumb bitch.
Didn't this guy also pee? Didn't this guy also pee on her husband's grave?
Yes. Yes.
And she's like, oh, well, he was right about that. I don't know about you, but I would, if someone did that to my relative, he would be.
Dude, I can't with that bitch. She's delusional as fuck.
I mean, let's just say I'd be very quiet on the internet and I would not say anything and something might magically happen to that person in real life. Let's just say that much. If someone actually did that, trust and believe that would be probably what happens. Trust and believe.
Yeah, it's so disrespectful and disgusting that she turned around and said, yes, everything he said is true when she knows damn well it's a fucking lie. Yeah. She's just saying the shit because she's a mad little bitch. She's a mad little bitch.
Yeah, she's mad.
Tiffany, what's up, baby? Okay, you know what else though? Listen, change the subject here. Why didn't House of Williams go live today?
I don't know. I just seen
she's live every morning. I was waiting on her to go drag the fuck out of these
well,
bitches.
I saw her apology to Gina, basically, feeling that she shouldn't have dragged, she was punching down and that she was taking basically her trans card away. And that was basically, she was apologetic about that. And that's what happened. That was like a 3-minute clip, basically. Was it a 3-minute clip? I'm not sure. Oh, House of Williams. It was a
how the fuck is a trans woman gonna drag another trans woman? Like,
yeah, exactly. And I think
no sense. But I'm glad she apologized. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think she just basically just got mad and she just wasn't thinking and she just attacked like.
Well, yeah. Person. I mean, that's just what happens, man.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if you're like a person who's like trans and then suddenly another trans person jumps on a panel that's bashing trans people and supports that person. You're not really going to be too happy about that. So that's probably what happened.
We watched that shit go down. We knew when. Look, I knew shit was going to hit the fan when the meal ticket came and House of Williams called her ass out and she started feeling her boobs and stuff like her credit card's going to be in her bra or something. Bitch, are you serious? You ain't no dude. Stop it.
Yeah, that's like the old. I don't have any. I don't have my. I lost my wallet, guys. I lost my wallet. I need to go to
She
the
starts
bathroom.
looking in her chili, patting her chest down. She really
Didn't she
has it up.
go?
Stop it.
Didn't she go to the bathroom afterwards? Like the old trick of like passing, trying to like jump the bill. Like you try.
Yes. Straight to the bathroom, and then she's on her phone, like scrolling her phone, not paying attention, trying to not pay attention at all.
That's like what people used to do in the old days, where they're like, "Oh yeah, I got to go to the bathroom, guys," and then just leave the
Bills
restaurant.
paid, and they get ready to leave, and she's like, "I found my card. I'm going home. Have a good night. You guys have fun having drinks. Drinks on you.
Drinks on you." Here's the extra.
Hold on, listen. What's even better? Listen to this. I was fucking listening to this little clip. Mm-hmm. Oh, what's even better? Look. House of Williams ordered I guess she said like not like super expensive or whatever, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Okay, so Princess doesn't order shit. She said she gave him a piece of meat off her motherfucking plate because he didn't want to order shit.
Yeah, also I think she gave
Gina she gave Gina $100, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
she gives Gina $100, gives Princess a piece of meat off her fucking plate. So Gina probably didn't really eat much. She probably didn't order something really expensive. And then you got Molly's fat fucking ass sitting over there ordering food for herself, not to mention her husband and her son. Well, I ordered it for my son and my husband. They're my husband and my son. Well, then pay for your fucking shit, bitch. What you mean?
Yeah. But
why the fuck is anybody else responsible for your fucking meal? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh shit, it's voices.
Because
we're in trouble.
The over entitlement of the monster face life coach. P.S. Right. I haven't had an overhang in about 11 years. I got one this morning. I got an overhang.
What's an overhang? What the hell is an overhang?
Hangover. Oh. Well, it was a hangover when I was drinking, and now it's an overhang that I'm sober.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I asked this one. I said, "You guys hung over from last night? Anybody hung over from last night? I'm dragging that."
I don't drink, so.
My ass was in bed when you started this live. I mean, I don't know, but I'm looking a little rough today.
Shit.
I don't care.
It's Saturday shenanigans. It's all good. It's all good.
It's Saturday. We can spend all day in our pajamas, right?
That's right.
Oh, for Molly, it's every day.
Well, there we go. I mean,
when she doesn't even take a bath, like she doesn't take a shower even once a day, or twice a day, or once every 2 days, or 3 days, or 4 days.
I told you guys that she doesn't shower on the regular.
It's like, oh my god, ma'am. But like, think about how rude it is. You go there, you visit the House of William, you visit Molly Golightly, and then you suddenly have you go out, and then she brings her friends. She just randomly picks 2 random friends of Molly Golightly to go with her. They're not even really friends of like House of Williams. And it's like, okay, we're gonna go out to eat. I'm gonna get food for my child, my husband. These are my 2 friends, and I'm not gonna pay for anything, and you can pay for it all.
Hold on, I'm gonna invite y'all to dinner. I'm gonna invite you to dinner, right? I'm gonna invite you to dinner. Go ahead, you go finish. Go ahead, because you're funnier than me.
No, and then I'm going to lie to my audience and say that we're all going to get the super chats for the meals, and it's going to pay for the meals. And then I'm going to pretend to go to the bathroom and say, "Oh, I found my card."
She walked to the bathroom and I died. I was like, "Oh no, she ain't. No, she ain't. She's ducking."
Do you think she was going to run out of the restaurant like House of Williams?
Walter waiting.
Like,
I'm going to order you and Jake food. Pick me up in 5. I'll be at the front door.
And she's like, literally,
Walnut, I got it. He paid the check. Quick, hurry up and pick us up. I got us our supper.
You think like if House of Williams didn't have the money, she'd be like, "Okay, Walter, start the engine." She just like runs to the fucking car with a bag full of food while the waiter's screaming at her to stop while she jumps in the back. The open car, and they drive away. And the House of Williams,
she's like, "Here, go have drinks, go have fun."
Oh my god! And then House of Williams is forced to work in the back kitchen washing dishes for like the entire night to pay the bill, or she's arrested by the cops. She's got to go.
Yeah, Molly gets her arrested for shoplifting meals.
Welcome to Pennsylvania.
Grandma Sherry, you gonna start this Saturday morning off with a super chat dance here with Justin popping his little fucking stank boot?
Justin is getting very tired. I mean,
Justin's gonna pop his stank tank. Hold on, here we go. He done sent the super chats. Hey, all Fallons and crackheads.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
That booty too
oh, this reminds me of this grifting piece of shit.
They got roughly $200 for their dinner that night.
Yeah. And it's
In
like
cash apps and PayPals.
She didn't look, that's fucked up because she's seen you know what, Heels? I will go look right now. She's seen that she was getting money, right? So, okay, so this is what I think happened. She seen the money was coming in and she automatically made that comment about, oh, well, our subs are paying. Looks like our subs are paying for dinner. First of all, they're not our fucking subs, for one. Those were Mallory's subscribers helping her and sending her money. That's what they know. She's a grifter. Okay, they're still gonna give her the money. Oh well, fuck. If they're gonna give her the money, let them give her the money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fuck
Did
it.
y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that moment with Molly when she was like, "We don't have it like you do, Mallory."
Yeah. See that's look.
Bitch is jealous because people throw money at the gutter muppet, and Molly has burned those people, and they don't throw money at her anymore.
Look, I fuck with nonsense. I like her channel. She's really good too. She ain't on no bullshit. She don't fuck around. She don't, come on here acting a fool. She don't fucking sit up and lie. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you could make it very. You got two super chats, two from the Sputter that says just wanted to show some British love, and also you got one from True Texan. Good morning to all. Good night. Hangover. So, I think Justin needs to shake his ass twice today.
All right, here we go with the stank tank, man.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
that booty too
Every fucking time I laugh at that. Every single time. All right, let's see. Nonsense on the web. She shared. That's how we knew about the Molly shit, right? Because I mean, that the only reason why we only get views because we talk about Molly. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, of course. It's not like we talk about like 15
Molly,
other people,
Molly,
right? Or
thank you, Molly. You inspired us to be like you, to not
She's
be like
gone.
you, and talk about you.
Speak for yourself.
Did you see? I think heads. I think. Let me see.
Emmy. Oh, there comes
Emmy.
Mallory.
Yeah,
and
Emmy
Molly super sticker.
Oh, look. House of Williams in the motherfucking house. Look.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
that booty too
Oh, well, hell is officially frozen over.
Great, y'all. Is this my overhang?
Well, good morning, Miss Williams. We was wondering why you wasn't live doing your morning cup of coffee.
Oh man, officially has frozen over. But yeah,
Oh look, I fucking cracked up. I laughed so fucking hard about that rice-a-roni. You killed it with that. So look,
I'm just pissed off. I never thought about that. Like honestly, that's the only thing I'm really pissed off about. That would have been great, but unfortunately, I didn't think about it. Unfortunately,
look, I'm so confused. Yeah, because we was supposedly Laura said we was reaching out to you and shit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everything Laura says is correct and accurate.
It's so true.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
You better take it.
Oh, Laura, you got us. You infiltrated us. You figured us out. Damn it.
Yeah, well, she's always right.
The rice-a-roni shade was real.
Yeah.
Shit. And yeah, that apology video to Gina, that was on point. You know what I'm saying? I'm
you can't. Yeah, you can't really talk. You can't even though if they might be like doing asshole things, you can't take their T card away. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so Molly says she's gone, right? She's gone. How would you take she's gone? I'm taking it your mom passed away.
yes.
You say she's gone.
Yes.
I'm thinking your mom's gone. She's gone. She's gone from this earth. She's off into the heavenly world. She's gone. She's gone. She's not here anymore, right? That's how I love you. 2 hours ago. She's gone. Come on. Justin makes a fucking video, a memorial video. Molly made one and put it on her, what the hell is that? Her life coach, fraudster for kids. Because you know that damn well that ain't going to get. Come on now. Anyhow, she put that onto the memorial video on her life coaching for kids channel. And then Justin shares it to make people think that she's actually already passed away, right? The whole time she's still fucking alive.
Yeah. I mean, did you see I think some
Shit, she's out there burying her mom before she ever even took, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Headstone and Headlines made a short minute and 50-second clip, actually. That's pretty good. So
good. You want to pull it or pop it in the back? I will. I'll play it.
I put it in the back, by the way. I put it in the back chat.
Here we go. Let's see. Part 1 of a 2-part post in her Patreon. I'm disgusted by this. Check this out, y'all. Look, I'm going to read this shit right here. I'm in bed just laying here. I've been on the phone with Justin, been talking to Princess for hours. My sister got in a few hours ago. I still can't sleep. My mom's still in the hospital, and it's been a nightmare. While I was able to spend a good 20 minutes with my mom and tell her everything that I wanted to talk to her about. I'm guessing that's probably what the rest of that says. Let's see. Okay, that didn't even. Okay, so we'll go to part 2 real quick. So hold on. You're making these fucking posts after you done said she's gone. So she's gone, but then here you are. Part 2. The doctor said that my mother didn't have a cancer spread. That my mother didn't have a cancer spread to her brain. So here I am confused all over again. I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, according to the doctor, the cancer did not spread to the brain, and that they are going to continue to give her radiation therapy on the tumor that's on her back, which they had on her side because she cannot lay on her back because. Let's see here. Going on now is the story changing by the minute. Now I really don't understand. And one of the things that really stuck out is my stepfather said that it's inevitable and it's only a matter of time that my mom is going to go. So I just start getting very, very angry. And I said, if it's an ad available, why are they going to continue to give my mother? Is there a part 3 to this? Oh yeah. Hold on.
This is crazy, man. This is fucking bonkers.
This situation is changing by the minute. And I talked to Adrian, and Adrian said that by what he's seeing, he can't understand it either. By the time he got to New Jersey, visiting hours are over. He said it's very evident that my brother and my stepfather are in complete denial. My brother is not coming to terms with my mother having any difficulties at all. He has not visited. Why the fuck are you putting all this on YouTube?
Because she's gonna do a
there. It was in her Patreon.
Yeah, the next step is she's gonna be like she's gonna create like a Tyler Feller church where she's gonna be like, it's a miracle, guys. We need super chats to cure my mother. Send me $50, send me $20, and she's gonna collect the super chats, and then and if she gets enough super chats, magically she's gonna claim her mother's cured. So. That's pretty much, I think, is the next step. So
why claim your mother's dead, that she's gone, that she passed away, and then write a 500-page essay about your family dirty laundry about your mom?
I also hate to tell.
Are we forgetting the memorial video?
Also, I hate to tell this to everyone, but we're all going to die. So we're all eventually going to die. So just to put that out there. Just to put that out there, because old age, sickness, accidents, and stuff like that. Like this is so fucking unbelievable.
You know what? Hold on. What? Somebody, hold on. I just seen a comment go by. Maybe she will stream. Sugar Booker said maybe she will stream at the funeral home. You know what? Maybe she'll carry her spy pin in.
Oh my God.
Huh.
Captain Napkin says that is shitty. Don't fucking say that. Which part? The whole thing. She's pretending like she's gonna pretend that she's gonna cure her mother's gonna be cured. I don't know. that might be shitty, but it's like, I don't know. I'm seeing something that's very odd to me, that you're basically claiming like you're basically claiming that it's different treatment, different cancer, and I'm just like, whatever. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll take it back. Sorry.
Not the spy pin. Girl, you know what she did? She took that fucking spy pin in and held it in that little girl's face, and that little girl looked at her like, bitch, I know what the I see you. I see you. That little girl looked at her like she knew damn the fuck well. You know what I mean? She knew damn the fuck well Molly was on bullshit with that damn pin in her face. She knew. That little girl was not stupid, you know? So anyways, it says friends are saying no, that she's the reason she's in the position she's in because her deterioration has gone this bad because of the treatments. Now I'm afraid to say anything or else I'll get jumped on. So I kind of feel like I'm on autopilot. I don't think that anything I say is right. I don't feel like anything I do is right. I'm just trying to stay out of everybody's way. And I will say, when families are going through, that kind of stuff, it does get a little bit hard because there's people who want things to be a certain way. You know what I mean? Sometimes we had it out with a family member over when one of our family members passed away. It was not good. So, I mean, they wanted it one way, this person wanted it another way. And you know what I mean? So it's just things like that happen in families. But why are you putting it on YouTube? I don't understand why all this needs to be put out on YouTube.
Because it brings the clicks, views, and almighty dollar. And I'm still going to agree with that girl and Nene what House of Williams did to Michael Vaughn's mom and that case.
Hey, good on you, baby. How are you?
Hey, so listen, I got questions.
Oh shit. Okay, I got answers. I might have answers, baby.
Okay, so in the real world where most of us live, right?
Right.
Okay, so if this was my mother, right? My mother. She was very ill, right? The misinformation that continues to go through her sister, her stepdad, whatever. I don't understand to this moment why none of them have talked to the doctor except for the stepdad.
Yeah, that.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, the way my husband is, like, even my kids, if my kids go to the doctor, I know if my husband comes back, it'll be like something real, like, he doesn't like have the same ability to ask questions or get more information or anything like that. So then I come and I'm like, well, did you ask him this or did you ask him that? He's like, no, I didn't think of that. So like I get there's different brains that process differently or ask different things. I get that. But literally, she went from dead to oops, I thought she was basically dying because it's now spread to her brain. And now this morning we've moved on to, well, Princess and I went to Connecticut because it turns out it actually didn't spread to her brain, but my stepdad got it wrong again.
Yeah.
And it turns out that the brother and the dad are telling them that the treatments will work for her, that like she'll be fine. She just has to get through like the sickness of the treatments according to that Patreon post. But Molly is like, just let her die.
That's weird.
What?
Because she wants to turn her into diamond earrings.
Say that because I already got shit for what I said earlier. Probably not to say that,
Yeah, I don't, and don't get me wrong. Like, I don't wish harm on anybody. I absolutely, pray for her mother. So that's just me. But like, her mom has been very vocal that she did not want this on YouTube.
Yeah, and I'm saying like,
I think she should respect that. You know what I mean? I really do. If her mom doesn't want it on here, like what? Okay, so look how much she tormented Dre when she was going through all the hurt and heartache she was going through dealing with Marvon and all the issues that were going on. And then she had Molly making video after video after video, calling her all these names, talking shit about her, telling her how horrible of a person she is. A mass exodus, calling the hospital, calling the you know, CPS, calling the child welfare, you know, the child services, you know what I'm saying? Adult protective services.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, like basically, she visited misery upon everyone she's ever interacted with, and then she demands people to
But
show her mercy and kindness.
somebody makes
I got to
a
thinking about
situation
that,
and she
y'all.
gets pissed. Well, you know what? It don't work like that. This
Yeah,
called karma.
Maybe
That's called fucking karma. When it comes back around, shit bites you in the ass.
I mean,
Yeah.
and she's the
maybe because what we've been seeing, maybe that's why her family doesn't want her involved, and it's only the father, the
They
stepfather,
don't
and the
want it on
brother
the
that
internet. You know, they don't
Yeah.
want
And
it
that's possible.
casted.
I
Yeah,
don't
maybe he's
understand.
not letting her talk to the doctor because he knows it's gonna end up on the internet.
Exactly. That's what I was just going to say. Maybe the family really doesn't want this to turn into content, and that's why they keep Molly at arm's length with all
But
of this.
I just want to ask something. So basically, originally she said that her mother had a brain tumor, like cancer in the brain, and then now she's what's the diagnosis now?
No, so
Oh my God.
originally it was lung cancer,
Okay, that's
and her
bad.
mom was still smoking. Then it turned into there were tumors. I believe it turned into there were tumors in her back, and then they say that it cracked her back, which
What?
to me kind of equals like
Yeah,
when I hear
I didn't know
cracked her
that.
back, like I don't know. I don't know.
I don't. I'm not a doctor. I wouldn't know if that's.
I'm
Even...
not a doctor at all. I don't have any type of professional,
Okay.
whatever, so I can't say
So-
anything to that.
A lot of times when you have a tumor that's growing somewhere, it will make the bone weaker.
Unstable.
And there was a conversation that took place a while back where Molly and her sister were very atrocious in their way of speaking about the caregiver, that they tried to say that the caregiver harmed her mama because she was too rough when she moved her. Now, again, that could be a possibility, but also when you are going
radiation
Yep.
weaken your bones, and you know, I
Yep,
went through
that
the same
too.
thing with my family. You know, my aunt. I mean, we went through that whole thing. That's how she shattered her tailbone, and you know what I mean. That's the cancer that she had previously from the radiation and the chemo that she was going through. She was done. It was in remission, but her bones were still weak, and she fell down 2 steps and shattered her tailbone, broke her
Oh my
femur. Yeah, her pelvis at 3 places. It was fucking horrible. It was like
I
equal
remember
to
that,
a
honey.
mass car accident. Yeah, it's fucking awful because the chemo and radiation make their bones very, very weak.
Yeah.
But so from there, just to finish B Tim's question, from there it went to on Wednesday night, the stepdad called and said because of her back, she's in so much pain. I need to take her to the hospital. And then kind of that's when the grift started. So then she went to the hospital Wednesday night, and it was like super late Wednesday night. So it may have actually been like maybe 1 o'clock Thursday morning, something like that, which is the same night that the whole Mallory and Molly breakup happened. So then she goes to the hospital, and then all of a sudden yesterday morning, so first she posts in her Patreon, and then she posts that memorial video on her life coaching for kids channel. Then Justin posts in his Patreon that he's going live to talk about Mama Go Lightly, which then is when he does his live. 4 hours after he did his live, that's when she posted in her Patreon, "Oh, I'm so sorry that I concerned you guys. It's just because it's now spread to her brain. That's why I basically just know that she's dead." To this morning, it's, well, it actually didn't spread to her brain. I'm so confused. Maybe you should get some clarity, stay off the fucking internet, get some clarity about your own family situation, and then move on from there.
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, like for instance, brain cancer is I mean is pretty much like 1% chance. I've just Googled it. So like to jump from there to there, it's like I don't know. Like she's just basically jumping from every single type of condition, and it seems like she's speaking out of either ignorance, and I just don't get like how you could put that on. Like I saw Justin's stream, and he was like, "Here's some gift. Here's the address to send gifts," and it's like what? Like I remember when my stepfather died. I couldn't give two fucks about gifts and money and anything like that. And like, what is this thought process that you're going to put up a post for gifts and money? It's like, what
Because
is
you're
this?
not materialistic, B-Tim.
Yeah,
People make Molly happy by sending her things and giving her money.
maybe I'm just
That's what
like,
makes her happy.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I can't imagine you sit, because there's no amount of gifts that are ever going to make you happy about a loss of a loved one. And I think Mallory says, I think there's a difference in having a brain cancer per se and having stage 4, I'm assuming, cancer that was spread to the brain. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about. And that's the thing. And I'm not one to like, it's just very weird, the behavior. It's like, why would you do that? I can understand if you do a memorial video, whatever, but she's not dead. Like,
I think that and I didn't watch Justin's live. I just seen bits and pieces that clip channels had or whatever. But the
This
thing
is
for
Justin's
me,
video right here, baby, right on the screen. So the first like 5 minutes of this, and I'm not even going to go through all of it, is her family, her mother and picture family.
yeah, like Stan, and there's
how
more.
far in before he actually states? Is there anywhere in this video where he actually states she has not actually passed away? She just is getting worse. Anywhere?
I didn't watch it all, so I'll have to go through it and watch it.
I mean, there were people. There were
it.
people in the super chat asking, like, "Is she alive?" Or like, "What's like basically what's the
Has she
condition?"
passed? I wonder if he blatantly said it in there. I don't know.
And
I
did he
didn't listen
never?
to it, so.
I'm curious if anybody maybe in the comments has watched the full video. Did he ever actually address during this entire live? I know that they say he came back after the fact and addressed it, but during this entire live, all those super chats that he was collecting, all the comments, all the crying faces, all the fuck cancer comments, did he ever actually address what the truth was? Because if not, he just white knighted the hell out of her, and he is no better than her at all.
I mean, like, how am I supposed to take this? Like, okay, you have drama with, you did your terrible response with House of Williams. You did your terrible response. You bring up your mother when she never said one word about your mother, and now you're doing a memorial when things are starting to get a little bit too hot for you. It's like, how am I supposed to take this? Am I supposed to take it that the condition just got to the worst, or am I supposed to take it that this is either some sort of money ploy or some sort of like sympathy ploy? I'm not, you know what I mean? And
yeah, it's one thing to be confused. It's one thing to be confused and say, okay, well, I thought it did spread. That's exactly what my stepdad said, that it was spreading, but the doctor said it wasn't. But you don't come on here and say that she's gone. She's gone. I love you. Insinuating that she's crossed over. Then you put this in for my mother in honor of Catherine Kennedy right here. And she put it on her children's life coach child's channel. Now, why would you put this on your life coach children's channel? It has nothing to do with your life coaching children's channel. But I
know, Queen. Can I answer the question?
And then hold on, baby. And then Justin played it from there. So that's where Justin got all these pictures of her and her mom. Because he said, all these pictures are from this video. These are, family photos that she's uploaded to her own channel. So it's not like somebody went and stole these or he made that. She made it herself.
Somebody in chat did say about 10-15 minutes into him talking, which is really like 45 minutes in Justin's, time.
Right. That's a while.
He did actually mention that she had not passed.
And what was the point of, like, I felt like when I was watching.
Okay, so what did we learn about Molly? Molly's mad because she's not making the money. She has a $9,000 credit card bill. And if you put this over on her Life Coaching for Kids channel, the rest of us are probably not going to find it.
Belvie, no, she did not pass away, but she's currently battling stage 4 cancer, and she's going through chemo and radiation, or one or the other, if not both. And she is very sick and she's going through a lot. And for her daughter to come out here and say that she's gone, she's crossed over, passed away, however you interpret gone, and then turn around and say, well, she's not gone, but they said it was spread to her brain. So and then excuse after excuse after excuse, it doesn't make no sense. And I don't know if it was for a grift. I don't know if it's for attention or both. I really don't know.
So here's my thought process, right? So Molly was just on a live going back and forth with Mallory, right? And during that live, she says, you know, she's broke. That's why she can't go on these wonderful adventures to, you know, celebrating dead children. And
Oh, Jesus Christ, how you said that was just like fucking cold water.
She
Well,
can't
I'm
wait for
sorry.
this woman to die.
That's her. Yeah. I mean, and I
Thank you,
apologize if that's
Grain.
offensive to others, but that is her mantra. Anybody who doesn't see that as her mantra is crazy, but that is her mantra, right? So to me, she can't go on these adventures. Okay. Moving right along. She's in this fight with Mallory. Okay, fine. She's broke. How can she get quick money really, really fast so that she can still go to 90s Con with Princess?
She is
That's
treating her
fucking
mother's
nice.
situation just like she does any of the other grifts we've seen her do, because she has no, I don't even know the word, B. Tim, help me. It's morals, values.
Self-respect.
It's no, she's so far gone in her mind with empathy or sympathy that she just wants it all, and the money that she gets with it, that is her reward for acting ignorant, just fuels her. She has been preparing in a way for her mother to die that none of us would think of preparing that way. None of us. What are you going to get? Oh, when my mom dies, I'm going to get her house and sell her house, and I'm going to be able to grift YouTube people and the people who watch me, and I'm going to fake some tears over my mom's death and get some money. This is a vile human being who is in the shallows of the shallow.
I'm trying to. You know what's also weird? I took up. I'm just thinking to myself, why is Justin like immediately running to do a memorial about a relative, someone that's not even his relative, doing a live about? Like, you would think that you would be like, you would wait for them to mourn, and maybe they can do the memorial, and maybe they can do it. Like, if this person put up this memorial, another thing, and then proceeded to just kind of go quiet, why is he doing a live about it, about his friend? Wouldn't it be better just to be like, yeah, you know.
Drama
Yeah.
reels them in.
And he
The longer
said,
it goes, the more money they can make.
he says in the
Yes.
beginning of the video that she's not able to speak right now, and so she's asked him to do this update.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I think that the problem is that people are just not sure about what the hell's going on here. And Cappy says we might be going a little. I think she's thinking that we might. Don't forget when your princess was done. We might be going a little bit too hard. She's basically saying you sound just as nasty as Molly does.
Is she referring to me?
I think I don't know who she's referring to, but I think the fact is like she's Cappy says STFU. What's FTFU?
Shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if she's talking
She's
about.
basically, you know what I mean? Molly goes low. This ain't us. We don't go low. We don't go as low as she does. So, you know what I mean? This is low. For us to be going like this, for us to be going in on her right now like we are, is the same low that Molly pulls. And she's basically saying we don't, you know, she don't.
Oh, okay, so she's saying, Grain's saying, I can't wait. Yeah, I mean, you don't really know what's in the mind of her. Like
we, you know, like her kid, we bitched about them kicking a dog while they're down, basically. You know what I mean? And then.
And I get that, and I apologize if someone's offended. Queen, I just want to, you know, preface that this is my thoughts, okay, from based on what I've seen and how she's handling her mother's illness. She is preparing, not like we would, not like making sure everything is set with her just health-wise. She's comfortable. Okay, what can I do for my mother? It's all about Molly. And it should not be that way right now. Maybe after her mother passes, she's going to need that. And during, from family, but not publicly on a platform where you're begging for money because my mother is passing. It's disgusting.
I think the thing is that basically people are getting confused. Like, I think the whole thing they got a little bit, like Cappy's getting annoyed with, is just that she wants her mother to die for money. And I don't think that's the case. I think she's basically, I don't know why she would put her mother up there. I think she basically how she's handling it is not good. And I think it allows a lot of people to basically have a lot of criticism on how she's handling the situation, where she's demanding people to be sympathetic to her. Meanwhile, she's using, and then on the same throat, attacks them, and then proceeds to do a stream where she's asking for money. And it's gets people, like, because people have personal experiences with their relatives dying, and usually it's a very private matter. It's usually handled very privately with people, because um, that's how they handle grief, and they don't exactly go out and do lives and about money or anything. They might do a live to celebrate the person's life or whatnot, but it's just very odd. And people are just have this, like, they have this thought process when they see it. They think it's very bad
Okay,
behavior.
well, so
Let me rephrase,
I
please,
see
real
where.
quick. Let me rephrase and
Okay,
say,
okay.
I'm sorry I said she wants her mother to die for money. That was a bad, bad choice of words. But I do believe she sees an opportunity in it. And that's what's disgusting.
What I can say is, after observing all of this, you're right. We could go low and we could act just like Molly. But looking at this situation, the woman has no coping skills. We see that her life is a train wreck. It plays out hours a day on this platform every day. If you don't think that Molly's going to get even messier, I mean, come on. And at this point, whatever she does, it's all going to be grasping, and then she'll blame it on her grief. So maybe it's time just to ice her out for a while, in my opinion.
What do you mean ice her out? To my understanding, everyone will have different opinions, emotions over this, but some don't realize MGL's mom has been open about not wanting to be broadcast publicly. I feel terrible for her. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. A lot of people are kind of, because it gets a little messy when you criticize MGL and you criticize her mom.
Oh yeah, I mean, first of all, she needs fucking therapy, and she, you know what I'm saying? Privately, she needs therapy, not fucking YouTube.
Right.
YouTube,
Yeah.
cussing people out and fucking talking shit, and attacking families who have missing and murdered children, and families who are going through just as much heartache as she's going through, fucking with them.
Yeah, and I think
You need fucking therapy. You need to get your fucking mind right, because you're fucking cutting
Yes.
people and making, bleeding all over motherfucking people who didn't cut your ass.
and I think,
Thank
like,
you.
the issue is that when you're criticizing MGL's bad behavior about how her mother is, it kind of gets a little too close to call, when you're because you could be criticizing, like, it could spill over to the mother a little bit, and that's what a lot of people kind of have, like, that feeling. And the problem is MGL has just basically brought her mother online when she didn't
Right,
want to
there
be
is
brought
no
on.
motherfucking way I would ever open up my motherfucking household and my fucking mother or my family or especially my mother dying of cancer to the fucking assholes of the fucking internet on YouTube. Ain't no fucking way.
Yeah.
So can I creep in here, because God bless you all, you're about to make me defend Molly, and I do not like it for you, okay?
Oh, go
All
for
right. So here's my thing. What I think of is, I think of how many people, I think of the Marvon McRae situation, right? And how many people thought that she should not have brought her husband's situation to the internet. What people didn't know is their entire lives for 6 years was already on the internet. So for them, it was normal, where for outsiders, it felt very abnormal for
Right, but
them
he was
to
okay
be
with
in
it.
it.
Yeah,
that
he was
situation.
okay. He had consent.
Her
He
mother is
consented to
not.
it.
That's the
Correct.
difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Correct. I
that's
get
what I'm
that. So
saying.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying, though,
Broadcasted and
is
some people don't. Like
yeah.
my mom would have never wanted to be broadcasted.
No, I get
Ever.
that. What I'm saying, though, is even though her mom has said she doesn't want that, right? What if, what if this is her way of working through the acceptance of the situation that her mom is in? So it's for her. It's not about the mom, but it's actually for her.
Well, and that very well may be, but like I said, I mean, she needs to go and get help, or get therapy, or serve done, not come to
So,
YouTube with it, because she's
I mean, what's then? So you're
oh,
saying? Can I ask you a question? Wouldn't that kind of supersede the consent of the person who's ill, if they
No
want to?
respect for her mother.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say that, but I'm just saying, like, that kind of supersedes her because she wants to be private. So I mean, even if it is a coping mechanism for Molly, it's kind of like, you have to respect the wishes of the person who's sick. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
that's what I think. That would be my counter argument to that. I mean, if I'm, let's say
I can
I was
see
sick.
that.
Let's say I was sick on this panel. I told Queen, I was like, yeah, I'm really sick, and then Queen decides to just air it out. when I said no, don't air it out, and then make a charity stream. I think that would be kind of fucked up. And I'm using
You as a
myself.
sick person who is dying, and that's almost like your last wish. Like we would fulfill someone's
Yeah,
last wish.
I like not
Like,
the whole internet to know about this, and I think
yeah.
that supersedes. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, and then like airing out personal phone calls where they've stepped out on a live with 500, 600 people, like medical conditions, and then proceeds to like put like a memorial up and then have a live stream about it. It's just it's not respectful for the person. And then like, it's very weird to bring it up as a tactic to defend yourself from criticism that is separate and apart from the criticism that, you know, that is lodged against you. And it's like, it gets to the point
Yeah,
where
her and Mallory fight had nothing to do with her mom. And I know Mallory shot, from what I heard, which I mean, you know, from my understanding, she didn't bring up Molly's mother at all. And Molly turned around and made it like she did.
Yeah.
Right. I can understand those points for sure. For me, like I said, I pray for her mother to have comfort and to go through her process and to win her fight, and whatever her will, you know, whatever she wants done, let it be done. Right. I don't think anybody else gets to make that decision for her personally. But what I will say is, to me, I tend to focus on the behaviors and not necessarily the person. Right. So the behavior of putting up, she's gone, leaving that there for 4 hours, that is wrong. Collecting money during that time, that is wrong.
Right.
Putting out a PO box in Justin's chat every 3 minutes thanks to ICU, that is wrong.
Exactly. And this is my point. What you just said right there. Bam.
Yes.
In a nutshell, she brought it here. She did this, and this, and you know what I'm saying, is why we're upset.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like,
you know.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people, and it also leads to a lot of people just basically saying, what is the point of this? And then they get the feelings that Follow the Grain has, and it gets the feelings like that. And it's like, okay, you know, I mean, like, yeah, it leads people to very, very dark conclusions, basically. And yes, it gets messy. And that's why you don't do that type of behavior. It's just like not appropriate. And this could have been handled a lot of different ways. She could have easily did like a memorial, said, "Oh, my mom's sick, and I just want to have a memorial to memorize my mother, and she's a great woman, but she's a very private person, and I, you know, hopefully prayers to my mom, and everything's cool with that, you know." But then just to do all this stuff, it's like, and then say, "Well, you can't criticize me for my bad behavior because my mom's sick." It's like, what? I mean, like, you're doing very bad behavior. Your mom has asked to be private. She doesn't want to be on the internet for this very reason, because there's a panel of hundreds of people watching now talking about her mother because she put her out there. And you're also you're even emphasizing it by making Justin, who is like literally your wingman, make a live about it, and basically being like basically like misleading or clickbaiting people.
Right. She put it out there saying she's gone. Then she turned around and made these other posts after, 5 hours later. Like Janie said, heels in the air. Her mom was on the phone with Molly months ago and asked Molly to please not discuss her condition on YouTube.
Yeah. And I get people say like, oh, are we punching down by you? I'm just like, well, she's the one that literally created a clickbait of the stream. We didn't just start a live and say, we're going to talk about Molly's mom. No, she proceeded to do that.
And I would never fucking do that. Like I said, hell no.
And you definitely don't take the time to make a post to the entire world that she's gone if you have any question whether she's still here or not.
Yeah,
you wouldn't want to go there. I don't understand that mentally, thankfully.
She could have been spending, that's another thing. And it's like, it's also very, very weird that you bring it up. You use it to attack your internet enemies, for one. Then you use it to gain, to do monetary gain. I just don't get it. It just doesn't calculate.
It's an opportunity for her.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to be very, very vague on that because I don't want to insinuate what the thought process of a person is. I'm only insinuating based upon the actions of a person. The actions of the person is very weird. And the actions of the person is very, very, very weird. The thought process of the person, I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe they think she's helping the situation. Maybe
the actions seem very opportunistic.
Yeah, and I think that's probably best to just measure the option, because that, I kind of screwed up in the beginning when I said my thought. I was putting out there the thought of the person, and then Cappy correctly corrected me when she went in the chat, and she's like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, you should take that back. And that's probably the difference between a lot of other channels. Someone says something fucked up, and the chat will challenge them and justify it, and that's a good thing. So yeah, I just think her actions are very bad behavior. And
I saw Janie say
well,
in the
yeah, I
chat
mean,
a
if we're
while
doing
back.
something that needs to be called out and somebody calls it out in the chat, then, you recognize it and, apologize or take it from there. That's exactly how it should be.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
see, people get their egos going and they don't want, then they get mad because
Yep.
one way or another, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that they can't just, I'm sorry, I fucked up, and move on. They can't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
And fucking show.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, like, there's it gets very emotional, this type of subject, because you're sitting here and you think about and you think about your personal experience with your relatives that have died, and you think to yourself, how could anyone do something like this? And your thoughts, you always think about the darkest things people have done, and you always think about that type of deal. And it just leads you to that bad path, I guess, thought process. But it's definitely not a good look. Let's just say that much. But anyway,
what's up, that girl? How you doing, baby?
Oh, good morning. I'm all right. I got a question. I got a question for you guys. I'm listening to all this, and I know that my specific area of education and expertise allows me to know more about these subjects than other people. It doesn't mean I'm right and y'all are wrong, or that I'm wrong and y'all are right. It's just kind of a general thing.
Yeah.
And I'm finding it interesting that nobody around here, and I don't necessarily mean y'all, I'm just speaking generally from what I've seen in chat and on panel, understands what anticipatory grief is. And I really think it's a good idea to look it up, especially whenever it comes to behaviors.
Can you explain it?
Anticipatory grief is grief that you go through before a loss ever even occurs.
Okay.
It can even happen when somebody's not sick. You can have a very close relationship with somebody and have a realization that we're organic and we will die. And you can start grieving them when they're not even sick. But typically it happens in situations where people are terminal.
Okay.
And you start grieving their death before it ever even occurs. And it's very normal. It's very natural. And I think, not to take up for Molly at all, but I do think that's part of what she's doing. And I think she's doing it in the only way Molly knows how, which is fucked up Molly behavior. And I don't see, in most cases, where anticipatory grief goes far outside of the person's usual personality. So to me, this all seems very normal. What doesn't seem normal is like what Grain said, which I know she took back, and that's fine, but that doesn't seem normal. Or saying that this wasn't supposed to happen or that wasn't supposed to happen because that's not what she wanted without even any proof. I think it's really dangerous to discuss this. And I would like to know from you guys, if I ever have the emotional stamina to share what just happened to me, am I going to be judged in the same fucking way?
No, you wouldn't, because
not at all, that girl. Not at all.
Because I know people could benefit from sharing, because the taboo around death, be it cancer or self-unaliving or drugs or whatever the case may be, is very strong. And there are people that get left out of the fold and feel completely alone to a point where they sometimes want to die. And I feel like conversations like this, without even knowing it, can add to that. So as y'all being people that I super care about, I just wanted to jump up and say that. And I don't know why, and I don't know that it'll do any good. And I'm not mad at anybody, but I think this is super fucking tacky. And I think that Molly's tacky no matter what she's doing. So I don't expect the anticipatory grief of her mother's death to be any different or less tacky, if that makes sense.
So you're saying that because her behavior in life is like this is how she basically grieves, by putting up gifts on the bottom of the thing, and then
my understanding is that somebody else gave her address to ask for gifts, not Molly herself.
And she,
well, I mean, it's her mod that went into chat.
So my mods did things for me last month that I specifically had asked not to happen. So that doesn't mean anything to me.
But Justin has her phone number. They both talked on a daily basis. You don't
I
think
just
that
still
she...
feel like y'all are
I
basing
missed
this
what
on
you
the-
said because I had I had to step out for a second. But I know that this affects you and some other people differently. You know what I'm saying? Be it because
Oh no, this doesn't affect me at all. I think that it can affect the
I'm
way
saying
people
the conversation. But I mean, like
no,
like I said, there's some
like in
things.
general. What I think it will affect, Queen, is how people view some of the people on this panel and in this chat based off some of the hateful shit that's coming out of their mouth. I do think that will affect things. I really do.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I just would like to clarify for myself. I don't feel like I've said anything hateful at this point, but I respect all opinions. What I will say though is a pattern of behaviors speaks volumes to me. And so I think that's where the disconnect is. I don't personally know you or and I haven't seen your page at all. So if somebody went and told me tomorrow, oh, that girl did this, right? I'm gonna go for with my own eyes and watch and see is this a pattern for them or whatever. I'm gonna actually do
Yeah.
that research, not just listen to what that person has said. But for me, this is a pattern of behaviors that has happened over years, 5 years of this with Molly.
yeah.
It's not like just this
I
one,
agree. I agree.
this one
I agree. It is a
experience.
pattern.
And I'm not taking, that's why I said earlier, is it possible that this may be the way that she starts her grieving process? That she's coming to terms with what this
I
really
think it
means
is.
for her.
But see,
Yeah,
I think she's been grieving for a while, though. You know what I'm saying? I think she's been grieving for a while. Not only that, though, she did the same shit with Princess. I feel like she's like, oh, he's so sick. He's so sick. He's damn near dying. She had him damn near on his fucking deathbed. Next thing you know, the next day, he comes walking.
Yes, ma'am.
Like ready to fucking get drunk as hell. Just fine.
The same thing with Marvon McRae. She did the death hoax. Didn't care that his family had to learn through the internet. Didn't care that it wasn't true. Doubled down on it with the
and that's kind of my point, you guys, is this is par for the course. So if she's in truly and that's a big if she's truly displaying anticipatory grief, this would be normal for her. That's y'all just kind of prove my
that. I guess maybe that's where the disconnect is for me in my understanding. So when you say anticipatory grief, right? It's the grieving of what you know is to come, right?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. So if she did not know at the time with Princess, at the time with Marvon, that her mom was sick yet. She was not sick at that time. So are you saying those constant pattern of behaviors is just so normal for her, but this time we should give grace because it's actually the anticipatory grief? And
no. Let me try to word it better. No, I'm saying based off those past behaviors, we should expect nothing less from her whenever it comes to her mother being this terminal. If she indeed
carrying
is,
over into her real life.
I think that if anything, we will see a ramp up of the bad behavior at levels we've never seen before once this woman dies. Just my opinion.
So basically what you're saying is her past behavior is doing bad behavior and basically she's going to continue it as
kind of like what do they say? Bad behavior or past behavior is a good indicator of future behavior.
Thank you.
And
That's what I was just gonna say.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. It makes sense because I'm reading it now because obviously I'm being educated while talking to you.
I mean, it is a clinical term, you guys. I'm not just making this up.
No, I read it. I'm reading it.
I know what you're talking about, that girl.
Yeah, I'm reading it, obviously. I just think kind of like saying how you're saying how we're saying all these hateful things. And it's like most people are not knowing about this stuff. And most people just seeing from the outside, seeing someone puts up doing all this type of super chats and using it.
Yeah.
You can't really go after someone.
I'm not going after anybody, but that is why I jumped up to say what I said. I'm not going after anybody, but what you just said, Tim, is exactly why I jumped up here to say what I said, because I don't think people realize that that's a thing. And I'm allowed, just like y'all are, to think what she's doing is asinine. I'm allowed to think some of what I see is hateful. I didn't go, y'all are hateful and I'm leaving. I was like, maybe they don't know. So I jumped up. You know what I mean? I'm not calling anybody hateful. If you feel like that applied to you, maybe do some introspection and see if something you said truly is. I just used Grain's comment as an example because it was the easiest one to pluck out because it just happened.
Can
and
I ask a
probably the
question?
most
Just
hateful. And I'm just going to preface this with this. I lived that grief for 17 days of my life. And
I
I'm probably the
understand
one who
that.
said the most hateful thing.
Well, then you
There you
probably
have
know
it.
exactly how it feels. And and this is just my opinion, but once we've gone through something that awful, it gives us a perspective other people don't have. And therefore, we should be better than the others who have not had that. And that's just my opinion. I don't give a fuck what anybody does. I love y'all the same. But in my opinion, that's what we should strive to do.
Okay, can I interrupt here? Can I
only because
interrupt real quick?
I do like
Please.
to learn new
Okay.
things. But can I ask that girl real quick? So how you're saying basically the past behaviors have led into, like, this isn't a surprise that she's doing it this time in her real life because it is her past behaviors, right? Can
Yes,
you help me understand how does the is what you're saying is that there should be a grace given, like we shouldn't be shocked or surprised by this behaviors and expect it to get worse and don't call it out because it's part of the anticipatory grief?
No, I don't. Y'all call out whatever you want to. I'm just, from my personal perspective, knowing what I know that some of I've shared with y'all, I feel like it is borderline and in some cases very inappropriate. And
Okay.
that if it was me, like, I wouldn't act like that. So it's really hard to always put myself in other people's shoes or look at the situation that way. But if it was me, regardless of my bad past behavior, future behavior, whatever the fuck, and my mother was truly that way, I don't know how I'd be acting. When my parents die, I'm in fucking trouble. If my dad even tells me he might have cancer, I'm going to grieve like he's dying right now because I love my dad that fucking much. So I can't even talk about something that happened to me, 5 weeks ago yet. So I'm different than her, but I do try to, at least whenever I'm thinking about how I'm going to deal with and or maybe judge someone, which I try not to do, but it happens. We all do it. I try to take who they are into account, not who I think they should be or what I would do or how it should be, but who they are.
Can I ask a question?
I can
Girl?
respect
Can I
that.
interrupt?
Wait. Can I
No.
just ask my question before when I have
Yeah,
it in my
I'm
head?
muted. Go ahead.
My question to you, that girl, is just like, what is the line that you're not supposed to cross in criticizing someone's bad behavior when they're anticipating a death of a loved one and they're acting bad behavior? Like, what would you consider a line you should not cross? Just so I know for my future, just to
But
understand.
like for me personally, if it includes the sick person or any commentary on that specific sick person, you don't go there. Or somebody who's dying, like everything she did with Marvon was fucked up and wrong.
Okay, but like,
You know?
what if the person is basically like, let's say, for instance, the House of Williams reply, where she basically says, "Oh, she said something about my mother," and starts crying, but meanwhile, House of Williams didn't mention one word. We would be forced to mention that about the mother, right? I mean, that would be part of
That's
the criticism.
different. That's different than debating whether or not her mom's actually dying or whether or not this is actually happening to me. I mean, obviously, y'all do whatever you want. If it was that upsetting, I would have left, not came up.
Yeah,
But
obviously. Yeah, I get you.
I'm just really weird about death and dying and respect of the ill and deceased. Like I dedicated my whole entire fucking life to it, Tim.
Yeah, I know.
So I have what would
Sorry,
be.
Cap. Sorry, that girl. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was trying to let her up, but I was in the other room trying to get back in here. Sorry.
No, baby, you're
no
okay.
problem. I'm
just
sorry.
really,
Here was my
really.
point that you guys are all
Here, Tim, here's
missing.
a good. Hold on, voices. I'm not done. Here's a good answer for you, Tim. If I wouldn't want it done to me, I don't fucking do it. And if I even question whether or not it would be appropriate, I don't do it.
Okay.
That's how I go.
That girl, though, you have a good heart and you have a soft heart. Like, you are very soft. Like, you've softened me a little bit because, I mean, I'm very hard and very rough around the edges.
You can be, baby. Just
you know, like,
Girl, you're a marshmallow inside. What do you mean?
Cappy does too.
What everybody's forgetting is that Molly put that on her that video of her mom on her Life Coaching for Kids channel. She needs the damn watch hours and the money.
I don't
think
care,
that this
though.
wasn't.
I don't care, though, and I don't think anybody else should. Who gives a fuck?
Well, that's the thing I was talking about. It's like okay, like if we're calling this exploitation, it's exploitation of her own fucking tragedy. It's kind of like whatever. I don't know. Like I don't know.
I don't care about her exploiting her own child. I don't give a fuck about all that. What I'm basically saying here is what is really, like, what's really fucked up is to say your mom's dead. She's gone. You know, your subscribers are thinking you lost your mom. That's a really big thing.
I agree. That was tacky as fuck.
You know what I'm and the whole time she's alive. But not only that though, they go with this. She's got brain cancer, and then like it just goes into one thing into another, and then you got Justin playing the memorial videos, and you like it's just the way they went about it was horrible. You know what I mean?
think about what that girl
Really
was basically.
weird.
Sorry.
Well, you guys, and it wasn't a memorial video. It didn't say in memoriam or in memorial of. It said in honor of. You use honor for the living, not the dead.
Okay.
If it was dead, it would be in memory of, or in
I
memoriam.
think that's
Okay.
They
You know,
do in honor of slideshows at fucking banquets, you guys.
We honor people in death every day.
We honor
But,
people
like-
in life every day too.
Yes,
But
we
if we're
do.
gonna call it like, okay, someone in the chat
Semantics.
says it was a death hoax, but like, okay, so if her mom's
Hold on,
really
Cappy.
her-
Hold on, because I know some people didn't see it. There are people that are implying that Justin went live and played that video acting like she was dead. He made it perfectly clear the woman was still alive and what he thought the medical circumstances were at the time. He didn't say she was dead ever, not once.
I didn't see it, so I can't speak on
I'm
that,
done.
but-
I just wanted to add that because people are acting like he acted like she was fucking dead, and that is absolutely not what happened.
He played the
I think
the honor off in the beginning for 5 minutes.
intention is what most people picked up on until 15-20 minutes into the video, where he actually then states the entire chat is crying and fuck cancer and all that kind of stuff. So that's not just one person's misinterpretation. That's like every person who was watching it at that time.
I was
having that
watching
same
it at that
reaction.
time, and that wasn't my interpretation. So it most certainly wasn't every person's interpretation because I was
No, I'm
watching
not saying
live.
it was every person's. I'm saying the majority was interpreting it in that way. But I definitely do respect. I appreciate you coming up for sure, because I do respect like hearing a different perspective for sure. And I agree with you when you say that we're calling you. We take the time as content creators to call these people out on the bad behaviors,
Yeah.
right? And we can't fall into doing those same bad behaviors, because
Yeah.
then we don't we lower ourselves to their standards.
I mean,
Yes,
he also
there is
Well, and that's
absolutely
what I'm
no
talking about, and
difference.
like saying things like,
Yep.
you know, everybody dies, and then like, oh, she can't wait for her mom to die. That's when that fucking slippery slope is. That ball's rolling down the hill, and it's going
Indeed,
down
and it's
fast.
gaining
Yeah.
size and traction as it rolls.
Yeah, and I apologize for that, Cappy. I did
appreciate
immediately,
that.
and I did read your
You
comments,
did.
and I did.
No, and I'm just giving an
Not
example of
person.
like how it can like kind of ravel out of control. So we're questioning like the circumstances of this
I
this
think
death that's going to come, and
I
like
think,
what the motive was behind what they were talking about and what they brought to the well, didn't bring it to the public. They brought it to Patreon, correct?
well, it was also to the public because it was.
It was
a reply.
both, Cappy.
Yeah.
It was both, just at different intervals. Cappy, tell me, since we kind of this time share the same view, because we don't always, bitch, you know that. But this time we do. Do you think that when you hear people like Grain or Tim or somebody that, you know, we obviously care about because we're around them every day, say stuff like that, does it like, do you have that instant knee jerk? Oh, you're better than that. What the fuck? Like you're actually a good person.
Oh,
Why are you doing
absolutely.
that?
Yeah,
Well,
Okay,
I
absolutely.
mean, can
it hurts me.
because you're talking about me, so I got to reply.
Well, I named more than just you, Tim, but I was just
But
curious
can
if
I
she
reply?
felt that way. Of course, but I was
Uh,
asking her about her feelings, not
Yeah,
saying
my
just for you.
reply to that is that I work with physical evidence of a person's behavior, and physical evidence of a person's behavior is that they lie constantly, they grift off people, and also I think I read and I'm working off of that, and then they're changing their conditions constantly of this person, and I'm working off of that. And that might be, and also you have to realize I'm biased. I do not like Molly. I will fully admit that. And
Do
that
you
could
think she's
obscure-
lying, like, period? Do you not think her mother's sick, Tim? What are
I
your
think
thoughts?
I think she's sick, but that has that kind of like there's doubt. There's like a little doubt. I'm going to tell the truth. There's a little doubt in my head because of the fact of past bad behavior
That's
of this
fair.
person. And
That's
I think that's obscured what I said to basically say something like that. And it's like, you know, basically people can get bias and they basically judge persons by their bad behavior, and then they look at their future behavior and say, is this person possibly lying? Is this person possibly
That's
doing this
fair
for
as fuck, Tim. That's
Yeah.
fair as fuck. And that makes more sense to know that you thought that way helps me understand where your comments were coming from. Because
Well, and
that's
it's
a
in the
much
back of-
different place than somebody who knows somebody's mom is dying and just doesn't care. You see what I'm
It's in
saying?
the back of my head too, though, that way. And I feel like it's kind of like we're jumping the gun on it, though. It's just like I would have given it a little more time to speak on like any type of this is a grift or this is a lie or this is a hoax, because she could be on her way out. And yeah, her saying she's gone was probably very fucking clickbaity, because it could be interpreted as, oh, well, she's mentally gone, or they said she's going to die, or like if there's nothing else they could do, or whatever.
Well, see, my dumb ass,
I'm sure she was fully aware of what she.
I thought she meant, Cappy, that maybe they had sedated her so she's good as gone. You know,
I think she knew what she was doing when she said it, though.
You're probably right.
I'm in my world and in my opinion, I'll give her a fucking pass on that, because I'm gonna fucking be a psycho when my mom's time comes. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do.
Okay,
But
wait.
I don't think so, because you have such a good group of people around you that, sister, if you start acting out and being psycho, they're going to say to you, hey, come on now. You are way better than this. Don't be being like that, Cappa.
Well, and I get that, but listen, like,
but you're assuming she would listen. If her mom's dying, she's not going to give a fuck what we say.
Well, that too, like, in like coming back to what B-Tim said and Heel said in the chat, the patterns of behavior, like, are we really surprised? Like,
No.
She puts everything in her life out there. This is her living. She makes like 6 figures a year doing it, right?
Oh.
And fucking not like, and whether you think that's good or bad is whatever. But it's not a surprise or a shock to me that this is going down the way it is.
I have a question for Voices. Did someone wrote in the chat about dialysis? Was the mother on dialysis at any time?
I saw somebody else talking about dialysis of their own loved one that they watched and helped do, but not of Molly's mother.
Maybe I missed.
I didn't see that. I had to go do grandma's blood pressure and stuff. It's morning time around here, so
I want to know how we know
long enough. Hold on.
What?
It's been long enough now since Voices and Molly had that kind of relationship. How the fuck would Voices know if her mom was on?
I don't know. I mean, Voices the story. The
thank you, that girl. I mean, I know a lot of things, but thank you, that girl. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, Voices has no way of knowing that.
She doesn't have the binder.
The only way we're going to know if she's on dialysis is my mother's on dialysis. That's the only way we're going to know.
Okay, wait. I have a question.
But I want to know. I want to know how we know that this is against her wishes, though. Like, when was that said?
Yeah, I haven't seen proof of that. I just see a.
I have seen.
She called her mom on live.
Yeah, she called her mom on the live, and her mom was very clear. I do not want this on the YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so she said it like on a speaker call. Did she? So did she put her on her channel to begin with without telling her?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
She was on the
That
phone
doesn't
and
shock
we were talking about it, and that's when her mom said, Marissa, I want you to listen to me. I don't want this on your YouTube channel.
Like, don't use me for content.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Don't be using this for content. It's
some
my
people get
cancer.
embarrassed when they're sick and dying, and they don't want it to be broadcasted. That's normal, you know. It's a lot of people choose to die in silence and in grace. So that's
I mean, I get that too, but I just
okay.
What's not normal is for their own daughter to disrespect those wishes.
Yes, it is though, Brain. You didn't see my comment in chat because you were saying something else wasn't normal too, like the grab at the end. Girl, can I tell you at my conference table, 7 out of 10 times people started fighting over fucking possessions. There were people that came in. There were people that came in.
Yes.
And they looked at their loved one's pre-need and then asked me if it was the kind that they could change it from burial to cremation so they could pocket the motherfucking difference. You just don't know, honey. You just don't know.
I've never worked in any type of death services. And
I know that in death, okay? But
No,
her
it
mom is
happened
not
before.
dead.
I got your email, baby, with the screenshots for the post. Thank you, love. I didn't see that till now.
Yeah, but I find I do appreciate Cappy and that girls because they definitely put a better perspective on the conversation. So I appreciate you guys.
Can I ask though?
It's
So
good.
here's my
it's good to
question.
have a conversation like this. I appreciate everybody up here, and I appreciate everybody in the chat. You know what I mean? It's a good conversation to have. You know what I mean? It's a hard, but it's a good.
Y'all keep me from getting bamboozled. Y'all keep me from getting bamboozled because sometimes I need to hear that harsh shit because my brain, like Queen said, I'm soft as a damn marshmallow fresh out the bake.
Oh my God.
I will cry like a
She's a
girl.
puss, as
I'm
she
a puss.
says.
Yes, I'm a total puss. So
Sometimes we have to, yeah. But you
yeah,
know
it
what?
does help.
Sometimes we're rough around the edges, and you're like, whoa, hold on.
Apparently,
But I appreciate that. I appreciate that softness, that girl, because there are times when you give that it's needed. And you sometimes you remind us that we need to go to that soft spot and remember that it's a human being that's hurting, and we forget that because of all of their other bad shit that they do.
yeah, I think it's a good thing because I think that's what lacks in a lot of other chats. Like you have like a lot of other, for instance, Molly Golightly is a good example. You have a lot of people just like say prayer hands and give her support. But here you have people that have different perspectives and basically come up and kind of check you and say, look, maybe you're going a little too hard and maybe you're not really thinking about grief and how people react and how, different
Like
perspectives.
the reality of
Yeah.
the emotions. Who's underneath voices? Because I think they've been trying to talk, you guys.
Oh, that's
The
not
good Nunya.
the good Nunya.
Oh, okay. Were you trying to say something, Nunya?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys for the marshmallows on the panel. Okay, so just because I want a different perspective. So you say you see the she's gone and your mind goes to, okay, she's kind of mentally not there anymore. Okay, fine. Then it moved on from there to it spread to her brain. I'm sorry I made you guys think she was gone, but it just spread to her brain, and pretty much in my mind that means she's gone at this point, right? So that was the update. Then this morning it changed to I'm going to Connecticut with Princess, and it turns out that really what they thought spread to the brain isn't actually spread to the brain, and this is all just so confusing. Can you help me from your perspective? How
If it's
does that
Molly,
not look
like since we're talking about Molly, let me just put it this way. And this is going to sound so ugly, God forgive me. Molly's dumb as a box of fucking rocks. I think that you could draw her a map like your Dora in Diego and tell her exactly what's going on. And her little brain, and I did say little on purpose, is going to go to the worst cataclysmic possible area instantly because she's stupid. That's what I think. Now, if it's somebody that I find to be relatively intelligent that did the same thing, girl, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? But I also know that I have been in situations.
It's not Dora and Diego.
I'm just saying, bitch, because I don't think she could find her way. I don't think she could find her way out of a wet paper bag, even with her titties busting half of it open. That's how I feel, okay? She asked, so I'm answering. Otherwise, I wouldn't bring it up. But I think that also when we're in those situations, I've been told, okay, I'll use my health, for example. I've been told I have lupus. I've been told I have Crohn's. I've been told. Actually, I have this weird ass genetic mutation, okay? But some of those did come with really bad prognoses, right? So things can change. And could somebody have said something and Molly thought she heard that? Or could she just be fucking making it up because they said, we're going to test to see if it's in her brain? Then she goes, oh God, it's in my mother's brain. That's how I view Molly.
Just taking it and running with it. Hey, Ellie, what's up, girl?
Hey guys, how are you? I was listening to what you said. I had like major anticipatory grief from my first dog. So I totally it's weird. You grieve before.
Yes.
Like I grieved more before for her than even weird in a weird way. Like, cause especially if like,
that's part of it, Ellie. That's not weird. If you have really hardcore anticipatory grief, you typically will not have the after grief the same as you would have. That's actually
for years because I knew it was my first dog, and so
honey bun.
I totally understand and it also exaggerates your patterns, you know what I mean? So she could be in denial or you know what I mean, or whatever it is, and and these things that she's doing are her defense mechanisms, and she's not very aware.
I'm gonna blame. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll just say it real quick. I kind of disagree with that girl on the Dora and Diego part, but you kind of brought it around to what I'm about to say though. I feel like what Molly's doing right now. Well, I think that she's good at what she does, which is cause a mess and get money for it.
Yes, you're right.
So I feel like I don't even think there was that much thought into what she said.
I don't either.
She just clickbaits her entire fucking life. So it was just a fucking part of what she, you know what I mean? It just comes naturally, and she just did it.
That is a good point. Yeah.
Because she's going to get money anyway. If her mom died next week, or if she she said it this week. I mean, I just don't feel like she needed money that bad this week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like where she couldn't have waited a couple days. I just don't think
I
there
mean,
was all that much thought put into it.
Two things, Cappy. I would refer back to House of Williams comment. When she said Molly's very short-sighted. That's what she said, and she was the person. House of Williams knows her way better than
Do
any
you
of
mean
us.
short-sighted as in she doesn't see the future? Is that what you mean?
Meaning that she would rather make money now than to wait
or to worry about the repercussions. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
None of you dropped down. Was there too much going on up here, baby? I didn't even see you drop down. She said, hold on. She said, while I have compassion for her family, I also believe that this was a grift for money, and she didn't care who it would affect along the way. And I absolutely agree 100% with that comment.
Yeah,
I can get behind that totally.
Yeah. And I think that girl's basically saying that my understanding, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that Molly Golightly is kind of grifting and always clickbaits and anything. And when the grieving process happens, like the anticipatory grief happens, it gets exaggerated at that particular point.
Yes. Yeah, I think
That's
so. I
basically
think Cappy's right. I think Cappy worded it better than me actually by saying her entire life is clickbait. So of course this is true.
Like, well, I agree with what Virginia said too. Like it's that's kind of like her whole life. Like I said, like her life is clickbaited and she doesn't care what people think or what they feel with everything she does. So why would this be different? You know?
Yep.
I mean,
well, as somebody who's living in anticipatory grief currently with my situation, I get really fucking offended by what Molly did.
Yeah.
That's wrong. It was clickbaitish. It was a cash grab.
Can you be specific, Voices? Are you talking about when she posted she's gone or the whole thing? What are you talking about, Mama?
Okay, so y'all, we all know that Grandma's going through health stuff. We all know that.
No, I didn't know she was sick. I'm sorry. I've been too gone. I didn't know that, Voices.
Yeah, she's been very sick.
So if I were to go out on my community tab in 20 minutes and write, she's gone, what are you guys gonna think?
And
that my grandmother passed away.
Yeah.
And then you just gave good perspective, Voices, because I care for your grandma, so I would be devastated. And I bet a lot of Molly subs care for Mama Golightly just as much as we do your grandma.
Exactly. That's where.
You know, there's a lot of people then that's the point. That's the biggest thing here too, is she's got a lot of her subscribers have been with her for a long time. And they genuinely care for Molly. They genuinely love her for who she is. And they support her financially, mentally, and emotionally. They have for a long time. They're still going to, no matter what we say, no matter what anybody says, just like, you know, with Betty. But there's more. Molly has 80,000 subscribers. So, you know, she's got some really loyal girls. There's people that pay $50 a month just to be her friend, just to be in her Patreon, just to be there. You know what I mean? She does have people that send her money nonstop.
You're right.
You know, she does, and they love her mother just as much as they love her. And the thing is, when she's going through this, just like when she said it, she's gone, it affects them. Not as much as it affects Molly, but it affects her subscribers for her. You know, they feel for her. They feel for Mama Golightly because they love her. You know what I'm saying? As well as Molly. So for her to sit here and say she's gone, have your subscribers thinking she's gone, then you take that back. Whoa, back it up.
Well, until Voices said that, it didn't occur to me that way, though, Queen. It didn't occur to me like that.
That's why I say it's so good we have these conversations, because sometimes it's good to, you know, talk about it. It's, you know, we don't see things.
I did that, if I went and did that, and then I come back 45 minutes or 4 hours later and then say, oh, well, that was just about the medication change. You know, she's gone off of that.
Oh, you would get so much shit. You would get so much shit. You guys would have my
ass and I would be run off this platform.
They would crucify you.
Yeah.
I mean, what's happening now? It's happening to Molly for saying it. It's not like she's getting a pass on it. Like,
that's true. That's true, Happy. That's true.
I mean, but the thing is like, if this is anticipatory grief and this is part of the grieving process for this person, when does it gets to the point where, like, if they basically continue even worse behavior than they're doing before with grifting and clickbaiting, should you criticize that, or should you just be like, okay, she's just grieving? We gotta
I
let her
don't know.
go.
I just kind of like I
That
don't. Me
seems
personally, I would have given it a little more time to see kind of what came of the next like week or two. But that's me.
yeah. I get you. I get you. I think Follow the Grain left,
Well,
and I
see,
think
the thing is, her mom might have fucking lived for months. You know what I mean?
That's the
Like I
thing.
said, she
What if
was
her mom
thinking
lived
Princess
for
was gonna
months?
pass away. Girl, listen, remember when we thought Princess was gonna pass away? We thought he was in there like on his bed.
Yes.
She was crying. She was like tripping. Cappy, you remember that shit?
That shit I felt a
That was
lot
so
different
bad.
about. Like I fucking thought was
But then he
super
comes
fucking
walking in like a
yeah, walking in with vodka in his glacier bottle and shit,
right,
fucking
just
bitch. Like
stroll
no,
right
that
in.
was the most obvious fucking
He jumped
ridiculous
off his
shit.
deathbed and came to party.
And don't get me wrong, like I think that fool has some serious health issues that need to be
I do
tended
too.
to. But like in this situation, I think because we can't see her mom like we were able to see Princess, it leaves more mystery there, and it makes me more apprehensive to be like, oh shit, like I don't know where
Did
this
you hear
lady's
the
at.
conversation the
You
other
guys
night
see?
on a live with her and her sister?
No.
Her and her sister
No.
had an hour conversation on a live stream. Her sister was on the phone. Molly was on a live. Phone rings. Hello, hello. It's her sister. Hey, what are you doing? I'm on a live. Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to talk to you about mom. Well, you can go ahead and say what you got to say. Hold on. Let me mute. Say what. Then you know what I'm saying. Handle the conversation. Then she proceeds to go into, her sister basically broke it down to her and told her, like
So she
the
didn't mute.
chemo, it kills the
No,
good
ma'am.
and the bad stuff, and it's gonna make her, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna lose her hair, she's gonna be sick. You know what I'm saying? Like this.
Wait.
Okay, so you guys realize that in that community post in her Patreon, she says that she's in Connecticut. What's in Connecticut? The 90s reunion,
Yeah.
the Saved by the Bell, the 90210, all of that. She just got all that money because now people think her mom's dead, and she runs off to a 90s reunion. Come on, y'all.
Wait, I
Right.
have a question.
Okay, look, Laura's
When-
up on the panel asking the sister questions about mom's conditions, and neither one of them knew any answers. Neither one of them knew anything about it. But listen, Molly said that she rushed up to the hospital, right? So she's making this post. She's gone. Justin's doing a live stream. She's getting super chats and shit, right? Her and Princess take off and leave Jersey and go to Connecticut.
So this conversation, she said
she's in Connecticut right now.
No, but I want to go back to what you said about she was just starting chemo now.
Play a clip of. Can we play Headstones?
Yes, Happy.
Can we play Headstones clip?
Just starting
Yeah,
it now.
go ahead and play it. Yeah, go ahead and play it.
Okay, because she shows the actual little.
I'll try to
bit of
go
the
find the clip with the. I'll go see if I can find the fucking. Well, Molly puts her show members only.
Okay, so I just want you to look at this clip and watch. This is Justin's live, and here you go. It's a minute. It's a minute and 50 seconds.
Does anybody have a clip of the conversation?
Okay, listen. This is the conversation,
baby.
Yeah, but this is the. This is
here. I'm gonna put her. I'm gonna put her page.
Look at Cork
in the DM.
BB fan. She has gone. That is Cork, the one that is one of Molly's biggest problems, right there.
I'm gonna keep on.
BB fan. She is
I'm
gone.
gonna keep on playing. Maybe it's going a little too fast, so I'm going to stop on the previous.
Yeah, I was going to say, go over here to the little spin wheel and make it
I'm
like.
going to make it slower. No problem. I'm going to make it 0.5.
Yeah, for sure. And then go back and hit that.
So people can see, like, this is the thought process people have when they went to the live.
Go back to the start. Would you go back to the start of it? Go start.
Yeah, okay, so I'm ready. I'm going to start it now. 4 seconds, I'm going to start over. I'm ready.
world. How's everyone doing? As you see, we played that beautiful family montage there. And so let me just tell you what happened this morning. First of all, Marissa and her family needs a lot of prayers right now. This morning I was on the phone with Marissa. We were talking about a project we were doing, and she gets a call from her stepfather. And if you've ever been on the phone with Marissa, she doesn't tell you that she's switching over or anything. So she switches over the phone and it automatically goes to three-way, and her stepfather is really, really upset. And he says that he needs Marissa to get there soon. Marissa's mother, Mommy Golightly, she has been in the hospital for the last few days. And after doing some tests, she had went to the hospital a couple of nights ago for pain in her back. They had found more tumors, and that the tumor had literally cracked one of the bones, to put it in understandable terms. And this morning, the doctors came in and notified that Mommy Golightly has cancer in her brain, and there is nothing more they can do.
Okay, I just wanted to play that because that was from Headstone. She just clipped about a minute just to show you a little bit of the perspective why people might have gotten confused by his video.
Well, I mean, as soon as he came on talking, he said she was not passed away.
That's why I was like, why are people saying this? Because he never implied she was dead.
I mean,
well, you got the Patreon with the vague thing. You have the fact that in the first 5 to 6 minutes,
These happened a long time apart, though. That Patreon with the vague thing wasn't until hours and hours and hours later.
I don't know. I think that's why people believe it's like very clickbaitish, and that's the truth. And that's like honestly. And
that's the thing too. Okay, so she goes to the hospital now. Listen, she goes to the hospital just a couple days ago. They do x-rays and whatnot and find out that she's got these tumors, correct? They're going to send her. They're not just going to go off what the emergency room doctor says. And I know this firsthand because I've had a lot of family and friends who have died of cancer, who have went through cancer, who have, all of this, the whole shenanigans, the whole fucking bang. And they're not going to, you know what I'm saying? So within a week, it goes from she's got tumors, they broke her damn backbone, and now she's got brain cancer. Like, that's not, no. First of all, they're going to send her.
Corrected. Apparently, the post in Patreon was before the live. I thought the post in Patreon was from last night.
It was before this live.
Yeah, and also, like, he never
did exactly what I thought.
I'm going to send you the screenshots so you can read it for yourself. Like, that way you can.
I believe you. I believe you. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding correctly. But that just kind of lends to what I said. Whenever they told her one thing, she took it to, like, the worst possible case scenario and just threw it up.
And Headstone, a headline says he never not said she was not passed.
Right. It wasn't a lie.
Yeah, he didn't say she. But listen, he did. Why would he have to say that word for word when he basically explained that she didn't pass?
And he said she's on comfort care. You don't put a corpse on comfort care. How
Like,
dumb
come
can
on.
you be? I'm sorry. I'm going to say it. If you thought she was dead based off that live, you're an idiot, or you didn't watch. Period.
So
I don't get it.
You're saying everyone was dumb because basically by Patreon and also the chat.
I didn't say Patreon. I didn't say all that. I said if they watch his video, only his video.
Bash the Tragedy Pimp says in all capital letters, tell Queen to check her email. I sent her a picture of Molly from Philly.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be trying to write that down the back just in case.
No, I'm not saying as a whole. I'm damn sure not talking about the Patreon post, Tim. I'm saying just Justin's live. If somebody watched Justin's live and from his words took that she was dead, then they're dumb. And I mean it. Sorry. He said many times she was alive and they were going to try to keep her comfortable because she can't continue treatment. That does not say she's dead or imply that she's dead.
She's very much alive.
She's very much alive and possibly in pain.
Okay,
Yeah.
but look at the timeline. The
What
good
the
Nunya
post
has.
is, she's gone. I love you. She's gone. She's gone. I love you.
But that didn't happen during the live. That's all I'm saying. I'm
No,
not
it
arguing.
happened before.
Do you think that
It happened before the
Justin?
live. And now,
you-
hold on. I'm about to put a picture up because this
I'm
all
not
happened.
in her Patreon though, guys. And most people
No,
like I
baby,
would.
that's what I said. I wasn't either. I got the screenshots, but then I reading them off of Nonsense's thing. I couldn't. I had a hell of a time trying to put them all together. So the good Nunya sent them to me. So I was like in order. So I was able to read them. That's why I said I'll send them to you so you can actually read them for yourself because it was a hell of a time putting it together. But hold on, I got a picture to show you real quick.
I think Justin can make slideshow videos super quick, but since Molly made that one, that was a moot point. But people were like, it takes forever to put a video together. Not a picture, you guys. It takes like 5 minutes.
Well, for you, 5 minutes. It'll probably take me like an hour. Probably an hour.
No, it's the program does it for you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to pop up and clarify really quickly just the timeline part of it. So the first thing that happened is Molly had posted at 7:56 a.m. So at 8 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, she first posted that she's gone. She's gone. I love you. That was all she posted. Then Justin goes live at about 11:30 Eastern Time, right? So about 3.5 hours later.
Yeah, it was
He
the morning.
He starts off his video with the whole in honor of montage of pictures, which is from her life channel, her life coaching for kids channel, right? He goes through that. You are correct when he never says she actually died. I just believe the insinuation was put out there. How people got to that conclusion, I understand that may not be the right assumption, that assumptions are what they are. Then 30
I'm an
minutes
asshole.
after
I
his
shouldn't call
live.
people sorry. Let me just say, Nunya, I shouldn't call people stupid. I'm sorry, but I feel like people are just so used to attacking them for being dumb that they're making shit out of stuff that ain't there, and it's annoying.
Well, or like it's an issue of like comprehension because there's so much like hyper focus on they're doing wrong. I think that you kind of were saying that girl, is it like once he turned on the camera and started talking into the mic, his words explained a woman that's not dead.
And
Well, we
also,
all
it
know.
kind of goes back to people like Molly making the post that she makes and saying the dumb shit that she makes. Her comprehension level to me is low, so I guess they're all on the same page with that. I don't know.
Okay, so basically,
we all know that in this picture, that shirt, that zipper died about a month ago. It gave up the ghost.
Well, okay, so she said she posted that her mom was gone, right? And then they had to hurry up and get there. Walter rushed there. By the time he got there, the visiting hours were over. She's got a tumor. Her back's broke. She's in the ER. This is like devastating. She's like, she's gone. Like, and Molly's like, she's gone. That's it.
Right. So
30
get her
out of here.
30 minutes after Justin's live, she posts again in her Patreon saying,
hold on, I'll put him up on the screen here while you're talking about.
She didn't mean that she, that she was gone. Really, in her mind, she was told that it now has spread to her brain, and in her mind, that equaled she's gone. Like it's over for her at that point, right?
That's
so
how
then
I
she clarifies that, right, in her Patreon post. Then this morning she posts that she's headed to Connecticut because there's going to be so many people at the hospital. And this morning she says now there's even more confusion because it turns out that it hasn't actually spread to her brain.
Now, how between her subs and Justin's subs are they going to know that this is even going on and how this all unraveled?
Well, especially since not all those people are in her Patreon.
Right.
Can I say this real quick, devil's advocate? I have really annoying family members that are loud and they make hospital situations way worse. And the first thing I fucking do is give them somewhere to go and something to do so they can leave.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe she's that family member.
I get that.
That family member. Her and her
let's not
sister.
forget what's in Connecticut. The 90s con.
That's exactly.
Justin. They planned it. Yes.
Which she has been talking about all week long about her and Princess going to 90s con this weekend it's in Hartford, Connecticut. But she's been talking about it all week before the Mallory.
This is her post on Instagram. This is her post on Instagram right here.
Can you read it? I can't. It's too small
on her
for me.
Instagram.
It says, Marissa _ Molly Go Lightly. It's moving fast. Life that is. Stop and take those beautiful orchids. Hashtag 4 seasons. But that's the brown Lululemon that we know that
4 Seasons Hotel, Philadelphia at Comcast Center. Comcast Center.
But we know that Lululemon shirt went away a long time ago.
Well, you can't tell me that she's up there because her mom is on her, on her deathbed. Like she made this seem, and this is what it looks like. It looks like she did.
Can't both be true? Can't her mom be very ill and her be at a concert?
Correct. It's just that this is from her last
They
trip
can
to
both
Philly.
be true, but I don't think that would take away from anybody's opinions on that.
I mean, nobody's saying. I'm not, at least. I'm pretty sure that girl is not saying that Molly's a good person and that she's not clickbaiting the fuck out of her
No, and
mom's
I'm not trying to
sickness.
change anybody's mind. Y'all think how you want to.
I jumped up here more because, like, if we're gonna call out bad behavior, we don't want to engage in it. Kind of is where
I
was
agree.
coming from.
Amen. Ooh.
Like, because like we all do it. I'm guilty of it. Like when we get in groups, we get carried away as fuck. Like we do. We all do. Everybody does.
And also, I think Follow the Grain. Basically, her opinion is based upon bad behavior of Molly Go Lightly, and I think she's a nice person. She's nice. Just basically just judging. I don't want people to be like going. I don't want people to go after. You go, Voices.
I just feel like for Grain, I think it came from a super emotional place, knowing like she put herself as somebody being there. It's just like, for me, this is super emotional, hot button for me, and I could very easily go dirty and smarmy like I was starting to, and then I was seeing Cappy and that girl, like giving me some correction, like, hey, wait, this isn't right. So if we pull it back and we stay on what the bigger point is, and the bigger topic is that Molly pull this on her audience, and by her doing that, we've been made aware, and now we find out that Molly is in Hartford at 90s Con. So this was the 90s Con, and again, we don't use tragedies, our own personal or otherwise, to grift money off of people in the YouTube streets. That's a toxic parasocial relationship. We don't have to get dirty and smarmy to point that out, right?
I mean, that too. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that, and like I agree with like what you said. I mean, it is her deal.
So she goes
I kind of disagree with that part, but
and I know it sounds nasty, and you know what I mean. You guys can think I'm being shitty or whatever. That's fine. But it goes from she's gone, I love you, to Molly Go Lightly. We are at the truck stop, rushing into New Jersey. I'll get a chance to say goodbye. I hope my sister makes it. To
Was she also saying goodbye to her mentally?
Yes.
Honestly, can I say what I honestly think? I think half the time she's pill fucked and she just doesn't even know what reality is. Honestly,
she's a very self-absorbed person.
People are, you know what I mean? Like, how are people supposed to know that when she corrects it on Justin's channel or in her Patreon, and like she knows that that's confusing as hell, and not everybody is gonna know what the fuck's going on.
Well, why would she need to correct it on Justin's though when Justin didn't say she was dead? What do you mean? Can you explain it? I think
the issue is that they both share subs, and basically anything that leaks from one side leaks to the other, and the other side. I think that's pretty much the situation.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's be real. Like, Justin and Molly share subs, probably like a lot of subs, and I think basically like they all
built Justin's channel.
Independent.
When I got booted off,
you're up here, baby. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Afternoon.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, honey.
Hey.
How are you?
I came in late, so I'm not sure what we arguing about.
Who's arguing?
No one's arguing. We're having a conversation.
Okay, wrong word. Sorry. I don't.
We're gonna argue with you right now. What are we arguing about? You're starting shit now.
I retract.
Shambles.
Yeah, shams. No,
Who is
scrambles.
this
They were.
independent thinker up here?
It's me.
Okay. Hey, what's up?
Well, I came in with some tea.
What's the tea? Spill it.
Serve it,
Spill it.
baby. Serve
Yeah,
it. My
I
cup's
posted it.
empty.
I posted in the back shot. She said, "Bomb did a live dragging Mallory for Molly, and Mallory paid $200 during her live."
Molly paid Bombshell $200 to talk shit about Mallory.
Yeah,
Oh my
Mhm.
but she's broke, guys.
God.
She's broke, guys. She has no money. She has no
She's
money,
So
guys.
fucking broke.
Molly,
I'm
I'm letting you
sorry.
know right now. If you want to pay me to talk shit, I'm going to need an easy grand for half an hour.
Bombshell's gonna be glued to Molly now. Oh
Bomb
God.
said that
Oh,
she will
Christ.
do
Good.
a
Have fun with that. You know what? Go ahead. Because when
giveaway.
Bombshell rips into her ass, I'm going to laugh my fucking ass off about it.
Yep.
Mom said, I will get rich. I will drag
She's
her
not going to put up with her.
every
Look,
day.
Bombshell's not going to put up with Molly's shit for long. I'll tell you that. If
Yeah,
at all.
She's not Laura. You know.
Grifter meet grifter, basically, is what that's all about. Sorry, not sorry. Oh Lord.
I'm right there with
Tuesday
you,
night
Cal.
on the Hive. Grifter versus Grifter. Welcome to
Oh my God.
Grifter Dome.
It could be
there's-
like a griff down instead of smackdown.
It's gonna be a grift off.
Because like I know what's gonna happen. They're gonna fight probably in like 2 months from now or a month from now, and that's probably what's gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen. But yeah, unbelievable.
Well, yeah. Bombshell can't stand Laura either.
Oh yeah, that there'll be something to come of that soon too, I'm sure, because like, you know,
yeah,
she'll either start like I don't know. I don't even want to I don't want to put my predictions out there yet. Not ready.
So can I ask before I jump back down?
Bitch,
So
don't do that to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I love his face.
That's my most favorite picture.
What you talking about, guys?
Oh my
Why you talking about
what are you
me?
talking about me, guys?
I need to put some text on that picture, dude. I needed to make a couple of them. All right, sorry about that, Nanya. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Hey,
I cannot
why?
unsee the super chat dance. So there's that. Okay, so for you guys, you're kind of coming from the stance of it wasn't necessarily a grift for money, but it was very clickbaity.
Oh no, I'm not saying it wasn't a grift. I'm saying everything she does is a grift.
She's
I'm
always
saying we
on
need to
grift.
be careful when it comes to the dead and the dying that we're not assholes to.
Yeah, basically in a nutshell, that's
yeah.
the short version. Basically, like that's because
Okay,
we
I'm with
call
that.
out bad behavior, and we don't want to like, you know what I mean?
a
Like,
part
no,
of it.
I'm not in any way excusing or like making like excuses. I played a little bit of devil's advocate. Like maybe she's interpreting this way. Like I just feel really uncomfortable with dismissing any pain that she's having over her mom dying, though. Like,
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, I think a lot of times you have people that have biases and then basically builds up and sometimes can get uncontrollable. But yeah, I kind of get biased and I look at past behavior and it kind of like makes me not the nicest person all the time. It does happen. So that's what my thing is. So
You know.
not the nicest
Way.
person. You know, that's how it is. But yeah, sometimes, but it's good to have people have a conversation about this. Personally, I mean, like, listen, it's kind of like the boy that cries wolf, and that's how I feel a little bit. And when you have someone that does a lot of that, you kind of like, okay, a part of you kind of like the cynical, the asshole part of you is like, is this a ploy for money? What's going on here? And of course, it's like you just sit there and it's like, you know, and you know, you could be an asshole for thinking that way. I'm sure I am. I'm sure people will tell me that in the comments. But that's just that's what kind of warped into what I said earlier. That's the situation. So that is the situation.
who's in the chat saying, Walter, call me?
Walter, call me? Oh, no.
Call me with a kissing emoji.
Jesus
Bitch, I'm not
Christ.
done.
We have this serious conversation, and then we got
Um,
someone saying, Walter, call me. Oh, my fucking God.
SB.
Say Walter.
Walter, call me.
Yeah, and
Mwah.
I have, I Felly Melly says it does. She says, I have sympathy for the mother, but I have zero sympathy for Molly.
I have empathy from, not sympathy, but empathy for Molly.
Yeah,
though,
you could
because
feel like being in a loss of a situation. Me, it's like I get why people very much like dislike, because you look at her and all her past behavior and destruction she's led in her life, where she's gotten people fired, where she's basically like fucked with an investigation, where she fucked with someone's dying last moments and hospice care in their house, and you go through all the things that she's done, and that just builds up a very, very huge disdain for that person, because you say to yourself, and that happens to me too. I'm not going to be sitting here and say I judge everything equally, fairly, without any bias. No, I'm pretty biased, because I watched the destruction this woman has laid waste to people's lives.
Yeah.
And I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm completely unbiased and I don't, dislike this lady.
I agree
And the
with you,
fact she
except
has
it
no
doesn't make
grace
me
for
feel
other
that
people going
way.
through something terrible.
You're right, but it doesn't make me feel that way. It doesn't make me feel that way, because then I'm her and I will never fucking be her.
Well,
So
right, and like
that
I
affects
try to be as unbiased as possible, and I'm also not the dictator of her karma either.
Yeah,
like
but it's hard to say that to, like, I mean, like, I think we all have bias. We all have some sort of like and dislike of people naturally. And when you see someone like we do lives on this woman who has completely destroyed people's lives. Like she did a live about Dre McRae, like videotape, like on her
like
body
broken
cam.
record shit. I already know, but you know, like
and
I'm different than you in that way though, Tim, because there is another creator on this platform that was so swarmy and disgusting and had so many things, and then they did them to me, and I spoke my piece and I fucking walked off because I'm not gonna let that nasty shit get me to that level, and it'll eat me up. So I have to be very careful to always maintain the position that I want and that I want people to have towards me, or I'll be just fucking like her.
All right, we're gonna have to change your name to B Conscience.
And you even went to comfort said person when they were in a very public struggle, and that said person gave you a very manipulative wrench. I remember.
Yeah, dude, there's lots of layers to that onion, but guess what? I still don't wish that person harm. I still hope that they find themselves and don't end up in the position of so many of my loved ones.
We still defend that person when he's lied about.
Recently, because you know why? I'm not them. And even if he kept doing the same shit, guess what? I still wasn't.
He's still a little bitch.
He's still a little bitch.
Oh,
we ain't gonna lie about him.
In my book.
But that girl, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, I got
Good
something
morning,
that maybe
Steph.
your camera's on. Do you want it to be on or do you want it off? It's completely up to you. Here you're up on panel. But there's a screen up over the top so no one can see you at this point unless you want your camera to stay on. It's completely up to you.
Are you referring to I'm not sure.
Marie, yeah.
Okay. It doesn't matter. Actually, when I'm usually on, it says nature lover.
Okay, it says your full. Why don't you change it? Because this has your full
I don't know how to
first
change
and last
it, and I'm not.
When you first come in,
before you come in the studio,
right? When you first click the StreamYard link and you come into the studio, you have the option to type in your name there. So,
well, right now I'm not going to worry about it because I kind of agree. Well, I do agree with. I think it's at.
I don't want you to dox yourself. You want me to keep the screen up? Yeah, I'll just keep the screen up.
Keep the screen up, baby.
Okay, sure. And I think just listening, and the only thing I know, like I've said in the past about YouTube, is like I when I'm following the Quentin Simons case, I clicked the link and it brought me to your channel. So that's how I learned about like YouTube Live and all that. So the only thing I know about Molly Go Lightly is what I've seen on your channel and clip channels and all that. And so I learned about the Dre McRae situation. So I had typed in the comments below that maybe she'll learn, from people judging her on this. But I agree as far as that girl, everybody handles situations differently. And then I also stated that maybe in her mind, if she's not there in the situation, being there with her mother, that it's kind of like running away from the situation. If I'm not there, it's not real. I mean, as far as like
And that's a
all the
usual
other stuff.
addict behavior. You're right.
Yeah, yeah. I think that just from what I've seen, the woman definitely has mental issues. I think she has an addiction problem and, her family and friends. But I mean, obviously her friends are making money off of her as well, should step in. And I mean, it looks like her husband has abandoned her own child, because they're over the whole situation. But I just hope for her mother's sake and, the rest of them that, when she does pass over, that it's peaceful and that they're keeping her comfortable and all that. I mean, not, it's really sad and hard. I've been through it twice. My biological mother passed when I was younger from cancer. So that's why I'm saying, like, when I was younger, I tried to, like, stay absent as much as possible. And then I was fortunate enough, and I still call her my mother, even though, like, people said she was my stepmother. People always refer to stepmother, but I mean, she became my mother. She was my mother. And it hasn't, I don't want no pity. It hasn't been that long ago. Well, to me, it hasn't. I mean, to other people, it had been long. I didn't run away from the situation, like I was there, I was present and everything, because I'm an adult now, you know what I'm saying? And I learned not running away from the situation didn't help it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I missed a lot, like when that day come with my biological mother.
Yeah.
She was saying goodbye and I love yous and all that. I was like, don't say that to me, like, don't say that. I'm not telling you that because you're not, I'm not accepting the situation. So, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe she's trying to stay absent due to, like the situation. And then maybe hopefully she'll learn what, I don't know, because I don't know the woman. I don't know her past, only, like I said, what I've seen up here. Maybe she'll learn from the situation where here people are judging her for getting money and things like that, due to her mother's situation, what she did with the Dre McRae situation. Because like that girl's saying, Molly shares her whole life on YouTube and everything else, that she'll see, that's the same with the McRae situation. Does that make sense, what I'm saying, trying to say?
No, not to
Yes,
me.
no?
She
Yeah,
didn't
that
learn
makes
anything from
sense.
the Dre McCrae situation. What are you
I'm
trying to
saying,
say?
like, the Dre McRae, and, from what I've seen, her and her family shared everything on YouTube.
Yes, they
So
did.
Molly
Well,
and everybody
Facebook.
was judging her for Dre sharing what was going on in her life with her husband. Okay. And then she disappeared from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, she disappeared from it because, she was dealing with her husband. I'm getting all this from, like, clip channels and listening and blah, blah, blah. That's what I'm saying.
Molly will continue to share it all. She will not disappear like Dre did.
Okay,
I
but
doubt she will, but it's too
Misdescribers.
soon to say that since she hasn't passed yet. I totally get what you're saying, though. And I want to
And
point
she
out
may
that
not
with what you
pass.
were
That's
saying, she
another
pointed
thing we
out
got to remember
that
that I
not only
wanted
was
to
Molly
ask you.
criticizing Dre McRae for it, but now she's turning around and doing the same thing.
Yeah, I
Maybe she
get
should
that.
look at her actions. I got to go, you guys. Thanks for
right,
all the good
that's what I was
conversation,
trying
though.
to
I hope you all
say. And
have a
I
good
just,
weekend.
Well,
You
I
have a good
really
one, that
wanted to
girl.
talk to you, that girl. That's why I came up here.
yeah,
She already
she
left.
got exactly what I was trying to say, is that, maybe in this awful situation that she's going through. And I was just saying that maybe she's trying to escape from the situation. Like, if I'm not there, it's not happening. Because like I said, when I was younger, with my biological mother, I was a teenager, well, preteen, I guess you would say. I just thought in my mind, if I'm not there and present to see everything that's happening, it makes it not real, even though it's reality. We can't escape reality. And then as an adult, now, 50 plus years later, 50 plus in age, with my mother, not my biological mother, but she was my mother. I was there to, see it all. I understood that running away from reality isn't going to make it not true, and I'm just going to absorb every moment of it. But I just see that Molly Golightly, in my opinion, since I don't know her and I don't know her history, in my opinion, seeing people talk about her and all the clips and different things, she's got addiction problem and mental illness. That was all I was coming up to say.
Okay. Well, I mean, do you think are you saying that excuses her horrible behavior, or what would you think about that?
I'm not saying that it excuses anybody's behavior, maybe the mental illness and the drug addiction and everything. I mean, and I'm not sure because it's really hard because I always watch on my phone to tell. Is it Voices that has a past with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that maybe
she tried to destroy Voice's life, basically, because she disagreed with her in one argument.
Right.
Yes.
But so then that makes, like you were saying, Tim, like you definitely don't like her, so maybe that makes you biased.
Absolutely.
And same with Voices.
Honey,
you know what
you
I'm
just
saying?
you just admitted that you haven't been around. You don't know her entire
Right.
history. You don't know her. We have 5 years.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know the history, but I'm just saying, I think that, like I said, that she's got mental problems. I think that if her family and her friends, I know that, I would, as a family member, and if it's somebody that I loved and truly cared about, I would step in. I mean, just like, since my mother's passed, hasn't been a year. I mean, I went to I've been and still am in therapy to cope with it and everything. And my family stepped in and was like, you know what I'm saying?
But I'm just like having a hard time understanding your point. I'm just not sure.
I'm just saying, I don't give her an excuse because I don't know her. I'm just saying, I think that the woman has mental illness and a drug problem, and
but
maybe
we're not qualified to diagnose either one of those things.
Yeah, we don't. We just.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just saying, in my opinion, like a lot of people do up here.
Opinions have to be based upon. I mean, you could say that she's on a medication to like weight loss because we've seen that. You can definitely say that because we've seen her.
There's been proof of her med sharing and stuff like that. So that's not really like so much speculation. It's not speculation off of something that's not true. It's very likely.
I
guess so.
I know I'm not a medical professional or anything, but I've been around in life, maybe not YouTube, long enough to observe things, and that's all. What I'm saying is that obviously what I see on here is from what y'all have stated and other people stated, her husband lives in another house, her son lives in another house, her friend, that gentleman, that princess. Princess, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like they're there for certain little things, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, maybe her husband feels like he's got to put up with her because she'll taking for everything he's got, and he's like, well, you can just keep on grifting and staying on the internet, I don't know. Okay. I just feel like it's a sad situation and it's heartbreaking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm not going to use anything because I don't know.
It's a sad situation for
the
mother. It's a sad situation for the husband and the kid. And it's a sad situation for Molly to go through it, but it still is like I just told you my reasons why I have I'm very skeptic.
Right.
Skeptical
about
certain situations. Sorry about that, guys. It tripped up. And I don't know. I mean, I think like her behavior is very like bad, but I was educated about anticipatory grief, so obviously it could be just it's just basically amplifying her bad behavior as anticipation of grief. But but it's like you can't really yell at people for thinking the worst of someone when they've seen the worst of that
Oh
person in
no,
the
I'm
past.
not yelling at
Tim?
anybody. I was
Hi,
just,
Skeptic.
How you doing, my friend?
No,
Good, good.
she's been really, really fair, like, and not jumping on anybody, you know.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, but
I'm not judging nobody because I don't know anybody to judge anybody.
Very nice.
I'm.
Giving
oh, you're very
I
low.
was
You're
just
very
giving my.
wait. You're very low,
Okay.
Skeptic. You might be a little bit far from the mic. Skeptic's on
Oh,
the panel.
hold on. Can you hear me now, or
Can everyone hear him clearly?
A little better.
Yeah.
hold
Okay.
on? Let me see if I can fix.
Yeah. That's why. I just like.
Super quiet.
Yeah, it's like very low, but.
I'll try to fix it. I think I know what's wrong. Keep going. I just was going to say, Tim, if you can hear me before I fix my
That's
mic.
better.
Don't we have? I mean, isn't Walter, Adrian, whatever his name is, isn't he essentially sort of complicit and enabling of her as well, or am I just
With
wrong?
literally everything, pretty much. Yeah,
pretty much.
He is.
So in that sense, his hands aren't clean, right?
Agreed.
No.
Agreed.
Not at all.
I mean, he might be a victim to her for whatever reasons. But he's not a great actor in this. He's not, telling her to behave or telling her she shouldn't be, doing these horrible things.
Yeah, agreed.
No, he's a dick.
Right. I think he just tolerates her because just from what I've seen, she'll take him to the cleaner.
Mother of his child, and he's probably afraid of divorce or whatever.
Cheaper to keep her.
Right. And I'm not saying he's innocent because I was on here when, listening to what they did to that poor girl that worked at the furniture store. He had just as much part in it as her and her dumb blonde friend.
Yeah, that was fucking awful.
Yeah, that was
Check
horrible.
my volume. Is the volume better now?
Oh, that's way louder. Yeah.
Is it too loud?
I didn't mean to be rude
excuses
to
or
you.
judging any of y'all because I actually I like to listen to you, Big Tim, as well. I subbed up to your channel. I've asked you for your link one time. I listened to you on your channel as well. I was just because in chat I can't type fast enough to put all
You've
that
been
in
really
there.
fair. You've been totally cool.
And I'm
Yeah,
sorry I
I just
interrupted
hope
you.
that-
Oh, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Just because I heard Skeptic in the background and he was low and I didn't.
I think I have a.
No, I'm just
external
hoping
mixer.
that maybe she'll learn, where she's prejudged that Dre McRae and everything, and
She won't learn.
now that she's being called out for her actions, that maybe, just maybe,
I mean, the $1 million question
she'll
is how many?
Wait.
see.
How many?
You're low.
opportunities-
You're low again, Skeptic. I heard $1 million.
Is this better or
Yeah,
is
you're
it too
super
loud?
loud again. There you go.
I'll keep you super. I'd rather have you super loud than super low.
Well, let me see if I can turn down the gain. I have an external mixer. I was just going to say, I think the $1 million question is how many opportunities do you give people? And when, to use Maya Angelou's famous line, when somebody shows you what they're like, believe them. So, I mean, she's got a ridiculously long history of being this way, of exploiting interpersonal problems, of using drama to get sympathy and views. And so it just seems like there is no bottom to the depths that Molly Golightly is willing to go.
And I don't think anybody's arguing that, though.
Attention. No, but I mean, giving her the benefit of the doubt is very generous of you because you said you're new to this space. But she's at least at this point, a chronic bad actor. So I think the reason channels like Queen Bee and others, mine and others exist, is to figure out how to crowd these people out, how to protect the gullible who support them, how to get them off the platform, how to discredit them, because trying to extend an olive branch to them just seems like a fruitless task. And trying to give them the benefit of the doubt anymore, it just doesn't seem justifiable. But I appreciate that, people want to see the potential good in somebody and hope that they'll see the light, but it's just very unlikely that that's going to be the case.
Well, I'm not saying that, because like I said, I haven't been around long enough to know. I'm just saying maybe, just maybe, maybe it will help her see the light. As you said, I don't know. And I'm sure, just from the acting that I've seen of what she does do on here, but maybe this will be enough of a life-changing experience for her that hopefully, I mean, we can pray, we can whatever. I don't know if anybody's, I don't want to say pray.
I don't think Steph is gonna pray.
But
No praying over here.
well, but that's what I'm saying. Whatever anybody thinks. But maybe we can hope that she will, that this will be enough of a life-changing experience for her to understand. Because when you lose, a parent, that's,
I mean, usually I think the
definitely.
way that we talk about these things, like whether it was Ryan Upchurch and his behavior, was I don't think outsiders can really influence them, but you want to hope at least the people that actually do care about them try to, help them become more self-aware of their bad behavior and the harm that it does, and hope that
Yes.
they eventually figure it out. Because I mean, our job is not to become friends with Molly, understand her insecurities or reasons for why
Right.
the way she behaves. And it's not our job to, I mean, I think everybody has some good in them. But the problem is when you're a public figure and you're making money off the public and you're spreading misinformation and behaving immorally and doing great harm, our role as other public figures is to call that behavior out and expose the harm it does and why we shouldn't condone and support and enable it.
Right. And I agree. There you go. I guess you said it all in a nutshell for me. Hopefully, the people that care about her and all that will step in and point it out to her and she'll get some help. I guess, because I've learned, that's what I'm saying. I've learned a lot from y'all, like as far as I've seen her bad behaviors and other people's bad behaviors. So that's all I was saying is, the woman's definitely got some mental issues and
Yeah, and you sound like a very caring, empathetic
problem,
person.
and
We can use that.
Let me say something really quick. Independent thinker, come back up, because I know you don't do many panels, but you got to just kind of get in where you fit in and jump in between people talking. You know what I mean? I feel bad because we didn't really open it up for her, and the lineup kind of got messed up.
Sorry about that. My apologies.
Sometimes it's a lot,
It's a big problem of mine. I have a big mouth. Sometimes I talk too much. That's
I have
the
a bigger
problem.
mouth.
You're really good about opening the panel up for people, though, B-Tim. Also, like when people come up, you say, "Hey, what do you got to say?" You know what I mean? You're good at that. You're pretty good at that.
Tim's
and I think
one of the
that
good
y'all are
eggs.
all.
I suck at it.
I like this channel because everybody, there's no when y'all are up there discussing, nobody criticizes somebody else's opinion and everything. I think that's awesome, and it's great to have lots of people's different opinions and everything.
I mean, one of the things I think too, the problem with what I call the true crime, bad actors ghetto, is that, qualities like mental health problems and narcissism and even sociopathy are rewarded. They're actually a lucrative skill set to have in this space, and that's a bit disturbing.
Yes, it is. It's horrible from what I've seen and observed. So,
being humble and measured with your criticism and sticking to the facts is not a good business model. Hyperbole, drama, false accusations, sensational content, clickbait, that's how you make a name for yourself in this space.
Yeah, I mean that, and some spirit boxes and some tarot cards, and you're trying to contact
well,
that person.
unfortunately, people, people fall for that stuff and all that. Like I said, what I know of her is just from hearing clip channels, and that's why I said I definitely can't, say what she's done in the past and all that. And I don't think that any of it's right, but I just,
when you have
I'll
over
just say
100
prayers for
data
her
points,
mother and everything. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I'll just say, it's horrible. It's just horrible. So.
Yeah, and I think all the decent people in this space, nobody is saying that they're
Yeah.
happy that she's losing her mother. And
Oh no, definitely not. I have not heard that.
what's
I
the
have not
story? I sorry, just to intervene, but it seems like yesterday, wasn't she essentially
No, but it's
speaking
been
about
said
her
that
like
she
in
can't
the
wait for her
past
mom to
tense?
die, which is like pretty shitty.
Yikes. wasn't there sort of like her comment on
Well, I mean,
Patreon was in the past tense as if she'd already passed, but she's still
yeah,
alive? A lot of
yeah,
people were
it was.
criticizing that, right?
Yeah, and then
Tim?
Justin that was done, and then also Justin did a live where the honoring video was in the beginning, and then he strained out, I guess, like some people say that he didn't directly say, like, basically he didn't say like she was not like dead or alive, but he basically said, well, she's in treatment and stuff like that. So it led some people to believe that she passed away, and people were donating based on that. But he never
It
said that
was
she was
really
dead.
clear he was talking about somebody that was in treatment and not dead,
Yeah,
though. Like
exactly, exactly. Thank you, Pappy. It was
it was very clear. Like,
well, it wasn't.
Once he started talking, like, yes, the chat was going on and people were like, oh my God, she's dead. Oh my God, she's dead. Prayer
Yeah,
emojis.
I
Oh my God, oh
mean,
my God. Then when he clicked on and got on the mic, he explained that she is not dead.
yeah,
that
because
she
you have
is
to
in
think,
treatment.
but you have to really think about it this way, Cappy. She basically was on like they look at their information from Patreon. They're getting the information from
Is she
Patreon.
in
They're
palliative care or hospice, or do we know
Well,
the
she
status?
has cancer. It's basically a tumor in the back that says it broke some sort of vertebrae, and now she's that from Justin thing. It says now she has brain cancer as well. I don't know if that was if the condition is one or the other. And the thing is a lot of people. And this is to Cappy. The thing is that people look at her Patreon and then look the vague thing like with the thing, and they jump and they see the memorial in the beginning, and they naturally assume, oh, she has died. And then when he clears it up, obviously, like you said, he clears it up, but people just were naturally assuming that she had died. Now, you can basically sit there and you can say, well, Justin didn't, you can make an argument and say, well, Justin didn't say that Molly Golightly's mom died. You can let's say we just give Justin the benefit of doubt. We say he never did that. He never did that whole memorial. But Molly Golightly led that conclusion with her vague things, what she said. You can
Yeah, but
definitely
people are saying he had a memorial, though. Like when he
had an
pretty much-
honor. Yeah, but people could like listen. I mean, if you see someone that does a montage of someone's life with music in the background, a lot of people naturally assume
After Molly posts, she's gone. I love you 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
I mean, naturally, people are going to assume like what's going on. You see that like just think like you have a blank mind of Molly Golightly. You don't know anything about her past, and you watch her, Cappy, and you look at her Patreon, you see this, and then you see in the beginning of a video, you see a montage of a person's life with music. What would your first thoughts be, honestly?
Before he started talking and explained
Yes.
it, yeah, that she was dead, yeah.
Thank you. And that was the first 6-7 minutes of the video.
Okay, I mean, but people are saying that like he had a memorial when really he turned on his camera and didn't have a memorial.
He had.
Well, I think that it's the overall appearance of it, Cappy, because without him specifying, no, Mama Golightly did not pass, it all lining up with all of it, the overall big picture. I think that we're getting lost for the forest for the trees thing. We need to pull back a bit. The overall big picture makes it appear that Justin was complicit in this fuck shit that Molly just did, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he's complicit in most everything she does, so I get where people would think that. But I would just figure that once he started talking and he didn't say she was gone, that it would no longer be like a memorial, or said to be a memorial.
Right, but the problem is that not enough people clarified that. Because we all saw what the comment section said in Headstones and Headlines video. Oh my God, she's gone. F cancer. This is so sad. My heart breaks. And none of that got, like, you don't see any reclarification of any of that. He could have stopped it.
Well, I mean, here she is right here saying, we were at the truck stop, rushing to New Jersey. I'll get the chance to say goodbye. I hope my sister makes it. Yeah. Like, that's right there saying she's going to tell her mom, give her mom goodbyes.
I mean, and also I just want
to tell her mom goodbye before she dies. That's and she, she said she's gone. Like, genuinely, anybody would think that she died.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would be like, yeah, she's perfectly fine. At least she's dying, or is she passed away? And another thing is that I think Follow Grain just like, because you mentioned what she said before. Follow Grain just mentioned out of emotion, and honestly, she misspoke, and I'm sure she's apologized. She already
Yeah,
apologized.
but many people said it in the chat. I'm not trying, and I'm not trying to like focus on you,
Yeah.
Follow the Grain. Like I'm not trying to like go all
Yeah.
at you. You know what I mean? But you said it. You're like you weren't the only one that said it, and that is correct. And that's why, like, you were the only person that I heard say it on panel. But lots of people in the chat were, implying the same thing.
Unfortunately, people think that the worst of you when you do a lot of bad things, and people think thought the worst, and it's not correct. And I was caught up on that too. But it's basically like you can't really, it's I
The
don't
boy
know.
who cried wolf problem.
Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like that's what people think. Like they just naturally just think that the worst when you do the worst things. Is it right? No. And she apologized, and I apologized too when I said stupid shit. But that's how it is. It is how it is.
I'm sorry. I saw it from Grain's perspective, as she's the person that has actually been in that position, as she lived it for 17 solid days.
Yeah.
And sorry, but I'm going to give Grain a pass on that, because she was speaking from an emotional standpoint of somebody that was in those shoes versus somebody who's faking being in those shoes.
Yeah.
Well, like I've been in those shoes too, though. Like I don't know. So,
but Cappy, that also is the difference in personal. I mean, I totally felt Grain's emotion when she spoke.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
for
you
sure.
speak, I mean, like just like the whole situation with a lot of people, when they speak about emotions, they, sometimes it comes out raw and they get very angry about,
Oh, absolutely.
and I think Grain spoke, and so she's perfectly good. She just spoke out of anger, and I don't think anyone should hold anything against her based on what she said because of that. I think she
Want to be mad at somebody, be mad at me. Don't pick on
or
Grain.
me,
Blame it on
or
Well, no, I'm not
Grace's
trying to
fault.
like I said, I'm not trying to focus on Follow the Grain. Just like that subject of like dismissing any, like it's kind of dismissing any pain that Molly might have. Like we might not like her, we might be biased. Like it, but like I really doubt that it doesn't
get
affect
that,
her at
Cappy.
all. You know what I mean?
In the end, she's, as much as we hate to say it, in the end, she is human.
Even if
she
she
has
clickbaits
basic
the fuck out of
emotions.
it and grifts the fuck out of it, I'm sure it still hurts.
We don't have a DNA test to prove that, actually.
Oh shit! You're gonna get us in trouble now.
Inaccurate. Whistle down butthurt the DNA test.
Oh no, we're gonna have to get Gray
can't.
here. Gray doesn't believe in aliens. He's gonna come in here and he's gonna have to expose you.
Lizard
Skeptic.
people, anyone?
Yeah.
They're behind it all.
Oh
It
shit.
might be. That might be the
Well, I mean,
the answer.
I can't handle the cold, so I might be a lizard person.
Hey, Ellie Bean.
I'm pretty sure you are, Tim. Plus, you're the, what was the running joke the last time I was here? Something about you and farm animals.
What was that?
A possum?
A
The
possum?
possum?
What was
And the
it? Was it
bears.
you had problem? You were teasing
Seven.
possums, or what was the joke?
Yeah, he called the cops on the possum once when he was,
Yeah,
when
right.
he was
That was
younger.
rude.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You can't live that one down, really.
Possum are
Calling
cute
the
with
cops
those
on
big
marsupials.
whiskers.
Listen, it wasn't as bad as people think it is.
Yeah, right. Stop dismissing
Yeah.
your
Come on,
part
just
in it,
own
buddy.
it. Yeah, own it. Own the
Just
possum
own it.
scandal.
You don't like that marsupial tail.
Handle your
I
scandal,
think.
boy. Handle
Yeah.
your
And-
scandal.
I swear,
Make amendments and
Agreed.
do charity work for possum causes.
I swear, I'm probably gonna figure out like Cappy and just put like a possum in the trash and see her reaction when she takes some trash.
I was
Videotape.
smoking on the porch all late at night
Dedicate
2 nights
the
ago,
rest of your
and one
life
crept
to
up on me, and I
possum
thought of you. And it was a really pretty light gray one too. And he was just walking along all innocent like, and I was smoking my cigarette all quietly, and I went, "Oh my god!" And he freaked out and like stood on his back legs like, "Oh my god!" And then he ran away. It was so funny. He was so cute.
That's it, Cappy. I'm going to make you a possum in a box.
Oh, shit.
No, I know when the possums are out and fucking with my trash in the back, like
Yeah.
early in the morning, like I'll walk outside with my husband when he goes to work. And if the crows are squawking, there's either a raccoon or a possum in the back, and they'll squawk until they walk out. I'm not even kidding.
Wow. They call
Every
them
time. It's like clockwork. Anyways.
It's opossum, isn't it? Blank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people spell it. Yeah. Or
And Green,
P-O-S
that's-
or with an O.
And great, that's fine. I can see it from your other viewpoint, and I like I, you said it before I got a chance to let it flip out my mouth. So I feel I don't feel any different. I do feel that in the end this was the '90s con.
What is the
Because
90s
now
con?
Yeah, what is that?
okay,
Yeah.
so 90s con is it's the cast of Saved by the Bell. It's the cast of 90210. It's the cast of one other thing. It's a whole bunch of actors from the
90s
90s
sitcoms.
shows.
Yeah, hit dramas.
Yep, all of that we all grew up on. And it's going on the 17th, 18th, and 19th in Hartford, Connecticut. And
That's
she'd been
when Molly
talking
was a
about going.
groupie
Yep,
and was
yep,
talking
yep.
about having slept with every rock and roll star all at the same time with
Okay. So what
Axl
did she
Rose in the
do?
front of her and
Right.
Duff
So
in the
what did she
back or
do?
whatever.
She showed us all this about having to go to New Jersey because her mama was dying. All that money rolled in. Earlier in the week, she had been fighting with Mallory saying, Justin and I don't have it like that. Yet now, mom's not dying. It was all a misunderstanding. So it's all good now. We can go to 90s Con. And that's where she and Princess are currently at.
You sure it's not 90s con artistry? Because she'd be welcome there.
Well, I
That
mean, that's
sounds
exactly what it
better.
looks like now. It's a 90s actors convention. I mean,
Oh.
they call it 90s Con. Like
That's
Comic Con
It's in
or
Vegas?
a
Or where is it?
no, it's in Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, okay, you said
Oh
Hartford.
my
Yeah,
god! Think of that's the most depressing con I've ever heard of. Like just like looking at all the TV people you see in the '90s grow old, and you're just like sitting there and you're just like, damn, I watched.
You prefer the furries con? Huh?
No, I do not prefer the furry con.
Uh-oh.
Go away
I
from
can
the
see Beach him
con.
being more at Comic
You
Con.
can hang out with
Possum
fellow
furry.
possums.
I've never gone to a con. I just don't. I don't really want to be around people in that settings with these cons. I just don't care. It's not interesting to me. But yeah, I don't want to be overpriced on items to buy. So if I wanted to buy something,
So now looking at it from that perspective, I'm sorry, y'all. I got that all wrong. That was all a misunderstanding. My mom's not gone. It's like, oh, she's just gonna start
oh, if
chemo
she
now.
says that, she's getting so much shit from this panel. Like,
Well,
so
that's
much shit.
essentially what she's saying now, because where is she? She's in Connecticut with Princess.
Wait
She's
a
not
minute.
even in Jersey anymore. She said it in her damn Patreon post when we were reading it this morning.
So
I'm in
okay.
Connecticut with Princess. Why are you
Now
in
it's
Connecticut if your mom's dying in New Jersey?
yeah.
Is your mom in
that's a-
hospice or no? Do you know?
I
She's in
don't know
hospice
that,
care?
Ellie. I don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. That does not look good.
We have good reasons to believe there is a mother and she does have an illness,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, that's legitimate.
Nobody questions that claim, right?
Chase, I'm not be able to talk to you guys very much, but I just wanted to let you know Kathy is up here on panel.
Oh, okay. You're a little bit low. You cutting off in and out, Queen.
Yeah, I'm in a high speed chase, so I'm not gonna be able to chat with you guys right this sec. But
Mel just went live with your Chase Queen. Get
oh,
going, get going,
okay,
get coming.
okay. Shit. Oh my god. Oh fuck. All right.
Pedal to the metal, dude. Pedal to the metal.
Kathy, you're up here with the Fallons. What's up?
Hey, doesn't anybody wonder why Molly hasn't posted any of her videos yet from this 90s con? I mean, that woman is still living in the 90s. She never matured
She's
past
stuck
the
in the
90s.
90s. But yeah, the only thing she's posted is that picture I put up already.
Yeah, exactly. She's not doing it because she knows that her chat.
In that tribute
on the
video, did
verge.
anybody find her fake smile, that repeated fake smile, cringy? You know,
No,
that
she just
forced
had
smile?
she just had her mother throughout her entire life in the montage, like when she was a kid to when she grew up.
Right, but all the pictures of Molly, she had that fake contrived smile in all the pictures. Same smile. It's like a fake
Exactly.
photograph smile.
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna.
That's an
upload
old
the video.
picture, you guys.
That's
Yes,
old.
I get that she put it up today, but we all know that zipper gave out, like the ghost of Lululemon. Like
Lululemon, what
gave
the
up
fuck?
that, gave up the ghost.
The
I gotta
ghost,
remember that one.
the ghost of Lululemon.
Yeah, I gotta remember that one.
Yeah, it doesn't look good that you basically said your mother is very sick at the very least, and then you insinuate she's gone. Justin does an honoring ceremony, let's just say. of the woman's life while she's still struggling with her sickness, and then you run off to go to a 90s
Well, and
con.
it's also in contemporaneously with her recently that begging about how she has no money and she's crying.
Yeah, and then she
can't
gave
go
200
anywhere.
and she gave
can't
$200.
travel.
Yeah, and she gave $200 to a random to a streamer yesterday.
I mean,
And then she's
her
gonna sit
fake
and cry about-
crying and begging for money is so transparent.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I can't. It's just very weird. Like, I know, like, if you had to go to work, I can get it. Like, you know, you have to go to work, and obviously you can't be with your relative while they're sick because you're going to work, and then you can meet them after work. But she's going to 90s con. Like, that's not work. That's just
that's insane. She never had any intentions of not going. That's why Princess was at her house. She had no intentions of going to see her mom. She was leaving that up to Wally Boy and her son.
Yeah, but anyway, that girl says, I would rather people honor me while I'm alive than wait until I'm dead.
Exactly.
Good point. Good point. Good point. With the honoring thing, the honoring video.
It's too bad that Molly's reality TV career didn't take off, because that's really what she's made for.
Yeah.
Now she's just doing it on YouTube.
Yeah, we get to see her reality TV show every day now. We're cursed.
Because that's all she is. She's just a reality TV wannabe.
Yeah, I mean, that's what she was trying to do all her life. And basically now she's a reality TV show on YouTube where she just adds a little, drama, some true crime, she says, and some fake tears. And that's pretty much it. And then she basically airs her entire family's personal history to almost everyone around. That's not good.
I mean, that's the other thing. She's a serious TMI candidate. She's just always giving you, like I said, the drop that I heard of her when she was in the 90s, and she was a groupie, and she slept with, she talked about sleeping with 100 rock stars. I mean, is that really something you boast about in public? I don't know. Maybe you do.
No, I would not boast about that. I don't know. But
being backstage and taking it in the front and the back from the band. That's really something you want to boast about? I don't know. Maybe
I wonder how much of that's true.
Maybe I'm too conservative. But.
Yeah, people pay $300 to make believe they're 15 again. Yeah, I don't know. I never really liked the 90s TV shows, to be honest with you. That's just as a side tangent. I thought most of them were lame, to be honest.
Come on, I lived in Europe for 20 years, and they had no English-speaking programs except for The Bold and the Beautiful and 90210. So I was forced to watch them because at least I understood them. Pity me.
I think the only show I actually thought wasn't lame was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I will say that I watched that stuff a lot, but that's pretty much it. But now seeing the picture of the guy who's named Spike, and he looks like he's aged to like 70. Yeah, it's definitely depressing me now. It's definitely depressing me.
And I'm sure she spent a good bit of money on, because she's got to stay in the best hotel, and on these tickets for her and Princess, because she pays for everything for him, to see a bunch of people that haven't done anything since the 90s that nobody cares about.
Yeah, and you're going to pay you got to pay $50 for a selfie, $50 for an autograph with them, a combo $80, or a Buffy group $300, or so $70.
Do you think they're going to take her backstage and repeat it?
No, I don't think they're that desperate. I think they're
going to have a go at her like the old days.
Yeah, like the old days. And put it on her OnlyFans. No, actually, that's good content for her life coaching for kids.
Well, she stuck the honoring thing on her life coaching for kids.
I noticed that she at least has the decency to turn off all the comments on that channel for some reason. I wonder why.
That's good. I mean, you have.
I think with the kids channel, you can't leave. I think they do shut the comments.
Oh, because it's for kids.
Oh. Yeah, they did that because what happened was years ago on YouTube, a lot of people. This was like a big scandal a couple of years ago. But what they did was they would make up videos. They would re-upload videos. And then they would put like a special word to search on the search parameter, and then the child predators, like the people that are after children, would go after these channels, and then on the bottom in the comment, it would have the timestamp of where you can look at the kid in certain horrible positions. So ever since then, they had to get rid of the comments so that they can't timestamp where to look at kids in videos. And that's affected a lot of the family channels as well. And someone's doing a lot of work in the background. I'm not sure.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, is that
It's
you?
me, and I was waiting for y'all to stop. I was just gonna say I was gonna drop down, and no, I'm not upset with anybody. I was just, like I said, I don't know nothing about the lady other than I think she's crazy and whatever.
I think a lot of
Yeah, I
people
think
would
she's
agree.
very insecure. There's something pathological about Molly's behavior. It's not normal.
Yeah, absolutely not
But she
normal.
makes a good living off it, so it makes it even worse because, as we talk about all the time, then that bad behavior gets reinforced. Like I said before, then these pathological traits become great marketing tactics. When you're doing drama and you're making a spectacle of yourself, you're going to get views, even if it's just people who want to watch the train wreck.
Yeah,
She said she made 170 grand last year, and
That's
I'm
insane.
sure that doesn't include everything that she gets.
Well, that doesn't include her allowance, her $4,000 allowance.
Yeah,
That's insane.
their marriage is an arrangement. He's not afraid of leaving her, that she's going to take him for everything. Everything's in his name. I believe Molly has slipped many times and said they have an agreement. Oh, my neighbor in his lawn care, I'm going to choke him. I'm sorry, guys.
It's fine. It's fine. We're just going to assume that you're being attacked by some device.
My 10 years of university was poorly spent. I should have gone into drama and con artistry.
Yeah, you should have probably just danced in the middle of Vegas just try to do a reality TV show. It's very telling that society, you can go for school for years and you make maybe like $60,000 or you can
we need to take a master class on how to be a scumbag and prey on the gullible.
Yeah, what's up, Queen?
For her and the people that pay her subscribers. Can y'all even hear me?
We hear you
Yeah,
now.
no, we can.
And hey, Queen, I didn't get to say hi.
I was talking to myself for a minute because I'm driving out here, but all in all, she's got subscribers that really, like I said before, they really enjoy her, they like her, they pay money to be friends with her, to be get life coaching advice from her. It's fucking insanity. I don't know why, but whatever, it is what it is. But they also care for, Mama Go Lightly, the one that she's, they care for Molly too. They know that she's hurt. And so of course her subscribers are going to hurt. She, when you're sitting here telling them she's gone. Oh, I'm in New Jersey, so I'm going to at least make it to say my goodbyes. I hope my sister makes it, making it out to be like she's dying, like right now, like the doctors told you guys, get the family up here now. Things are not good. Things took a turn for the worse, and she's not going to make it through the night. You need to be up here to say your goodbyes. Have your family up here. Make sure you guys get here, and everybody has a chance to say what they need to say. To this is the end of the life. Blah blah blah. In reality, she basically went to the fucking emergency room. She got told that she had tumors. That she's already been diagnosed with a stage 4 cancer, so she has that already. They know that, they were aware of that. But she went to the emergency room because her back was hurting and found out that she has a tumor pressing on her spine. So basically, the emergency room more than likely probably either admitted her or either way, they didn't just tell her, Molly, she's dying right now today. She's got a tumor on her back. She's dying right now, right here, right now today. Call the family, get everybody up here. That's how she made it sound. She put the screenshots out like that, or I just showed the screenshots where she said she's gone. Then she's like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna make it. I'm in New Jersey, and I hope my sister gets up here. I hope she makes it." So all of her subscribers are thinking that her mom's gone, like she's on her death, she's dying, like right. You know what I mean? Like
these people make money to get reimbursed for their hotel and travel expenses. So I mean, you have to assume it's a ploy to get donations.
Her hotel, they're sending her money because they feel bad for her. And here she goes and takes the fuck off, and her and Princess are over here partying their asses off in Philly, like not giving a goddamn.
It would be a good show of faith for these people is to say, I'm not accepting any donations on the back of my sick mother. Don't send me any money. I'll send it all back.
No, that's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
That's a perfect wish. I would love that happened.
But you can imagine, because some people do that, right? They say like, please, help me with my channel. But then there are
Right.
certain causes that you do where you say, please, I don't want any money for this. This is something out of principle, or it's not related to my channel,
Well,
or something like that.
do not
That's
put
what
me on
honest
YouTube.
people do.
I don't want to be on YouTube. I do not want I do not want to be broadcasted on YouTube on your show. Don't put me on here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be talking about that on my channel, but that's
That's what her
private.
mother said.
If her mom was okay with it, then okay, do your thing, whatever. You know what I mean? That's your channel. You do whatever you want to do on it. But your mom already said vocally to everybody heard it because she makes phone calls and talks to people. That's another thing too is she her family called to give her an update on her mom, and what does she do? Speaker phones it and then make sure her mic is unmuted so everybody can hear the entire conversation between her and her sister in regards to her mother's health care, like
Yeah,
health.
that's not normal.
You know what I'm
See, I
saying?
was under
Personal.
the. Oh, sorry, Queen.
No, it's all right. Go ahead, baby. I didn't fuck. I'm sure I'm probably sounding terrible because I'm in the car, so it's probably loud and annoying and stuff on me. I'm sorry.
Is that
You
is
sound
that
good.
is that a siren in the
No, it sounds
background? Is that like screaming? Get down!
Yeah,
Or something?
I already chased him down there. I already got away. I'm that good.
All right, cool.
She's driving to 90s Con right now with
That's right. I'm
heavy
shit.
machinery.
The 90s.
Molly's dinner date.
You could get a.
Hey, Chang Chang, baby, I'm here. What's happening? Because they make it. They said in Laura's chat, she lets people come in there and talk about I'm a murderer, and I send people out to do hits on people, and I send my brothers out to their house and send my I'm El Chapo, the gangsta Giselle Blanco.
Hey,
Damn,
can
you're
you
busy.
do I
Going to
get
hang out with
discount on
Jason
services?
Priestley.
Yeah, I know her in real life. I'm like, oh fuck. If you knew me in real life, you wouldn't be saying half the shit you're saying then.
I'll get to YouTube stories.
So be fucking scared. You understand me?
YouTube
You better
streets
be
are not
scared.
to be gotten.
I'm coming for you.
I'm terrified. I'm
Molly
terrified.
thinks everybody should be so terrified of Wally Boy. But yeah, okay.
She's also the Truman Show.
I
All
don't
these
know why
people.
everybody's scared of her and just don't know. Cause I'm a bad bitch. That's why Mark. Anyhow, what you been up to, Skeptic? How you been doing, man?
Whatever. I'm tired of this shit. I've said all I have to say. Just coming to hang out with you guys, but I haven't made videos and trying to sell my house, and it's all just so annoying. You find some motivation, you want to fight it, and then I think we all have our lows where you just go, fuck this noise. It's always going to be like this. There's nothing you can do to have any impact, and it's frustrating.
Oh, well, you do get impact. Dolly's gotten demonetized on his channel, and now he's got to tell everyone to say nice words and not speak about it. And so he could be remonetized. And now they're only they can't even talk about their old conditions about their lives. They he's like, you can't talk about your medical conditions while you're on this live, guys. We have to keep it PG-13, guys, so I can get remonetization on this channel. And then you got, House of Williams going to war with them, and the whole heels on the ground is literally just two people.
Lay with dogs, get fleas.
Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, I think it just goes. It's just a slow process. I mean, it's a very slow process, but unfortunately, it takes a while. I mean,
it's just you put out one fire, and then there's 100 new ones, and until these people get hit in the pocketbook, they don't change.
Yeah.
And even when they do get hit in the pocketbook or they get their channel demonetized, they'll move to TikTok and then they'll start a new grift like that. What's that one? What's that other channel that was recently discovered again on TikTok? That other meth head. What's her name?
You got to be more specific with that.
I know, because there are more than one.
That doesn't help us that much.
Fabricating, or what was it? Fabricating Lies, or what's the name of the channel?
Okay, I haven't heard that. What's
it's not Fabricating Lies. It's oh, I don't remember the channel, whatever, just another one of the who had started a grift and raised a bunch of money on the backs of her followers, and then she kept all the money, and I think she had to pay somebody back. Anyway,
Sounds like
whatever.
the usual you hear.
Yeah, it's just a common profile, right? There's more than one person like that.
Yeah,
But
like-
anyway, the point is, you don't really shut these people down. They come back in another form or with another account. I mean, like Ernie, he disappears and comes back in 47 new incarnations.
Yeah, true, but like you could say that about anything. Like you could say, like, let's say your immune system fights off diseases, but there's always going to be diseases. Do you stop the immune system, or you just keep on going, type of deal?
Well, yeah, I mean, we always have to fight good causes, otherwise we all just become complacent and complicit in bad behavior. It's just frustrating. We just have our moments where sometimes you want to fight, and you have to choose your battles and decide which battles are right for you, and yeah, and we have moments of getting frustrated and deciding if we want to be in the trenches and fight certain wars or not. In relation to me, I haven't been wanting to make videos because I'm sort of tired of the drama.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be drama. Drama's everything.
Yeah.
I think everything has a bit of drama because you're dealing with you're attacking these people's pocketbooks. So if you think you're just going to fight them with just pure like logic and reason without a little bit of like a little drama, good luck with that. That's not going to happen. These people are going to fight tooth and nail, and that's how it is, unfortunately. But you just got to do it. I mean, like that's how I see it.
I see it as choosing your battle. So I think you have to go after the more consequential stuff. The petty stuff, whatever. That's always there. But I think fighting the bigger fires is a worthy cause.
Yeah.
So obviously, I think Molly is horrendously dangerous, and Betty Bullhorn and all these other channels, and the fact that they are grifting and taking money from probably otherwise decent people. I mean, I think a lot of these followers are just as deceitful and evil and sadistic as some of the channel followers. That's why they like them. But others are just misguided and misinformed, and they see these people as strong characters fighting the good fight, and they're not smart enough to realize that they've joined a club that's got a bad actor in charge.
Yeah, and it's very easy sometimes to get into kind of the mean girl type of spirit. You saw it a little bit here. I mean, like sometimes you just get into it a little bit.
My inner mean girl comes out so quick.
Well, sometimes mean girl qualities are useful.
Yeah, it could be useful. You just kind of like have to make sure you don't just dive too deep into it. And sometimes you need someone to just like hit you with like a cold bottle of water to just wake you the fuck up.
And
also there should be limits to what you're willing to do when, for example, fighting bad acting. And like we should all have our limits. Like we all promote here. No doxing, no going in real life. I mean, unless you have very good reason to believe somebody's committed a crime, in which case you should call the police. But other than that, keep it on YouTube and just address the behavior and make arguments. And so that's what I think happens, is that a lot of this gets to us.
Mhm.
And then there's the old line about be careful. I forget what the quote is, but
beware that when you're fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster.
Correct. So, and that's a difficult river to navigate when you're in these spaces. And I think a lot of people have succumbed to that. They get so riled up and they develop such thick skin that then they can also engage in their own bad acting, which only makes it all worse. So I think we need to stand our ground, fight the good fight, but then not be willing to go beyond certain limits so we can differentiate ourselves from bad actors. Otherwise, then you just get in a he said, she said. Well, that person did that to me, that person did that to me. Both acts are bad, and it's impossible to differentiate who's on the right.
Yeah. And I think that was what the earlier conversation was about with that girl. She basically was like saying, like, listen, you're going down a slippery slope. And Cappa was basically saying that and kind of reeled it back a little bit. And that's a good thing.
Yeah. And obviously empathy is always good, trying to care about these human beings, because even though I was joking that we don't have a DNA test, they are human. So to the extent that there are people that can still have compassion and empathy and try to reach out and reason with them, you need that too. I have no desire to reach out and become friends with these people and try to reach them intimately. So I just address their public claims.
Hey, Lisa, welcome.
Welcome, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa. BTM, what do you think about this third-party raffle that Bullhorn Strangler's doing?
The raffle that's going, I saw it down the rabbit hole. Isn't it like illegal to do that?
That's
like
a violation of terms of service.
Yeah.
You can't do a raffle on your channel.
But she's doing it on another platform, right?
Yeah, but it's still it can get your channel deleted if YouTube kind of like pays attention. I don't know why
Earth
she's doing
posted
that.
the rules and regulations for that, and Betty's broke them. And Betty herself even said that YouTube told her she cannot post it at all on YouTube. So while she's sitting there telling everybody about it, she's showing it, posting it on her live.
Yeah, I mean, she's going down a slippery slope. She's probably going to get hit with a ban if she gets caught. Also, like, what is the raffle particularly like?
It's
what is
for
she...
Heels on the Ground, so they can pay for their trips to the Vallow trial, stuff like to go to the scenes that they claim they go to for their protesting and to help get people caught and to give everybody evidence.
Does Betty Bullhorn have a sniper rifle on her Amazon wish list yet?
That's next week.
She's got a machete.
Yeah, machete. That'll do it.
She already got those machetes and the snake boots and the spy pens and all that stuff.
But yeah, she didn't wear them when she's walking. She lives in Florida. She's walking through the woods, the swampy areas down here, and
those would have been fitting to wear at that time. Those machetes would have come in useful, wouldn't they?
So would the snake bite boots, because there's snakes everywhere down here. I've had pygmy rattles in my mailbox.
I've been playing a zombie game, Tim, so she could use that machete if there's a zombie apocalypse in Florida. And you could argue there already is a zombie apocalypse.
It's Florida. Everyone's probably having like.
I know. I live here. I have my house boarded up.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think she's probably gonna get in trouble with that. I mean, like the thing also is like, what's the prize?
T-shirts and sweatshirts with other people's sayings, like
a romantic,
no justice, no peace, stuff like that. Other people's
Betty.
sayings that they're having put on the T-shirts and the sweatshirts. So they're probably going to get copyrighted for that too, because these are copyrighted sayings by other people.
How much is it to get into the raffle?
$1 to $5.
I'll buy a ticket if it's like a mud fighting contest between Molly and Betty.
Well,
now that I paid for.
I think a lot of people would pay for that. I think we would live stream it here.
With possum.
With a possum, we'll throw a possum as like in the middle.
Yeah, I'll go challenge her if y'all are gonna pay for it. Yeah. I'll go fight them both. I'll go mud wrestle both of them.
That'd be awesome. I'd pay to see that. I think you'd be the highlight of YouTube for weeks because everybody'd be streaming that.
Or how about like that Jake Paul guy, that celebrity boxer?
Yeah.
How about him? He should take on Molly.
Yeah, we don't want to kill Molly because that's not good. That guy would kill me with a good punch. That guy is buffed and trains like boxing like every day, basically. So we have to make someone who can actually have a chance.
From his YouTube revenue, he gets private training from ex-retired boxers.
Yeah, that guy, but he's making so much money, it's ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
But he's gonna get sued soon. Did you because I saw that the $1 billion lawsuit that's gonna hit all the financial influencers on YouTube.
Is that the same one that was that videotaped in that suicide forest in Japan, or is that his brother? I always forget.
Logan is the suicide one. Jake is the other brother that does other.
He's the one that just fought and lost, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But they basically they all did crypto scams and did financial instruments. Right. And there's like a lawsuit now going after all the YouTube channels that advertise.
Steven Seagal did that too.
Yeah.
I was watching some Steven Seagal videos. What a weirdo.
Yeah. So FTX.
He is a weirdo.
Yeah. FTX basically advertised with these channels, and they even like paid for like sponsorships for podcasts. And now they're a part of a $1 billion civil lawsuit against them.
Class action or
Yeah, it's a class action, and it's against all these content creators that advertised it and got paid it, and they're part of the $1
Yeah,
billion
I've heard of
lawsuit.
the big scandal. A lot of celebrity spokespersons.
Yeah, be careful who your spokesperson of. Like you might have gotten a lot of money, but you might get sued. But it's a big one. That's hitting YouTube hard. That's gonna be scary for a lot of people. Because they were basically in the fine line of basically saying like, we're not really giving financial advice, but we're really giving you financial advice and tell you the
Right.
stocks to pick and how to make
As an
money.
economist, I've been watching that. It was always so obviously a Ponzi scheme, with you get enough big players that are pushing crypto, and then you get that exuberant optimism where then everybody thinks crypto is going to keep going up, and it's just the greater fool theory. Keep getting dumb people downstream that have the what's it called, fear of missing out, FOMO.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much that's the whole thing.
FOMO.
Yeah, FOMO.
FOMO, sorry, yeah.
I mean, like the ignorant person speculated on the crypto based on like that exactly how you said it, like greater fool theory. But there's people that actually like thought about like what can this be used for as transference of money through country to country, because you have to deal
what's
with
it called? Something chain,
blockchain. The blockchain.
Sorry,
and
what?
also
Say it
like
again?
the
Yeah,
blockchain, and also you have
technology.
the ledger. Yeah, and the ledger.
Yeah.
Because the whole what would make it very good if they actually fixed it and made it cheaper is that basically, you have to pay payment, like you have to pay a bank for processing fees if you send it from state to state or person to person or
Right,
from
it's to be
one
regulated.
country. Yeah, if you got to, you got to pay like a larger and larger fee. And the whole idea was that you could just scan with your barcode and just transfer that money immediately, instantaneously, with very little fees.
It's just become a libertarian utopic idea as well. So
yeah, I mean,
the anti-establishment people want to take, monetary policy away from states, and as an economist, there are consequences for unregulated currency as well.
Well, the problem is it's not a currency unless you have an exchange. So unless you can exchange that for dollars, because the federal
and also it's backed by hot air, and you can't impose any sort of policy. So how do you deal with something like inflation
or what was happening is that a lot of people were using they were doing like one-to-one trade for certain for cryptocurrencies. Like it was got to be like a one-to-one, like the dollar. But the problem is that they would pump up more than what they had backing it. So supposedly the cryptocurrency was supposed to
not
back
collateralized, because national currencies are backed by the credibility and the national reserve of a sovereign nation, unlike cryptocurrency. So I mean, again, as an economist, there are 1,000,001 reasons why we should be skeptical. Not that blockchain technology might not be useful, and that we might want to adopt it as a international monetary system, but the system that it is today is mostly used for scammers and ambitious opportunists that are willing to set up a company and take people's investments and charge some sort of commission or fee.
And FTX has the issue because FTX took everyone's money that was supposed to be deposited and lent it to and gave them, I basically lent that money to his trading company that would trade and speculate, and basically lost everyone's money. And that's basically what happened. And then replaced it with his fake currency.
With economic chats, so I'm sure people want.
I'm sure people are riveted. I mean, like last time I talked about Elon Musk for like 25 minutes.
I could do that too. I usually cover those topics on my other platform.
And just
all about the drama and the bad acting.
Yeah, just randomly, some guy just jumped up, and we were just talking about, and we found out that he's kind of like a celebrity. I think it was like 3 Foot Dave or something like that, or Frank. What was it?
3 Foot Fred.
3 Foot Fred. And we found out it was 3 Foot Fred, and we were just having like everyone was like shocked because it was just a random conversation. So sometimes they bring up maybe Elon Musk will jump up. I never seen one of those. You never seen one of those? Oh, I don't know. But anyway, getting back to the conversation before more people leave and decide to watch something else. But
we can talk economic theory on my channel any day you want, but we'll bore the fuck out of people.
It was longer than 25 minutes. Yeah, it was longer than 25 minutes. I think I was showing clips of how terrible the guy was. I just didn't like him. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is sketchy. But what do you think of like Mallory? Do you think Mallory has a chance of redemption? Do you think she has a chance of? Okay.
No.
That was a quick one.
Absolutely not.
You might have come in here and thrown $10, but no.
I don't think she's as horrible a human being as Betty or as Molly, but she's still in the same class and willing to succumb to the same low standards to get attention on the internet and make money.
That was so definitive no. It was like the quickest no. That even came faster than you can think. It's just like a natural reaction. No.
Because I do think that you need to differentiate. Because again, one of the interesting things here is that most of the people in this space, or at least a lot of people in this space, have compassion. So a lot of people try to justify people's behavior, and a lot of people think certain bad actors are not bad actors at all. And I think that's the big problem we have all together as a group, is to try to be able to, because one of the things I was thinking about maybe going live tonight is talking about the problem of proportionality. So when you call out somebody for bad acting, you can expect that they and their loyal followers will retaliate against you. And the question is what they're willing to retaliate, their methods. So are they going to address the claims that you've made? So if you're using evidence and reason and you're showing that what they did causes direct harm, and all they do is ad hominem you and accuse you of being a pedo or a whatever, something
usual.
like that, just typical logical fallacies. Or then they go in real life with you and dox you and all that. We have a proportionality problem here, where I called you out for something you did in public. I have evidence and good reasons to suggest that what you're doing is harming real life people. And then all you have for me is to then retaliate, completely disproportionately. And so then you get these he said, she said, where then everybody's just fighting and people just say, this is just drama. No, the original criticism was justifiable and valid. And so many people in this space, they can't differentiate between harmful behavior and just interpersonal shit, just calling each other assholes and fuck you and I don't like you. I don't care about that stuff. I mean, do you care about the interpersonal stuff? I don't.
No,
I care about harmful shit, like real life harmful shit, and especially when you're involved in true crime, open cases. That's consequential. It's not just drama.
Yeah, and I also think with House of Williams, it's like a lot of people see them fighting Molly, and they just kind of get like, oh, she's attacking someone we don't like, so people kind of like are less critical of her.
It's the tribal stuff, because you talked about we're all biased, but some positions are justifiable and some are not. So some are more objectively true and others are not.
Yeah.
And people then fall into this relativism trap where you just say this is just human beings not liking each other, but it's tribal warfare, and it's one side is completely on the wrong and the other side is justifiable. But then again, then people lose their shit and then they do unjustifiable things, and now trying to unwind and parse what the truth is here and what we should be focusing on becomes impossible. And that's also why the bad actors are so good at what they do. They distract their followers and they change the topic, and then they misdirect everyone so that the attention on their bad acts becomes diluted and people don't hold them to account.
Yeah, because people get lost in
in the noise.
Yeah.
My opinion on Mallory is Mallory knew what she was doing. Mallory did this on purpose. She brought it to YouTube when she should have went to Molly. She's calling out Molly all of a sudden, but this behavior and treatment and comments from Molly has been going on all along. It came out when it suited her. She's looking pretty bad because of the summer wells and the hospital crap, and Dylan attacking that girl Dylan from the Idaho 4, one of the survivors. Mallory knew what she was doing. She knew that
she slept with dogs for attention and for more views, and she had to deal with the consequences. I mean, it seems pretty obvious, right?
And a lot of people are giving her a pass. You're right.
Yeah,
and I don't, because
I don't give her a pass.
No pass.
And I don't even believe in the drama that he said she said with who started what and who's to blame. They're both bad actors, and oh wow, what a surprise! Bad actors fall out with each other. That happens, cyclically every 2 weeks in this space. It's one of the common trademarks of this space is bad actors find moments when they share mutual interests, and then they buddy up again, and they combine forces and combine tribes, and then they have a falling out, and all of that works to their benefit in all cases. So when they're fighting with each other, that's drama, that's views, and then when they're allying, that's also adding to their clout and attention and publicity. So this is a win-win for all these people. And
Mallory's views have went through the roof. She was getting
Oh yeah.
You know, between 1,500 to 2,500 a view. Now she's getting 7,000
Yeah, it's
just
insane
overnight from this with Molly.
for being a poor comedian.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I actually laughed at was basically the rice-a-roni thing. That was hilarious, actually. That was probably the best
Taking
comeback
cheap
I've seen.
I must have missed the rice-a-roni.
Okay, so the whole story is that the whole dinner started, like the whole reason why they went out for dinner was because while Mallory was at Molly's house, Molly tried to cook rice-a-roni through a microwave or some shit, and tried to cook rice-a-roni. She burnt it, fucked it up. They had to go out for dinner. Oh, the rest is history with the whole Mallory had to pay for the dinner and everything. But what happened is a reply to Molly, House of Williams does a 5-minute tutorial how to cook rice-a-roni and just talks about cooking rice-a-roni as a reply, which is kind of funny.
It's pretty funny. So Molly's not a competent homemaker.
No, she was trying to make rice-a-roni in a microwave oven.
Who the hell makes rice-a-roni in the microwave? It has to be
Or
fried
Walter.
on the stovetop.
So you don't see Walter saying get in the kitchen barefoot and make me a sandwich?
No. He'd be making her a sandwich.
I was going to say I think she wears the pants, right?
I don't know, but
She DoorDash.
I'm gonna hop down because I need to get some crafting done.
I do too. I gotta go tend to my kiddos. But thanks for having me up, guys. I appreciate it.
Cool.
Nice
Have a good
talking with
afternoon,
you.
guys.
You
Have
too.
a good weekend.
You have a good one.
Tim, since I haven't been around for a while, did you guys talk about also the Anton article and and having JLR up and these whatever
we talked
new
about,
new wave channels, giving platform to these bad actors and just not caring whether it's McDonough or JLR or Betty Bullhorn or any of the cast.
Well, I mean, like with JLR, he went to Court TV and got that softball interview with the whole thing.
Yeah.
But apparently, Dietz made a great. Did you see Dietz's video?
I think I did actually.
Okay, so he didn't like that.
She did the best. Actually, I was going to say she probably did one of the best JLR videos. I mean, there's plenty of JLR exposed videos, but
really
that one I
didn't-
thought was pretty comprehensive, and she didn't seem to give a fuck about the backlash because I'm sure he came back because he's
Oh yeah.
unscrupulous.
Well, what
That
happened
fucker
was he found out. He thought he doxed the wrong person, a friend of hers.
Right.
And then basically, showed her information, said her name, and then tried to blackmail her to get the information of Dietz, and then, the shitstorm occurred. Then they did a lot. She did her live. Basically, confronting him, and then we did a live, basically showing the video how much of a piece of shit he is. Then the Glare basically tries to defend her Dietz as well, and then he doxes the Glare about his past criminal past.
Oh yikes! Yeah, I mean, I JLR came after me and doxed me too. So that's what this guy does. He learned his trade in prison, apparently, figuring out how to do internet research and find goods on anybody, and that's why he's such a horrific bad actor.
Yeah, that's why everyone keeps on saying, like, why don't you show your face? Why don't you show your face? I'm like, no, you can.
JLR needs to be back in jail and under psychiatric control where he belongs.
Yeah, he needs to go, but he needs to go to jail. His channel needs to be deleted. But a lot of people's channels need to be deleted.
Oh yeah, and when you see the JLR followers again, there's just it's so shocking to see how many people will continue to support these people and forgive past transgressions. So they'll say JLR brings the evidence and he's paid his due to society and all that. It's like, how do you not see the pattern? This guy admits again he's a troll. Molly admits she's an actress.
Well, I think
these people all admit to you who they are, that they have no principle. They're not interested in what they're doing. They're just doing it because it's a niche to make money and get some views. And it's just the followers again. It's always the problem again. You don't get the monster without the enablers.
Yeah, and also apparently he tried to dox Chronicles of the Shady because trying to track his IP address and it didn't work. So he didn't like him as well.
So he doxed the Glare, huh? What was his, if you don't mind me asking, what was the past?
Basically, some sort of domestic, it was something that was revealed 2 years ago. And it was basically like a domestic dispute situation. He had like a lot of misinformation about the actual facts about the Claire, kind of cleared it up. You can watch.
One of the problems I think with this space is if you want to be a credible content creator and you're going to go after people, I think you need to recognize you probably want to come clean because somebody's going to dig that up, and you're probably better off, preempting that and letting people know in advance. Did he do that?
He did that. He was exposed about that.
I get along with the Glare, and I think he's been doing, good work. He seems to make good arguments against bad acting. I don't know about his past, and I've not watched any of his content, but in the recent past, it seems like he's going after the right people and making the right argument, right?
Yeah,
that's
pretty much
my position.
Yeah, he's got some skeletons in the closet, but he went public with what he did in the past without.
Well, that's good. I mean, you have to own it because it's going to come up. I mean, we're lucky. I think you're like me. I have a squeaky clean past, so that you got nothing on me. They come up with, I'm an accountant, which is not even true, but that's the best they could dig up on me.
Yeah, and JLR lied on his post as well about the guy, and also he proceeded to he named the Claire as one of his kids. In his post, named the full name of the kid. It was really fucked up, and everyone disavowed him being like that. Because even if you don't like the Glare, you got to say what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. You can't be saying the guy's kid.
Well, right,
stuff like that.
That's why I talked about the proportionality thing, and that's how you can tell the bad actors is that they there's no depths to which they won't go to try to defend their nest egg, their livelihood. So, Glare is either making good arguments or he's not. He's either got evidence or he doesn't. And if you can't respond to those arguments, then you have to go after him or his family or his kids. That should show your character.
Yeah, I mean, this week, so the Glare is more, but he didn't deserve it. Yeah, pretty much, Cappy. And who's on the panel is
I just popped up.
Skeptic. Is Skeptic, by the way. Hi, Ellie. What's up?
Hi, Ellie.
Guys, how's it going?
I always love Ellie. She's so sweet and calm and rational.
Wait for a quick second, but somebody said, "Who's the fellow with the deep voice?" And I was like, "Well, shit, let me drop the screen. I forgot it was even up."
Okay, we gotta hide the special guest.
I've been here before.
I know. I'm just saying special. Some people don't know the voice.
I feel some camaraderie with you guys. You guys cover, you share a lot of my values, and you guys cover a lot of the same bad acting that prompted me to come here, and so I feel it.
I love having you here. I like having you know what though, I think you guys, everybody brings something different to the hive, and I really appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I do.
Totally. So many different opinions, and
I love it. We all have stuff in common, but we're not all identically the same. We can have different views and ideas, and it's.
That's why your platform's really value added, Queen, because I think your values are in the right place. You try to provide an open platform. I have no interest in providing an open platform because that comes with all sorts of downside risk. So I imagine that's you have to deal with the fallout from having a big open panel. But if it does allow for different voices, and you provide a platform even for the bad actors if they want to come up and defend themselves and put themselves in the firing line, and
that's the thing.
We need that.
Lincoln came up today, I would have allowed her to come up here, and I know a lot of people would have probably been upset by that, but I allow anybody that we talk about, review, go over the tragedy of them. I've told all of them, if they ever want to click that link, feel free. I would love to talk to them. I have questions for Mallory as well. You know what I'm saying? But it's completely up to her whether she feels comfortable enough to click that link. But I will allow them to come up here. I've only told one person that he's not allowed to come up here, and that's it.
Jimmy Con.
Jimmy Crack Cone, yeah, he's not allowed up here because he doxes people and does all kinds of stupid shit, and I'm not gonna. Hell no.
I mean, my problem with providing an open platform is I'm not going to allow alley brawls on my channel for dramatic content. If it's going to be a fair, reasonable conversation and rational, and people are willing to come up and play by those rules, then anybody is welcome. I just don't have a reasonable expectation that these bad actors would ever play by those rules.
I mean, you'd be surprised. We had a good conversation with Penny Pumpernickel in the Hive thing. She was like, she's basically.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it's impossible. I have lower expectations. That's why I said I think Queen Bee provides a really useful platform, because that's the nature of this platform. It's just not mine. But we need more. We need lots of different ways to go after the plethora of problems in this space. Takes all kinds
Yeah.
and different approaches. I mean, there's a lot of clip channels and a lot of roasting channels that do some good work, and then sometimes they might make some content or support somebody that I equally think is a bad actor. And when I first came up here, that was one of the delicate topics: is how do you breach the conversation when you generally have some agreement on some bad actors and some bad acting, but then we're not calling out the same scale of bad acting in these other people.
Yeah.
And so we're never going to find perfect agreement on these things. And so you have to find a little, a bit of tolerance to say, okay, well, at least if we're at least going after some bad actors, that's good.
Also, you have to be careful about you got to have your facts straight with these people if you actually go to show. And if you don't, you can actually kind of do opposite. You can actually make them sound credible and good to your audience if you don't have the actual facts to support that.
Exactly.
So,
And if you use, if you're caught out with misinformation or making bad arguments, then you dilute the case. That's why I have a vested interest that, if other people are going after my bad actors, the people that I focus on, then please, make good arguments and bring evidence, because you weaken our case if you're spreading false information against them.
yeah. I mean, like, for instance, Queen did a good job with that woman, Van Life. This woman stole someone's actual animation on the Murdoch, how the Murdoch crime actually happened.
And
with
the Idaho, too.
And the Idaho case. Then she stole it from that content creator on TikTok, put it on her YouTube channel, just put it on, took off the watermark, and then struck, when that woman actually from TikTok tried to make a YouTube channel, struck her channel, the original person that
For her
created it,
content.
Yeah.
and then also struck Queen's channel for putting that up when Queen asked that woman
And a few
permission,
others as well.
and a few others. And
Yeah.
now
Can you believe
she's
that shit? Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that's why, I mean, I hate to be the one to have to say it, but some roasters are bad actors too. And, you can have roasters that sometimes go after the right people for the right reasons. And sometimes they're also in it for the money and for the attention. And so, we can also be skeptical of roasters. Because,
Yeah.
not all roasting is equal.
It's true. Yeah. You have to like pick and choose. And there's like a gray area of like, where it becomes something
Right.
more than it should be.
That's why consistency is important. What are the values that we're for, and what are the principles we stand for, and what are the things that we just simply will not do.
Yeah. Like plagiarism, I think, is a big one.
Yeah. and spreading false allegations, because then you're no better than they
Yes.
are.
Those two are huge. Yeah.
Unsupervised Manic has a question. Serious question. Do we forgive someone for some really disgusting past behavior because their public face changed?
Not if you have reason to believe that prior behavior is still operative and in their current behavior. That's the problem. I mean, even like the Chris McDonoughs of this world, and a lot of these people in true crime will use the famous line of prior behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. So a lot of people like to use the compassionate value of forgiveness, and forgiveness is wonderful, and giving people a second chance. And I agree with that value. The problem is when somebody has a chronic past of con artistry and dishonesty and deception and deceitful tactics, and you have good reason to believe that they're employing those same tactics in their new grift today, you shouldn't be giving them a pass, and that past then is relevant. So, how do you figure out when somebody has truly redeemed themselves and seen the light and become a better person? Well, if somebody's, 42, 43, 45 years old, even 35, and, their bad behavior is only a couple years behind them, and, goes back for 20, 30 years, I mean, you probably shouldn't be presuming that they've seen the light and they're now a good actor. I mean, that's why, how many chances do you give somebody?
So there's no redemption for Chris McDonough then, huh?
Well, that's I
I'm
mean, and we
joking.
all we all have to figure these things out because you don't
Yeah.
want to give up on the value of forgiveness and giving people second chances. That's a worthwhile
Not up to us, really.
value. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, bad actors have found that bad acting has been the only way that they can get ahead in this
Yeah.
world, and so if they don't have any marketable skills and they're not intelligent and they're not necessarily moral and reasonable, then they're going to use what has worked for them before, the grift and the bad acting,
Yeah.
because they understand that you can con people. They're honest, naive, sweet people out here who can be easily conned by just being nice to them for a little
Oh,
while. Especially
definitely.
in your with your public persona. You're up there saying, "Hi everyone, great to see you, love you." You call them out by name, you say nice things, you remember their names, you remember,
Yeah.
you ask them about how their day has been, and you ingratiate yourselves to them, and then now you have them in your clan, in your tribe, and they feel a certain loyalty to you, and then
Mhm.
you can start spinning your yarn and getting them to believe your narrative,
Yeah.
which is for less than honest intentions.
Yeah, so basically, my preference in that is usually time and what they've done in the
Yeah,
time period, basically.
yeah,
Yeah.
If you suddenly just get in a fight with another content creator I don't like, I'm not going to be like, well, this person's redeemed. Don't like the whole Mallory thing. Like, there's people that
Yeah.
are like literally like completely changing their opinion of this person 180, but they forget the fact that this person has done terrible things, and
exactly.
also, and
Bad
it's like,
memory. They don't have
Yeah,
good
you can say
long-term
whatever.
memory.
I think Molly was more wrong in
yeah,
their stupid breakup, but that doesn't forgive what Mallory did a week ago.
Don't you think that's what Mallory's trying to do too? Like
I'm
get
sure.
those people on her side?
I'm
It's like
sure
this
because that's there's a million different grifts, but one is a pity play, a sympathy
pity play.
play,
It's a pity play.
a victim play. They all
Victim play.
use different
Totally.
tactics, and victim and sympathy plays are great for attention. So if you've been wronged, you just milk that
She
for all
loves
it.
it. I feel
Oh
like she
yeah,
even said, I got all these new people. Thank you guys for the last few
yeah.
days. Like it's working.
As soon as somebody says something like "Thanks for giving me all the views," even if they're hate views, I
Hmm.
sort of that tells me something about their character. I wouldn't
yeah.
Yeah.
say that. I
Hmm.
I
mean,
mean, who
for me,
wants
yeah. Who
hate
says
views?
something like
Ugh.
"Thanks
Yeah.
for giving me the views"? It just, I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't say that and be,
Yeah.
just tongue in cheek, but there's something transparent when people say that, because then it suggests that their intent is really just all about getting views, however
Exactly.
they come.
People tell you what they're thinking all the
Right.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I said, a lot of these people, Molly and JLR, you have them on audio telling you what their approach to life is.
Yeah.
Molly will, on video saying, "Oh, so you didn't like my acting there?" I mean, she'll tell you that this is all an act.
Yeah.
She tells you by her past, you know, gigs that she was doing, that this was always about just getting publicity and all about reality TV and getting attention and
Because
social
that's what that's
media
based
influence.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Hmm.
JLR talks about on I think it was in Deets in the Street video, talking about how he lied and fabricated stories on the spot in order to get what he wants, and how trolling, he recognized, became a thing that he could benefit from.
He
So
loved it. Yeah.
he thrives in that trolling persona, and he gets his
Totally.
kicks out of it. So I mean, there's
Just
something
switches
wrong with that guy.
mediums. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
From
I mean,
lawsuits
there's something
to
wrong with Molly. There's something wrong with Betty. There's something wrong with JLR. These people are not healthy individuals. I mean, I'd prefer that they get out of the public limelight, find another job, and get therapy. But there's no expectation that they're going to do that. They're going to continue to grift, because the way I've described it is, before social media and the internet, these people were pool hall con artists.
oh yeah.
They were multi-level marketing con artists. They were Ponzi scheme con artists. They're kite surfers. What do you call them? Check kiting frauds, and
Hmm.
all that just used
Washing
to be
checks. Hmm.
street con artists now have a new platform with social media. All they need is internet and a phone and a bit of acting skill and charisma, and they can get a following and make money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very successful. I mean, look at Dolly. Literally was
Well,
working
exactly.
at 7-Eleven, and now he's
Yeah,
making
exactly.
$10,000
Right.
probably a month on soap deals.
I was talking about yesterday as an economist. I'm interested to see how it will affect the economy because in this social media influence paradigm we live in now, why would you have a minimum wage job when you can make $1,000 to $3,000 pretty easy by just, you know, doing a little
Yep.
bit of a show, because there's a follower for every would-be social media influencer. Even the worst channels, they'll have a couple hundred subs. They'll even have a few thousand subs. And some of these horrible people are getting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even
Yeah.
millions of followers by being very dishonest, opportunistic people.
Well, it's a new reality TV because reality
Yeah,
TV kind of died,
exactly.
and because of YouTube, because of shows
It's
just like Molly.
participatory reality
Mm-hmm.
TV. So now you
Exactly.
can be
Interactive.
backstage and interact with your reality TV stars and feel like you're
I mean,
in
that's
the
true
game.
with this whole platform in
Yeah.
general, like true crime, even, you know what I mean? Like you kind of start sleuthing and you start becoming a part. That's what's great in a way about YouTube, the interactiveness of it, but that's also, you know,
Yeah.
where the
And
grift
true
comes
crime
in.
has just become a bandwagon. There's just an unlimited amount of demand for it, and you don't need to be very smart to just copy another channel. You know, just report the same. You just get up
Mm-hmm.
every morning and report the same news on the Murdoch trial or the Wells
Recipe.
trial or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. It's the same model, and they just rinse and
Mm-hmm.
repeat every day, and they will get some followers. And then if they add in the unwarranted speculation and then start pointing fingers at innocent people and claiming to know who the monster is and that they will lead the torch bonfire to, you know, like as vigilantes, people eat this stuff up. It's a bandwagon. It's a trend. There's a massive amount of demand for true crime, and all these dregs have come into this space. It just created a vacuum for the dregs of society to come in and benefit from our fascination with crime.
Yeah.
So, Ellie, when are you going to start your true crime drama
Never.
channel?
Never. I like to just
Ellie,
be
you
on
and I
this
need to make
channel.
a blood pact that you and I will never be true crime channel.
Yeah, I just can't with my life. You know what I mean? It doesn't fit. But I love being on, like, you know, Queen's panel and Jones and panel. And I like talking about it because, you know, it's like you find things that you like to discuss with people that are similar to you. There is a positive to it. There's a positive and negative to all of this, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But there is like it's like a
And
little
the
mini think
sociology
tank.
content
Yeah.
is unlimited. I'm just
Yes.
fascinated by the group psychology and the sociology of it all.
Right. And I've learned so much too, just from like being on these panels and from people like you two, especially, and Queen, all these like interesting people that come up on these panels. Like it expands your mind. It makes you think differently. And I think that's what's different about this channel.
It's
It's
great.
open
It's great
minded.
insight into human nature, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I talked a
Oh.
little bit about the Vanity Fair article, just that I found Enton to lack a bit of conviction and courage, in the sense that I think he should have been willing to speak up more to defend his profession. And so I was not, I thought that, you know, he seemed to cower a bit, you know, making the joke that he didn't want Betty Bullhorn, you know, in front of his house. I thought that was a bit cowardly and only promotes, you know, the bad acting. But
Yeah.
that's just my take on it.
That's
Some
a good
people
take. I didn't
had
think
a
about
different take, and they thought that, you know, whatever, he's just doing his job and he has to coexist with these people and he doesn't want to get involved in drama. And I get that, you know, that's fine. I think we need big players to call this out. And when big channels are not only not calling it out, they're hosting some of these bad actors, I think they're exacerbating the problem, and they're part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole, and I'm sorry, I'm eating something because I didn't eat lunch yet. So I'm
Well,
having
share.
mangoes.
Mangoes and
frozen-
peanut butter.
No, just frozen mangoes.
Mhm.
Basically, like that whole fucking court TV interview with, like, they just keep on giving these guys interviews.
Yeah.
And you sit there and it's like, why are you giving these like wackadoos interviews?
Well, because they're doing the same thing that the true crime channels are doing,
Yeah.
which is they're just desperate for any content. So they don't have a vested interest in vetting. It's just like Chris McDonough, a cop with a reputation, it's going to get some views. Bring him up here. Even if we
Yeah.
know about his past, or we vet and dig up some dirt, it doesn't matter because we're still going to get views. So they're applying the same approach that any other social media influencer is, which is just sensational content, sensational guests.
They're totally doing that. News Nation, Banfield, like
So,
just
what about principle? What about professionalism?
They don't really care. Some of these, a lot of these,
That's why I would. My instinct was to call out Enton and say, dude, either don't mention her name or refer to the generic bad acting and how they do harm and reduce the credibility of legitimate professional journalists, or don't call her out by name and then say you're afraid of her, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm so shocked that he's actually afraid of her. Like, come on, this lady's this lady's like literally like a loser in life, complete loser. Like, all she does is sit in her room with her Xerox machine from like 1990s.
With her delusions of grandeur.
Yeah, like thinks that she's going to actually do anything change when she just goes to basic meetings. She goes to like a CPAC meeting and then she pretends
she's an agitator. She's not even an actor.
Yeah,
she's just
an agitator. Yeah, she spits on people. She just likes to get in your face.
And I think, and I brought up earlier today, I think a lot of these people are also sadists. When you see that like wry grin from someone else's grief and suffering, there's something wrong with that. I mean, I hurt if I have to criticize somebody. Like I viscerally hurt after, because I have to go away and deal with the emotion that I had to deal with. Going after somebody is not fun, but you can see that some people get their kicks by attacking people. Not only do they not suffer from it, they feel empowered. You can see them, heave with this big chest movement with a big wry grin because they get their kicks. They get a serotonin rush from destroying somebody and seeing somebody get triggered or see somebody have their life ruined. They enjoy it. I mean, if you don't think Molly and Betty were celebrating when Fascia got fired, you're fooling yourself.
Yeah. It's hard to accept that, that they would,
They went there hoping for it. They got the content they wanted. They triggered the poor girl, got her probably to get a bit over her skis. She probably shouldn't have called them a Karen because they were customers. She probably shouldn't have started using more profane language, but I think she was totally justified in her response in the sense that they were provoking her unreasonably, and they came there with their videos prepared in order to hopefully get that sort of content, and she got the brunt of it, and they got free content and money.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. And and unfortunately they attacked her again when she was like, oh, she got Cash App, she got money, and it's like, come on.
It was the least she deserved for what happened. She's gonna have to add to her resume that she got fired for an interpersonal dispute with a customer, and that's going to go on her record. So the next employer, if they get wind of if she has to be honest and forthcoming about what happened, they might see her as high risk and not want to hire her.
Yeah, especially if you have some crazy lady who's got to stalk your every job now.
Yeah,
and claim that you're somehow
but
racist.
she should have, unfortunately, as an employee, she should have remained passive and composed. And as much as I appreciated what she did, and I think we all enjoyed it in terms of watching somebody defend themselves, as an employee, employers don't want drama, regardless of whether they privately took her side. It made their business look bad.
Yeah.
And so that's where Fascia made the mistake, where she should have remained composed and just said, if you have any concerns, here's the contact number to go above my head.
Yeah.
I wish you a nice day. I'm trying to be helpful. But
Don't
she
react.
didn't remain composed, and they triggered her exactly the way they
pushed.
wanted to.
They kept
And she
pushing and
lost.
pushing.
Yeah.
But it's a lesson,
Yeah,
with that
and-
kind of
and it-
interaction for all
yeah.
of everybody. Like just,
Exactly. You have
there's
to keep
lots
your
of
cool,
people like them
or
in the
you're going to
world.
have to pay the ultimate consequences. And Fascia had to pay the ultimate consequences for defending herself as the employee for a corporation.
Do you think a corporation should protect your employees from situations like that?
I think probably they should, but given what I know about the corporate world, they don't
True.
want anything associated with their brand.
Yeah.
So they're not going to go to bat for a small fish like
Yeah.
a lowly manager. No offense to Fascia, but
Yeah.
their brand reputation to the marketplace is more important than defending her. So to your point, Tim, I think on principle, yes. But given the realism of it's all about maximizing shareholder value, probably not.
But what if this doesn't happen on video and there was no evidence and this was just like a dispute that happened in the store and none of it was caught on video? Do you
Well,
think her going to human resources would add a different effect?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that things are changing already and are going to change. Certainly in the post-pandemic world, you're already noticing that companies are needing to expand their defense of their employees who are getting patronized and harassed. So more and more, I notice that in fast food places, certainly like the airlines, are coming a little bit more to the defense of employees who they consider being unduly harassed by maniac customers. But that's going to be a sea change, attitude change for these employers, and we need to put pressure on the employers to defend these people because these people have been wronged. I mean, nobody should have to put up, with constant bombardment from a privileged, entitled customer who's just there to get your goose. I mean, we all have our breaking point.
Yeah, and the customer isn't always right. I've
I
learned
don't
that.
know, absolutely
No,
not. And
no
America
way.
is the worst for that. So I mean, like I lived
Mhm.
in Europe for 20 years. In Europe, there was a very
No
different
way.
ethic. First of all, they're not working on a tip basis.
Mhm.
So they very
Yeah,
much had the
terrible.
attitude that you are lucky that they will serve you.
Yeah,
And in America, it's
totally.
the exact opposite. And so for a
Yeah.
lot of people that are disgruntled in their life, that don't have a lot of power in their world, they have an enhanced sense of entitlement when they
Yeah.
go into businesses thinking that the business owes them or that they are somehow like royalty or
Yep.
have rights to be treated with 100% dignity. If you disrespect somebody shouldn't have to be too kind to you. You know, you get a couple of passes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If you'd like to go above my head, here's my manager's number. You know, is there anything else I can help you with? And then if the person continues to badger you and then talk about your mama and like even Betty Bullhorn in that case, she said that she was being polite. Did you hear the line that she dropped at the very beginning where she said, "Oh, so I see you don't care about keeping your job"? That passive aggressive complaint was what set off Fascia. You know,
Mhm.
who are you, lady, to tell me I don't care about my job? The sense of entitlement on Betty, but she did it in this passive aggressive. Both Molly and Betty tried a passive aggressive, calm approach. So after the fact, they could go, Molly was just asking questions. Well, why do I have to leave? I just have some questions, blah, blah, blah. And Betty was like, we've been nothing but polite to you, blah, blah, blah. But they were being passive aggressive and patronizing, and they
Mhm.
continued to push her
Poke
until
and poke.
eventually
Mhm.
she'd had it. And then
Yep.
she lost her composure, and that's when they won.
Everybody has I mean,
Yeah.
it happens. I mean, you do have that's working in corporate, a corporate kind of setting that you have to like learn
Oh, yeah.
and know that, she didn't know that, I guess, that it was
Yeah.
being like live streamed and all this. I mean, maybe she did,
Oh,
but
yeah.
you know what I mean? But she didn't know the extent of
Yeah.
it. And I think the
Right.
video of it is more like if it happened, it could have been handled
I
differently.
worked
Yeah.
in the corporate world, 20, 25 years as a senior executive, and I learned a very strict doctrine: never, ever insult. I mean, pretty much anybody, but certainly never speak down or condescending or passive aggressively with a customer or a third party vendor, or expect to lose your job for even the slightest passive aggressive commentary, which could be interpreted as being patronizing, because then that person will go to your boss or go to go up above your head and say, I give you guys $1 million bucks in revenue per year, and your line level staff member disrespected me, and that's you're done. So we all learn to become robots in the
Yeah.
corporate world. So you're supposed to take everything. As long as they're a customer or they're an external third party, you're supposed to take it. And if you don't, if you lose your shit, just expect to lose your job. I mean, that's the world I come from. So as much as I appreciated Fascia being able to defend herself, she broke that rule.
Yeah.
And that's why the corporation, I think, made the choice to let her
Yep.
go.
That makes sense. Just unfortunate. I mean, I guess that's just how it is,
It's just, how it is.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate that that woman had to go through that shit. And then basically, Molly Golightly just gets demonetized, and YouTube says it's okay. It's okay that you used your ability to attack our platform to attack.
I mean,
this
they
private
went
citizen.
there to get that response.
Yeah. And they got it.
Anybody that doesn't think that was calculated. I mean, there's also something I was just thinking about it again yesterday. There's that, I don't know if you know the guy O'Keefe from Project Veritas, a notorious, infamous organization that claims to get sort of whistleblower private videos and audio.
Yeah, secretly record people basically
and
while talking to them in
infamous
bars.
for their con artistry and their selective editing, and they're very unscrupulous. And actually, they even got rid of O'Keefe because I can't believe that they are of the highest standards, but he was, I guess, too toxic even for them. And now he's starting his own company, and he has announced that he wants to recruit citizen journalists who now are all being told to go out and get a camera and become citizen journalists to expose the corruption and fraud in our system. And then I instantly thought of the people in this space that walk around with a camera, and they're live all the time. And I forget, I think it was Betty or somebody or Mallory, I don't know, I think it was Mallory, said, I learned that from Molly, always keep the video rolling. So that's what these people do. They go around in real life and with just their camera recording constantly, and then you just behave in a provocative way, looking for any opportunity to get somebody's goat who's going to defend themselves or get in a little fight with you. And you just see that as a commodity, as a way to make money. So instead of manufacturing a product, now you just go out with your video camera and find stupid people or people that get pissed off, and that's your commodity. That's your
like
product.
those IRL people. That's what beats and
So
machines.
this O'Keefe guy, who's already a scumbag, he's a known liar and a selective editor at best.
Yeah.
And I'm for whistleblowers. I think that's the best part of investigative journalism. And you need insiders who are willing to expose actual corruption. But I've been worried in this space, these citizen journalists who have no ethics, no skills, no professional standards, and they're just walking around videotaping everybody, and half the people these days are packing heat. This doesn't sound like a recipe for exposing anything. It just looks like a recipe for invading people's privacy and causing chaos in society. And I just think it's a negative trend. And so that Project Veritas guy caught my eye because that's what Betty is. She's a far right winger, just like O'Keefe. So I'm surprised that I shouldn't give her any evidence, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if she signs up for his little cult.
Huh. Yeah, she's like a chaos coordinator.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes so much sense.
Because if you want to be in the big leagues, you expose the big players in this game. So if they're doing this just in mundane true crime cases with virtually anonymous people, imagine what people can do that have a bit more ambition and are a bit more clever. They can do that with politicians and celebrities and all sorts of things. And then you just selectively edit and you spin a narrative and you post it to your gullible, receptive audience, and they'll believe anything you say. And that's like all these channels, all these cult leaders, they tell you the truth according to them, and people just people are not critical thinkers. They're not independent thinkers. They don't fact check. They'll believe anything Molly or Mallory or Betty or JLR tells them, or Chris McDonough or any of these channels. The truth is what they say it is.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it a lot of times in a lot of channels. It's like they live in their little bubble, their
Yeah.
little bubble that they never leave, or they have content creators that they're friends with that, and YouTube recommends those channels to them that are the
It's just
same.
tribal loyalty. You
Yeah.
know, that's where that's your little Cheers bar, the YouTube True Crime channel. It's like a bar, and you go in every night, and you don't even have to get dressed or take a shower. You just go in, and everybody, like the Cheers line, everybody remembers your name, and so then you feel a certain loyalty. They're nice to you. They give you a sense of belonging, and that then makes you less prone to think critically about the behavior of that space you're in, because that's your space.
Absolutely. And I don't know what you can do to change it, but just basically
No.
try to poke little holes into the bubble.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I've been a critical thinking educator for over a decade, there's research on how to change a mind that's, dogmatically attached to a belief, or, it's usually has to do with tribalism. So we're emotional animals and we're social animals, so we're mostly tribal. We're not necessarily very rational. So there are approaches to how to change a mind, and there are various approaches. I've tried to teach and discuss all of them. One of them is social ridicule, social shaming. That actually does work, and there's research suggesting it, but it's probably not the most effective way to change a mind. The most effective way to change a mind, based on the scientific literature, is essentially, what's called like street epistemology, or a Socratic approach, where you try to engage with somebody in a non-confrontational manner. So you just simply ask them questions and get them to see, because humans don't like inconsistency. So you try to get them to take a position on one topic, and then ask them to think through their position on another topic. And you hope that they notice the inconsistency in their positions, and that they can then figure it out on their own, that there's something that causes cognitive dissonance with them. Oh, I'm for this principle in this example, but I'm against it on this example, and that makes somebody feel uncomfortable. So they might be able to resolve that if they reflect on their own. But as soon as you make somebody defensive, or you start attacking them, and then you might have lost them. So that's sort of the research on that topic.
I have a question for you. And this question is probably, because I'm looking at the chat, what do you define as true crime? Like, what would you think is the key characteristics that a true crime channel should follow if they're going to do true crime?
Well, I mean, when I first came here, I tried to engage with, like, Gray and with Web Sleuth, Trisha from Web Sleuths, and I wanted to maybe gain access to some other credible channels like Lord and Arts, and discuss sort of creating a framework for the prerequisite skills and ethics that people should need to develop
There's
if they
some
want to
echoing.
start a true crime. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
hear that.
mine. I haven't changed anything.
Oh, it might be you.
DJ, you got really bad feedback.
TJ.
Yeah.
We're going to call you the Back Chat Boston soon.
So what I had proposed, and we were gonna we were gonna set it up to create a bit of a little commission, if you want, a committee. And AF is great for this stuff too. She cares about ethics as much as I do, and the idea was to create maybe like some promotional videos, maybe some good actors with a little cameo appearance, just sort of promotional video talking about true crime, why these people were in true crime, what were their passions, what did they bring to the table, what were their ethics, and then to maybe start creating something like a knowledge base, like do it your what do you call them? Just
YouTube 101.
Yeah, YouTube 101 for true crime, and you could have videos made by different creators, like if sort of like how to become a true crime channel 101, and you'd have a knowledge base of educational videos for the ethics of journalistic ethics, investigative ethics, how to interview people, how to prepare and how to vet your guests, topics that you should cover, topics you shouldn't cover, people that you shouldn't interview, how to protect them and warn them in advance before you bring them up on panel. Also, teach the ethics of journalism, so people that actually go to university and actually learn on journalistic ethics. This is you don't need to reinvent the wheel. there's a massive body of knowledge for what professionals go through, whether you're a professional journalist or you're a professional investigator or you're a professional cop or you're a lawyer or you're, whatever, a moral philosopher. There are schools of knowledge here that can be brought to bear. And so then you could basically, any new true crime channel could just be pointed towards a knowledge base of how to, things to think about. Because most of these people, they just think that just common sense alone qualifies them for being a true crime channel because they find it interesting and then they think their opinion is worth a hill of beans. And I think it requires a set of prerequisite skills. You would certainly need to have the ethics. And maybe you just have them intuitively, and that's fine. So I'm not saying you need to have a PhD next to your name or, be a psychologist or a criminologist to cover the topics, but I think you need to have certain basic fundamentals. I mean, just think about any other job. In social media influence now, anybody can just, there's no interview, there's no licensing, there's no oversight board. YouTube won't
There
do
needs to
anything.
be. That's the
There
thing.
needs to
This
be.
needs to
That's
start
the
with
thing.
YouTube. Like if you
Exactly.
like could develop, if these programs could be
Indeed.
developed within YouTube and then presented, or like I could see this as being the future of YouTube in like 5 years,
Indeed. Well, first of all, they should
or it
just,
should
as I've
be,
been screaming, they should impose their terms of fucking service. But they don't
to
because it's not
include
in
these
their
kind of
financial interest.
issues.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't expect YouTube to create a knowledge base for every possible industry that's being represented on YouTube, but at least they should impose their terms of service. And then you'd have to have something like private groups of people that care about true crime passionately and understand the ethics and the prerequisite skills, and then and start making content that they can then point people towards. So then you could just a whole group of us could descend on Betty Bullhorn's channel and say, Betty Bullhorn, you need to watch How to Be an Ethical, Responsible True Crime Channel 101.
You have to pass a test.
Here is a playlist. It is right, because like every other job, you have an interview, you have a resume, you have an
driver's
oversight board,
license,
and in this space, and that's why everybody wanted the internet to be free and unregulated, but now we're seeing the downside of no regulation. So then people call that, socialism or communism, or you're against free speech and you're for censorship.
But we're not.
No.
But we're not. It's not about
No.
that. I'm so for censor.
Right.
Like I'm so for free speech, not
Indeed.
censorship. But
Yeah, I'm
this
an
is a
ardent
different
free
kind of
speech
thing.
person. But if you are, I mean, we don't allow an amateur to perform brain surgery or to prescribe medicine or to arrest somebody or to prosecute somebody in a court of law, or get a job at the New York Times or whatever, whatever AP or Reuters, so I don't sound like
Every job is some
every
kind
job.
of training.
Every
Has
job.
some sort of training, except for this new space that is
Right.
like, that is because you
Is
could
social
just,
media influencing. Now,
Yeah.
that's why I made the joke in one of my last videos. Hey, everyone, I want to announce to you that I'm now a neurosurgeon. I'm a psychiatrist. I'm a doctor. I'm a therapist. I'm a social worker. I'm a
lawyer.
forensic scientist. I'm a lawyer. And why should you believe me? Well, because I just told you.
Yeah.
Hey Skip, how you doing? It's been ages since I've talked to you. It's
Who is this?
New Zealand Mysteries.
Hi, Newsy. Oh, yeah. Hi, how are you? Well, you never did manage to come up and talk with me, but I remember you from the chat rooms. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I will come up on your panel at some time.
Oh, I'd love that.
But I'm just saying or thinking, because I call myself a true crime creator. I cover cold cases, and I haven't had any training. But I think a lot of it just has to come down to your values and morals and basic common sense.
Well, and that's what I just said. I didn't want to sound too elitist where I'm saying we all need to have a PhD next to our name, but we at least need to have the basic fundamentals and ethics in terms of how to be responsible about covering it. So if you can intuit that and you know how to be responsible, then by all means, everybody should have access to it. So I don't want to sound that elitist.
Are you sure you're not working with the Illuminati trying to stop
I always
the
try to
truth?
make that. I always try to
sound
make that
elitist,
clear that you don't need to have a PhD, but you at least need to have some ethical standards. You need to be able to intuit what is responsible and not responsible, and think about the downstream consequences on the families, on the case.
And are you there, Skeptic? I think we lost him. I think his internet fell down. Queen, I
Uh-oh.
think he might have,
talking
the Illuminati might have
The
gotten him.
Illuminati is like he's talking too much
He's
truth.
he's telling too much of our secrets here. We got to
They're
get
like,
rid of this
cut him.
guy.
Cut
Cut
him.
this
Tinfoil
guy.
hats came to get him.
Bombastic and
Oh, there he
hyperbolic,
is.
and you're
There he
getting
is.
everybody
You're
all
back.
Comes
riled
in
up.
hot. Right,
You're
Connor?
back, Skeptic. You dropped off in the middle of your
Yeah, in
sentence.
the
We
middle of
thought the
sentence.
Illuminati got you.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Did you get my point, or do I need to say
No,
it
you
again?
probably
No, we
have to
got your
repeat.
point.
I mean,
Well, yeah, I was just gonna, I think that everybody should need to understand that there are, because you're now a public figure, and this is now you should consider it a job if you're monetized, that you have an influence on people. So there's this right to a platform that gets
Yes.
conflated with automatic authority. Simply because you can start a
Yes.
YouTube channel doesn't mean anything, but the audience has the impression that you are authoritative. So you should assume that responsibility, understand that you have influence, and then take that responsibility seriously, so that when you're talking about true crime cases, you're thinking about the potential downstream consequences for criminal investigation, for
Absolutely.
families, for if you're going to speculate. I said you need to be careful with your tone of voice, the words you use, how strongly you make allegations. You need to understand the difference between hearsay and I, as a science educator, I talk about a hierarchy of evidence, and people in this space, they don't seem to be able to differentiate between
Yeah.
a court transcript and Bob's third cousin who
Yeah.
told you that
On
he
Reddit.
heard that this person was there at the time of the
Yeah.
crime, and therefore is a murderer.
Yeah.
And people
needs
don't
to be
seem to have any of
fact-based.
these. If we call it common sense, that's fine. I would just say at least ethics, and take your role seriously, and then I think everybody should be able to do it. But I would prefer that people bring a higher quality of skills to this space.
I always say to my subs or people watching my lives, please remember that families may be watching and they may be reading the comments.
Indeed.
So to keep that in mind.
Indeed, and if you've been in my channel and my values, I imagine we share those values.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I have every reason to believe that you are responsible. And there are. I mean, I always, even though I go after bad actors, and I do make the argument that I think the majority of true crime channels in this bandwagon effect are probably either not value added or harmful to the case, or at least redundant, if nothing else. But that's not to say that I don't think there aren't passionate, honest, value-added true crime channels that do it justice and care and give it the responsible treatment that it deserves. So there are plenty of good channels. I've never meant to say that every channel is bad, or that nobody should be able to do it.
Yeah, I get you. I understand. But, I mean, I know there's a lot of true crime channels that aren't that great, that aren't based on facts.
Right.
That aren't, there are out there for sure.
if someone asked a question of you, Skeptic, they said, do you think the mainstream media coverage of the negative YouTube behaviors and negative YouTube like JLR could be a ploy to get viewers' eyeballs back on their coverage of true crime?
Well, I mean, I think I think professional journalism has a role to call out bad acting. There might be an argument of giving it any attention favors it, but I don't think so. It's this is this catch-22 problem, which I've talked about in the past. When people behave in a horrific way, you have the choice to either not give it any fuel or call it out. And unfortunately, when you call anything out, you're going to also give it some attention. So we're sort of screwed. So either we all sit by passively and allow horrible behavior to go unchallenged, or you just have to deal with the consequence of challenging bad behavior and knowing that to some extent, some of these people recognize that all attention is good attention. And so that's a bit of a catch-22.
It is.
And then back to journalism, I think that they probably do need to call it out. And I mean, like when you watch Betty Bullhorn talk about just how easy it is to manipulate the gullible flock, I mean, she spun that article to be that she was friends with Enton, and that there was nothing negative about it, and any objective reading of that article showed that she was being called out along with all of the other bad actors as being.
But she turned it into positive attention.
Oh yeah, she
didn't
spun
she?
it.
Thought
Yeah,
it was great.
I mean, if there's anything I've
does.
learned about human irrationality, it's that brains can believe anything,
Oh
and
yeah.
I mean that without limit.
Yes.
A gullible, uncritical brain can be convinced of any and everything without limit. I mean, you can believe in lizard people, and invisible flying fairies that Scientology, thetans, ancient dead disembodied souls that are possessing people and affecting their behavior. And if you use this pseudoscience technology, you can exercise yourself of these ancient alien disembodied souls. I mean, if you can believe that, then there's no limit to what you can be convinced of. And these people spin it. So Betty can take any bad criticism and spin it to her audience in a way which is beneficial to her cause. I mean, and that's scary. It should scare each and every one of us, because it means that there is no evidence that you can bring to bear that will discredit the loyal flock. They will never be convinced. They have to see it on their own, however that happens, or never see it and just remain gullible.
So it's a losing fight with these guys. In a
Well,
way.
I just think you have to try. You can never completely shut the problem down entirely. You can never shut these people down entirely. But what you can do is affect people that are on the fence, people that are still open to some extent. And if you just make the right argument at the right time, you can get through to them. Because, I mean, we have plenty of evidence of people. I mean, how many people have you met in this space that said, I was once a mod for this person. I once used to give money to these people, and now they've seen the light. The minds do change. It's just, it's slow, and it's not enough, and it's frustrating. But people do figure it out. But very often, it's not you that caused it. You might have been present at the moment when they changed their mind, but you probably shouldn't give yourself credit, because it's probably not just the best, perfect, well-placed argument. Because I've been trying to use rationality for a decade, and I've had minds change in real time, but I try to not give myself credit. I think this person was already leaning towards skepticism, and I might have just been present to in the room when the straw broke the camel's back, but it wasn't my brilliant intellect that made them change their mind. They were already there.
They're already on their way. Do you think ignoring them though and not giving them attention is maybe like the answer, instead of like feeding this
Well, I think in
attention that
certain cases,
in
yeah,
certain cases, yes,
I
right?
do. I definitely think, and that's why I'm sort of, again, this probably sounds condescending to a lot of people, and I get plenty of criticism, maybe some rightfully so, that I'm a bit of a elitist pig. But that's why, for me, it matters that people that go after the bad actors that I go after make good arguments, do it well, and don't necessarily just look like they're also using these people as cash cows, and then they make rather mundane, benign arguments against these people. I think if we all could come to agreement as a committee, then we would say, like, fight these battles. This is something that they did that's easy to show them being wrong. It's definitely consequential. It's harmful. Don't just, go after them because you found a clip in a video where they said a word wrong, or they,
not
or
petty
they,
stuff, just real
not
stuff.
petty stuff. Exactly. Because otherwise, then it looks like you're just engaging in drama.
Yeah.
So I try
There's
to
a
stick
fine
to the
line.
consequential, harmful stuff, doxing people, interjecting themselves in true crime cases, going after the family, falsely accusing people of murder and pedophilia and child trafficking without evidence. These things are really, really, really dangerous to society, to civil society. And so I try to focus on the really consequential stuff. And so my advice would just be, when we hit somebody, hit them with the good stuff and let the more petty stuff
Getting the
slide.
facts wrong about things.
That's my opinion.
Yeah. I think so too, because then it gets muddied, and then
I
they
think
get
it
the
just
attention.
dilutes the case.
It dilutes it. It's what it dilutes the strength of like your
I think so.
message towards them. That's what I think.
So.
There has
because
to be
I don't care if you're just a jerk. I don't care if you're just stupid. Just finding somebody who's wrong on the internet doesn't seem very value added, and people have the right to be idiots and morons on the internet. That's why I'm for free speech. But there's certain behavior that we should be able to objectively agree is harmful. If you're accusing without any respect for burden of proof and presumption of innocence, the cornerstone of our modern justice system, and you think it's perfectly okay to be a vigilante and accuse somebody on your large platform of having committed the most heinous of crimes, harming a child or murdering somebody, and you have no receipts, you have no evidence, it's just your gut feeling, or you're willing to fabricate information, and you're convincing large impressionable audiences, that should just be morally objectionable to everyone. Like in the Summer Wells case, I'm not, because it's always this false dichotomy. I'm not pro Wells. I don't like the Wells. I think they're unsavory people. Whatever you think about them, I think that they made serious public mistakes. I think they were naive, and probably I wish that they had had some representation, PR experts or lawyers, somebody sheltering them from the whims of the internet. But at the same time, I have to defend the principle of presumption of innocence and burden of proof, because if they did not have anything to do with their missing daughter, you are going after a grieving family. And as I've said, there's things that people don't even take into consideration. Maybe they found her deceased, and maybe they do know something and they covered it up. If that were true, and it is true that they're concealing something, that still doesn't get close to the crime of homicide. So if that were to come out, which we would want because we want justice for Summer Wells' case, that might not even be a prosecutable offense, unless it was found to be obstructing justice or mistreating a body or something like that. But those cases, there are precedents for that, where people are just afraid of the law, or they panicked and then they covered something up. And so even if you think the worst about the Wells, you think they're negligent parents or something like that, that doesn't rise to the level of publicly accusing them of pedophilia or murder. And these true crime channels don't care. They don't care about the repercussions of their words, and it's very, very dangerous. They're going to get people killed.
Yeah, for sure. Could be really dangerous.
So just bite your tongue. I mean, if you and I are having margaritas in private, I might tell you what I really think, But if I'm a true crime channel, I'm not going to be out there making a strong case to anything in the Summer Wells case. Because as I've said, I think that case has been cold from day one. After the first interview, we didn't get any evidence whatsoever. So the people still, as I keep saying, for me, everybody that's still covering that case is suspect, with a couple of exceptions. But if you're still covering that case, I doubt your judgment.
Being my channel is true crime, and then I am here a lot on Queen Bee's channel for the drama, to be honest. I fought with myself a little bit when I started coming over here.
I was gonna say you started coming and hanging out a couple weeks back. Well, about a couple weeks ago, you started hanging out.
Yeah, it's actually been like a month or but I just was real quiet. But I also thought, is this giving my true crime a bad name that I'm in the drama? But now I just don't care. But yeah, that was a thing at the beginning.
Well, yeah, and that's when I first came here, because some people, I remember like the first time I ever engaged with Gray. Now Gray and I get along fine. He comes on my panel from time to time, but he came and he said, "Why don't you promote the good actors?" And I'm like, "You're right. I mean, eventually, I want to contrast bad actors against the good actors. I came to this space because I noticed a disturbing, alarming bandwagon phenomenon of people jumping in this vacuum of creating a true crime channel and doing a lot of harm. But yes, we need to be able to contrast bad acting with good acting, and it's only in the best interests of legitimate, responsible true crime channels who are not willing to engage in unscrupulous clickbait, sensational content in order to grow their channel, that they're willing to do it right, because they all get lumped into the same basket. I mean, because, as I've said strongly, I think if if social media true crime was not a thing, I think the world would be better. So I don't think that and that's not to say I don't think some true crime channels don't provide value-added content. I just think on the whole, on the net, most of the true crime phenomenon on social media is detrimental
Yeah.
to open cases and to victim advocacy. I think it's contributing to mental instability. I think it's contributing to overload for law enforcement. I think it's contributing to potentially polluting jury pools, getting people
I
killed.
mean, did you see that whole Nicole situation in Britain with that ghoul, that TikToker ghoul that literally filmed that woman's body being pulled out, and he was just like so angry that he was, arrested for it, and it was like he was taken he was put on handcuffs afterwards, but he did it so he can get like 1 million views on TikTok, so he can film this woman's body being pulled out of the water.
Yeah, and we've seen it in other cases. It's the ends justifies the mean marketing approach, and that's why what I don't like about the social media influencer movement is that because people are being rewarded and bad behavior is reinforced, and that now truth is being determined just by popularity, you're asking a lot of a human being to forego that positive response and all that money and all that reinforcement by being ethical. There's just very little incentive for a sort of insecure, unsophisticated person to not be willing to engage in these common tactics because you're just not going to be successful. I mean, look at someone like AF. AF's my friend, full disclosure. But I consider her just really ethical. I really consider her responsible. I
I've seen
do
her
believe
videos.
she's one of the few people in this space that definitely cares and feels emotionally a concern for justice for these people, like I would want most of these channels to be like. And I was on a panel with her, and she was covering some really interesting things about journalistic ethics and integrity and true crime. And she had like 25 people in her chat room, like me. Now I'm boring, so I deserve to not have more than 25 people in my room. But AF is sweet, and she cares, and she does concern herself with true crime, and but she's not willing to become sensational or make false allegations. She's careful with her messaging. She's careful with the content. She tries to educate. And, so just as an example of somebody that, miring in obscurity, because, as opposed to these other channels that they just follow the same model. They make the clickbait thumbnail where they have a great emotion on their face, and they take a selfie, and then they post in other pictures of other actors in a big true crime case, and they put a question mark on the title, like, does this person know something? Is this person hiding something? Is this person guilty? All the known tactics that I've tried to cover for how you grow a channel, how you become a sensationalized true crime channel and grow it to great heights. And so you're asking a lot of a normal human being who probably this is the first time they've ever gotten this much attention or money in their lifetime. And you're expecting them to all be ethical and responsible when they're being reinforced, making tons of money, hand over fist, and thousands of people telling them they're brilliant and they're a genius and they're making the world a better place.
And Valerie just points out your point more. Someone on Diamond Cutter's stream sent Molly $800 for her mom.
Right. Why would these people why would Betty Bullhorn stop being Betty Bullhorn? It's working for her. This is the best gig she's ever got. She's probably unemployable. Her resume and her criminal record probably have destroyed any possibility for her getting a decent job. So she can make more money with this grift. She's arrogant as fuck, and speaks herself up, and people buy it because unfortunately arrogance is often seen as a sign of authority and legitimacy, and it's not. It can just be bombast, but a lot of people can't tell the difference between legitimate confidence and competence and just bloviation, just making a lot of noise. And so a lot of people in this space look at Molly. I mean, Molly's shtick is just being outrageous. I mean, that's what she is. She's just outrageous. She curses and she screams and she cries and she yells profanity and she's just outrageous. So people watch her like they watch a reality TV show.
Yeah. She doesn't seem
or
true
the train wreck.
crime. Do you think she's true crime
No,
even?
she's not.
No,
She
I
just
can't even
jumped into
see
this
her.
space. Yeah.
She
Yeah.
mostly does like let's Justin do the research.
Yeah,
for true
he's a
crime.
little. He's
I would
definitely
say
more true crime.
Betty and Betty's more true crime. Molly's mostly drama, but you know, she had, and again, these people tell you, there's audio content of Molly saying, you know, do the Summer Wells case. That's where all the money's at. So these people tell you what they're like.
Yeah, just put the name on it. I've seen I literally went to Pratt Gardens chat because we were looking at it in a live stream, and she had 400 people
Yeah.
on a live stream on
sick.
Summer Wells case, and it's there's no new information.
No.
There's nothing new that
I mean,
this person.
2 years
and then
later,
she
you're still
adds,
getting that attention on nothingness.
Yeah, and sometimes she just adds drama, I'm fighting with this YouTuber now, and it's holy shit.
Yeah. So I mean, unfortunately, again, it's back to the monster comment. Well, there's two different forms of the monster comment, but we create the monsters. So without us, without an audience, there is no monster. There is no Betty Bullhorn without an audience. There is no JLR without an audience. There is no Molly Golightly without an audience. So you do have to focus the attention on the gullible flock. Because without the gullible flock, they're looking for a new gig as we speak.
Yeah.
There's always going to be a gullible flock, though.
Well, of course.
Because people don't they might learn about them, but people. I think you were saying, Jim, there's always going to be another flock to replace the flock. You know,
and nothing stops these people. Somebody's referring to the Lab, one of my infamous bad actors that I've
Don't lie. That's your favorite channel. You love that channel.
in several of my videos, even after he was publicly exposed within his own words, I don't think he's lost any attention, and he's still exploiting McDonough and the Summer Wells case.
Are you sure
one
about
of the
that?
biggest scumbags in the world.
I mean, he did offer you some blue gum balls.
I didn't even get that line. What was the gumball?
During his during one of those recordings from his old that horrible podcast he did, right? He basically made a joke that he would throw a gumball into his foreskin of his penis.
Oh yeah.
And then he would pull it out and pop it into his mouth.
Yeah, from the podcast. Yeah, it's fucking sick.
That's the blue gumball thing from the Lab.
You blocked that out, Scap, I
This is
bet.
the maturity level of a 11-year-old overweight bullied kid, combined with a complete lack of education and marketable skills, who is actually a decent actor and has a decently commanding voice, plus a man in this space, which is a rare commodity since it's mostly female dominated. And you have a recipe, as I said several times in the past, if the Lab just did his late night shock jock storytelling shtick, and he lived in the world of fiction, he could be a successful channel, and he'd never deal with the ire of me or anybody else. But the fact that he got involved in true crime and then has been exposed for plagiarizing and romance scam and trying to get somebody to suicide themselves in public and in my platform, now I have an issue with you, buddy. Now I want you in jail.
That's because he's a talentless hack that only can get by basically using true crime when he doesn't do any fucking research. And he mostly just repeats rumors and speculations because he's a piece of shit, a lazy piece of shit.
I mean, I tried to give him, I thought he wasn't as bad as Doug or McDonough, but I've since changed my view. I think he's a fucking sociopath piece of shit who needs to be in jail. Had he not paid Jenny back, that's a fucking felony with a lot of time attached to it.
Jenny was lucky because she had the means to fuck with him. If she wanted to, I heard she says, I have my own lawyer. And I'm like, oh shit, this is probably the fucking scariest thing this guy's ever heard. A grifter being
She was
attacked.
very fair. And then people tried to do the both sidesism with, she shouldn't have recorded him. Well, oh well. You take that up on your own. You sue her for that civil offense, and you go to jail with audio testimony in your own words, saying that you engaged in romance scam and extortion.
Yeah, I mean, like the guy was a fool. I mean, like, and then he just admits that he just like in the recording. Yeah, I did this just for the money. I did
Oh yeah.
this, and it's like the typical stuff you
I
hear.
mean, that's why I haven't been making videos, because it gets boring to rehash the same shit. You know, I've
Yeah.
sort of made my arguments. I've lost some steam. That's why I haven't been making videos.
Maybe change Time Skeptic and start looking into the good true crime channels, the one that actually has ethics and morals and tells the
Yeah,
stories
well,
right. Maybe look into them now for a bit.
Well, I'm a science and philosophy educator, and I want to move back into what I like. This was a case study for me. I think I've exhausted my time and made my arguments here. The problem is now either, whatever, my entire channel just gets purged because I'll bore the fuck out of everybody with educational content, or I remain in this space as a scientific skeptic, because I think every community needs a scientific skeptic, because there's always pseudoscience claims, and people don't know how to evaluate truth claims, and they don't know what evidence is, and they don't know how to tell the signs of obvious con artistry, and that's what scientific skeptics do, is we evaluate truth claims, we fact check, and we try to protect consumers from getting duped by scumbags. And then we try to teach them the basic critical thinking fundamentals, the philosophy fundamentals, for how to go about trying to evaluate people that are telling you what is true.
But remember, there's always new people coming to YouTube that haven't heard you before and haven't heard the information about the bad actors. So, you're always going to be relevant, because new people are always going to come in and are going to have to or need to hear what you say or what you have to say.
Yeah. Plus, I'm a terrible marketer, so doing 9-hour tangential, fun time live streams is not a marketable product. I mean, when I first came, I made like hour videos, and I did comprehensive cases, and I tried to make them entertaining. The problem is just that bores me. It takes a ton of time, and I enjoy engaging with people.
Well, what you could probably do, I mean,
Speak of the devil.
Hi, grab. What you could probably do is make like shorter clips, like make like a 5-minute clip, and then just air it on your and you make your podcast
it's just extra time. It's
Yeah.
just extra time. I like doing after I got the live bug, then I just enjoy hanging out with my my YouTube friends and having a glass of wine, and then letting the conversation take us where we want, and bringing some people on panel, and then we can talk about whatever, science, philosophy, true crime, but it's not a marketable product to do it that way.
Yeah,
you can do what I do.
You could do you go.
You could do what I do. I mean, I do videos about cold cases, and then I do live streams where I mostly hang out and chat with my friends on YouTube, and we do a little cover cases, but the videos are the ones that have all the information. So you could do videos and your live streams.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's always been a question of motivation. How passionate I am about doing this. I like to write more than make videos. I don't have editing skills. When I made videos, I had to teach myself, and it was freaking act of God. It took me weeks, and I made like a whole series of videos.
Same.
And it took me months and months and months, and afterwards I was just exhausted and emotional. And then I have to listen. So that's why I like the clip channels, because you have to listen to them. They make me sick. I mean, and it's a waste of my time. Listening to 4 hours of Betty Bullhorn makes me homicidal.
Yeah. The clip channels are amazing.
I just can't do it anymore. So when I went after McDonough and Doug and Josh and whatever the other channels that I went after at the beginning, I listened to their content. I clipped the arguments that I thought were the most relevant, and then I'd make content around it and refute their claims. But you had to then wallow through hours and hours and hours of content, and even then I couldn't even really do it. I would scan and hope to get lucky, and they would give me they said so many stupid things that you could just sort of scan and get content on them without having to listen to all of it, because they're so stupid. Their arguments are so poor. They're so dishonest that it's actually, you don't have to listen to 6 hours. The problem is, if you really want to do a comprehensive case, you know, the more the better. I mean, they give you so many opportunities to bury them in their own words. I mean, that's why when people say it's like your opinion, you have the right to your opinion. Dude, this is not opinion. This person said it. If you don't find that morally objectionable, then there's something wrong with you. Sorry. It has nothing to do with me. This is the words of this person claiming to be a social media influencer and a true crime and victim advocate. And if you don't understand that what they just said is fucking harmful as fuck, and they should be ashamed, and they
then there's a lot more work you need to do, you know, before, I don't know. It's a tough one. You can't change people, you know what I mean, that are inherently a certain way, can we? No.
And when there's going to be the watchers and the followers, there's,
you know,
they're just going to keep going.
Yeah. I mean, that's even the clip channels. People come on and they'll go after the clip channel. And it's like, dude, this video didn't even have commentary. The clip channel, all they did was take a 5-minute excerpt of somebody in their own words, not taken out of context.
No words.
And instead of addressing the immoral, harmful behavior of that content, you went after the channel creator.
I know, right?
You're dealing with somebody who's not playing with the full deck, or is equally immoral, or is just a tribal sycophant.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The clip channels just show the truth.
Yeah.
They don't distort it or make shit up or anything like that. They're great.
You know, like I said, if I'm going to criticize some of the clip channels some of the time, it's that, you know, they might make a video where this wasn't a really great case. You know, like this thing, I think you've embellished it a little bit, you know, whatever. It might be a bit humiliating, but it's probably not your best piece of evidence. You know, go after the really bad shit. You know, like in the case of Chris McDonough, I don't have to just make videos of him, you know, slurring or saying stupid shit or looking like an ignorant moron. I can just show him, you know, his tweets and his audio clips where he's accusing people formally of murder without evidence.
Yep.
I mean, that's bad. And if we can't agree that that's bad, especially from an ex-law enforcement officer who already has street credibility, then I don't know what to tell you, because that argument should stand on its own and should be self-evident.
But hundreds of thousands of people support him, right?
Yep. Yeah, 130,000 and still growing, because he's got street cred. And that's what makes him that much more dangerous. That's why I said, for me, 2021, you know, because scale is important. So in 2021, when I came here, Chris McDonough won my worst bad actor of the year award. In 2022, it's Ryan Upchurch, because of the scale and nature of his dangerous allegations in the Rodney case, and because he's got 2 million sycophantic groupies and cult followers. So he wins for 2022, and I would give a call out to Zav Girl for also fueling that and riding on those coattails, and then also doing her job of falsely accusing a whole shitload of people. It's certainly through insinuation and innuendo. And then in 2023, my award so far goes to Betty Bullhorn so far.
Yeah, she's kind of winning.
But, you know, I mean, when I see the amount of views that JLR gets, I mean, it's just so disheartening. I mean, this guy is famous. I mean, you could just look him up on Google.
I feel like he yelled out to Buster in like the alligator trial, and
well, right, exactly. What's he going after Buster for?
I know he thinks he killed Stevens.
It's just.
I like how you just whispered that he thinks he killed Stevens.
I don't want to say it like that.
You're like ashamed to even repeat that. It's like, oh my god, this guy's a fucking idiot, and you're like, oh my god, this guy's too dumb. And you feel like if you repeat it, you're just going to be looked at as a dummy.
Exactly. Thank you, B. Tim, for summing that up perfectly.
Yeah, I get it.
I've said it before.
I think Grizzly is a bit opportunistic, but whatever. I think she's a bit. she's certainly more responsible than these channels.
Grizzly,
You don't really hear. I mean, like, there's a level. Like, I always I call it like the
Because
grifting.
I think Grizzly wasn't she running with a Heels in the Air story?
No, Grizzly
No?
True, she's like in South Africa.
Yeah, she's South African.
Uh-huh,
And
but
she
she's not
follows me
even
on
here.
Twitter, and I know she's certainly more responsible and
And she lives
professional
in
than the
the
others. But I
Netherlands
thought
somewhere.
recently she was sort of running with
I don't
one
think
of the fabricated stories that were put forth by Molly Golightly.
Well, maybe she picks stuff up, but she always ends up like verifying stuff. She's like, her, she was like
Yeah, no,
a
she seemed
pilot.
like she's got.
Yeah.
She's. I'm not calling her a bad actor.
Oh, no,
Please don't misunderstand me.
A
But
lot
I
of
think
it.
I think she's opportunistic. I always be, another rule of thumb I would say is be skeptical of bigger
Everybody.
channels.
Yeah.
Well, and bigger channels, and I'm not saying that because big can be because you have a professional product, but big can also be because you're opportunistic, ambitious, and you're willing to engage in some less than perfectly reasonable tactics in terms of clickbait titles and thumbnailing and playing around with certain insinuations at the limit where you really don't have your evidentiary standard met. So, I would always say be a bit more leery of larger channels than small channels.
Yeah, sometimes you have to be. They do
Because you have
affect
to wonder why it is that they got ahead.
So we've said this before, some true crime content creators, little creators, work hard for every single sub that they earn, and it's tough out there to get subs. But the drama channels and the ones that over sensationalize shit and make up shit, they get subs all day long. And it
Yeah.
seems unfair.
See, like
but
kind of like a cloud right here. When Grizzly first started with the Brian Laundrie case, she was different and entertained conspiracies, but she moved away from that. So good for her, but that gives you a bit of insight into maybe the ambition aspect of her growing her channel.
I mean, that's kind of like how your channel. I mean, like, that's all you really need is a start. Like, that's the main thing. So you
That's
could
when
be.
Tyler got his start too.
Yeah, that's how you get your start. You do the conspiracy theories, you do that, you
Yeah.
get your growth, and then you get
Yeah.
into the algorithm, and then you can
Yeah.
just change that.
And I'm sorry, I excuse me if I don't respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, look at Drunken Turkey. Drunken Turkey had
Oh,
like
God.
70
Yeah.
fucking views, and then he starts doing the
I mean-
conspiracy theories with the Idaho 4 thing, and he's
Like,
got like
and I know
37,000
AF's
subs.
in the room, and New Zealand, you're up on panel with me. Are you are your content procurement and what's the word curation decisions based on maximizing views or on content that you think is value added and important to a case?
Content and content that is important for a case that can get views, because I want people to see
Want
the
impact.
information.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, you want to have impact. I totally get that. But if there's something that rubs you the wrong way in terms of a tactic, but you know that it'll get you more views, are you more likely to do whatever maximizes the algorithm, or do you have limits? Do you have ethical standards?
6 more subs to get to 2,500 subs, and I've worked my butt off being factful and truthful and stuff. And
Can you guys
I'll
still
never
hear me
sell out.
okay?
Yes, we can, Queen. What's up?
Sorry about that. Well, I just didn't know if you guys, you know what I mean? I didn't know if you guys could still hear me, if it was cutting out or...
I know, fighting those. I mean, like, it was a close call, but those cops didn't get you. That's good. And you still kept your phone with you.
Sleuthy, you want to come up? You're welcome to come up here, baby. Just click the link and pop up.
Anyone's able to come up.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, New Zealand, as we talked about, I was just...
You know what I mean? So anybody's welcome to hit it and come on up.
Yeah,
I was just trying to interrogate that. What is the magic ingredient between somebody who can stick to their guns and remain ethical, and who doesn't give themselves over to engaging in clickbait tactics and more unethical approaches?
I think it has to do with luck. You got to be lucky.
Yeah.
You got to get the right thumbnails. You got to clickbait a little bit, and you got to just you have to look for a trending topic to basically draw. And does the trending topic coincide with how you're going to cover it? I don't think it's an issue that you do a trending topic. It just depends on how you cover the trending topic. If you're just like speculation and making
I
bullshit up,
do think it says something, Tim. If
you go. Skeptic, you there?
Sloopy said she's gonna pop up in about 5 minutes. So
Sweet.
I think Skeptic kind of cut out again. He says this something, but I'll wait.
he said he'll probably pop the link and come back up. I know Ellie's up here. I think TJ might. Is TJ still up here?
I'm still up here.
Yeah, we were. Can you believe what Drunken Turkey's doing now? Buster Murdoch, Stephen Smith, Hit and Run, Connection, Deep Dive.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they're gonna dig up. Well, excuse me, I shouldn't say that. They're going to exhume Stephen Smith's remains, and I really think I don't know. I guess his mom wants that, but I just think that for them to do that, it's just I don't know. I really just don't know how to feel about that. Really,
I know that's weird. Hey, Queen, can you take the cover down? The screen.
Yeah, I will when I get back home.
Awesome.
She's making sure no one just puts on their camera and just penis bombs the chat.
Yeah, for sure. It's just because you never.
Yeah, I will when I get back home. If it's bothering you though, honey, I'm sorry. There's really not much I can do about it.
No
That's
problem.
fine, Queen. That's fine. No problem.
But the whole thing with that, I just don't like that. That whole Drunken Turkey channel just pisses me the f off.
I know. He's just like went on from one thing to the next, like Kim and like then that whole he's just like that's what he does. I feel like, and he did grow his channel too from all of this. Like he does do conspiracy stuff in a way,
which is fine. I mean, like listen,
which is fine. I used to let I mean,
I like conspiracies too.
But it's more like
entertaining.
misinformation than conspiracy. Do you know what I mean? They're
Yeah.
taking like false calls and.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about aliens or stuff like that.
Oh well,
alien.
Yep, you're back up here, baby.
I like alien talk.
Thanks, Queen. Yeah, my internet crashed out. Sorry. Anyway, Tim, I don't know if you heard or what part.
I didn't hear anything. It was regarding trending topics. I didn't hear.
Yeah, I wanted to actually challenge you on the claim that it's perfectly okay if somebody only covers trending cases. I think it speaks volumes about somebody's intent and character when they're claiming to be a victim's advocate and care about justice for missing persons and true crime cases when they only cover the only top 2 or 3 trending cases. And I think it's commendable and something we should notice that when channels cover topics that are not trending, because that shows a certain commitment to consistency and an actual concern for bringing attention to crime and to victimhood. And I think it says a lot about somebody's character if they've only ever covered Summer or Rodney or Murdaugh or anything else. I think
I didn't say only coverage. I mean, I meant like
Right.
you could cover once in a while, but that's what I basically meant. And if I meant otherwise, sorry about that.
No, I think the spirit of your comment was there's nothing a priori wrong with covering high profile cases. So I was just sort of elaborating on that theme. I do think we can glean some insight into someone's ethics and motivations and intent if they only ever cover.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean, I often I think a lot of times it's like, I don't know, it removes the fun from actually making videos when you're just doing trending topics and stuff like that. If you want to talk about a trending topic because it's interesting, I find it okay. But if you're doing a trending topic based on just money, I don't really find it.
I'm a weirdo. As soon as if somebody's already covered the topic and it's trending, that's exactly when I don't want to talk about it.
I get bored.
Me too.
I get a little bored to doing that because I just say to myself, is there anything else that can put into this that's interesting?
Right.
I mean, I
the
talked about
10th video in a row of everybody covering the latest press release, just reading off the same press release that we can all download. I mean, I don't know how that's value added after 20, 30, 40, 50 people have done it. So then that looks a bit like you're on the bandwagon. It's like, I have to produce content on this new topic. Well, do you? I mean, do you have anything value added to add, or are you just, a parrot?
Yeah, that's true. And I just often, if it's sometimes things I just find interesting. Like I found the whole Jinko Ferrato story interesting. I did that one. I talked about that one. The MK Ultra history was interesting to me because I thought that was a very interesting look into it. And other cases, I just do random stuff on my own channel. I just do random stuff. I find
You actually
entertaining.
make content?
Yeah, I do a live stream with my friend.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just do
You-
random stuff. I
You
don't
never,
really.
you never invited me. I'm hurt.
Yeah.
I thought you liked me, Tim. I thought we were friends.
Well, actually, I hate everyone on the panel. I hate everyone in the chat.
Yeah, he doesn't like anybody.
You think
It's
we're all,
more like
you just think we're all a possum, and you have this,
Exactly.
Freudian aversion to a possum, and you just see us all as
Tim doesn't sit and plug his channel, though. He's not rude. You know what I mean? Some people are fucking rude as hell, and they'll just sit and talk about their channel and plug themselves over and over and over again. Tim doesn't do that. He barely even talks about his. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I originally came over here, because I like
No.
Tim. I think he's always rational and reasonable.
Yeah, and I just don't. I feel like it's disrespectful when you jump on other people's panels and start talking about your channel and everything, because
Right.
it feels like you're just being like a clout chaser and you're just looking. You know what I mean? Like it's just like I
Right.
feel like that's really messed up to do.
But I like
Oh my
Queen,
God,
and
do
I
I
like
do that?
Tim, and I like Ellie, and I
No,
like
no, you
New
don't do that.
Zealand, and I like Nick, and
Yeah, I was gonna say.
it's hard to find friends in this space, for fuck's sake. And I'm
Yeah.
you guys all scare the fuck out of me, so I've been hiding in my fucking gopher hole for a year and a half.
Glad to have you guys. I'm glad you guys are all here. Shit, I love all you Fallons. Glad you guys love me, my Fallon ass.
Was that a cross between a felon and a fallacy, and a phallus,
And a fucking Laura.
and a penis?
The Laura word.
Oh yeah, she went off on us.
Or Fallon and crackhead.
Yeah,
Never tried
she basically called us all crackheads and felons.
Yeah.
And she wants to see and she wants to see my face for some
You
reason.
bunch of felons.
She's obsessed with B-Tim. It's all she talks about is B-Tim.
How has JLR not found pictures of Tim yet?
Because I
Don't
don't. I'll tell you the truth. I do not have any online pictures. My Facebook group, I never have a Facebook
Yeah, but
group.
how is he not masturbating outside your bedroom window with a
I think I see him in the bushes
He
over
was
there.
in
Yeah.
New York
on.
recently at Times Square, remember?
Come on, I'm selling my house, and I've been airing it out, and I look out the window, and I expect to see JLR any day now, peeking
Yeah.
through my
Might have
window
been
in the middle of the night. And if I see him on my property, I'm gonna have a lot of fun. That's
I
gonna give
just
me
grew up.
license.
I grew up. I didn't like when I just didn't grow up with the internet when I was younger. I just basically it was much later, so I never was on social media groups and stuff like that. I just don't have a social media I never really went on. I don't have a Twitter account. I don't air my stuff like
So
that.
you're a mole, aren't you? You've been
I
setting
live.
up this ploy forever. You have a non-presence on the internet. You've been working on this long con for decades by not creating a public persona so that you can do all sorts of dastardly deeds and nobody can find you, huh?
It's funny you mentioned mole because I live in a basement apartment, so
Is it
funny.
mom's basement? No.
No, it's not mom's
I don't see
basement.
you as a mom's basement.
No,
sort of guy.
actually, I bought a house for my mom in Florida.
Yeah, no, exactly. I see you as a successful, educated sort of dude.
No, I did that because it's just it's cheaper that way, and I don't like New York City's freaking state taxes. So I'd rather buy multiple. Like if I was going to buy another house, it'd probably be in Florida or another state outside New York. New York's terrible.
New York.
Yeah, it's just
well,
terrible.
I love the weather here, but I'm thinking about getting out because I got equity.
Yeah, I know. Like New York, Florida market fucking skyrocketed. It was
Yeah, and I bought an investment home on a business trip in this beach community that's highly sought after now because it's all frickin' McMansions all around me. I own the last Key West cottages, and so now at this point, I have a lot of equity, and I'm thinking about just cashing out and moving to Italy.
Good idea. I'm like, well, Italy, your money would be worth like 50 times because that.
You get like a
Well, I mean, it's still the euro, but yeah. Well, exactly. I've been talking about the last live I did was, hanging out with my the people in my chat room talking about, maybe my next project will be, moving to Italy and then looking for real estate in the Italian countryside. And I already have like AK Rocks is on board. He said he would donate a month of his time to come over and help me renovate like an Italian villa. Because my girlfriend lives in Athens. She's a doctor in her residency of psychiatry. And she lives in Athens. And so I've been thinking about either buying in Greece, in Italy, or maybe the Mayan Riviera in Mexico, and maybe all three, and then maybe having a couple investment homes like B&B places, and then you know, and then just retiring early. Yeah, I speak
Sounds
some
like a nice
Italian.
dream.
I speak 4 languages, and I am half Italian, but I only my Italian's very rusty. Ma io posso parlare un po' di italiano.
That sounded good to me.
Yeah, I have no clue what you just said. You could have been cursing me out just now, and I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I can curse you out if you like.
Yeah, maybe later.
Vaffanculo. Tim.
Oh shit!
That sounds great.
Of course, everyone curses me out.
Right,
who wants to
Marlena?
know.
Marlena was there when we talked about it.
But yeah, I mean, like the market in Florida was ridiculous. I don't even know why it jumps on. Like after the COVID,
Nice,
almost
Alley
everyone.
Cat Tells. You're welcome too. Well, and you guys can all come. We can do like outdoor live streams eating prosciutto and drinking Italian wine.
Be
And
careful, you might be like a Molly Golightly where you stuff your food in your mouth while doing a live. And
no,
screaming
I will
at the
I will
chat.
never eat on live camera. I will always go on icon if I'm going to eat.
Yeah, that's what I was
yuck.
doing. I was having like a salad while I was just sitting here.
Oh my gosh, Tim, you were mukbanging your salad.
Yeah, I was having a salad. I usually like
While
to
on
eat.
panel.
Yeah,
But
I eat.
But I've also
Oh.
thought about starting a cult. I mean, everybody else has one.
Yeah,
could be fun. But I want to have like a democratic cult, so it's like we have a rotating cabinet of cult leaders. You know.
Yeah, well, that usually doesn't work. Usually, the first guy that becomes the democratic leader of the cult says kill off all the other guys and rules it.
Well, right. I mean, if your rotating position is to like, oh, okay, I'm king this week. Okay, kill all my competitors.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened in China and some other countries. They was like, oh, it's a democratic society, and then they proceeded to decide it wasn't a democratic society.
I can't speak Latin. I mean, I can understand some Latin because I speak 4 Latin-based languages, but no, I have never studied Latin.
Mukbangs. So you got to do a mukbang in Italy.
Mukbang, yeah.
Mukbang.
Yeah.
Mukbang.
Mukbang. Mukbang.
Mukbang. Okay.
Mukbang.
I need to plug my channel now because it needs to get really, really good before I can go to Italy. And I want to go to Italy with Skip, so come on, people.
Please, yeah.
You're not going to Italy. You're not going
No,
to Italy. We're gonna have to curtail that plan.
I ain't going. I know that.
Well, how do you know?
Well, yeah, she could hit the lottery and stuff like that. Or...
Well, exactly. I could win lotto for
Well,
sure.
and
is
then,
there a
you know,
lotto
whatever-
in New Zealand?
Pardon?
Is there a lotto in New Zealand?
Yeah, I think
There
there
sure is, and
Yeah.
scratchy cards and stuff as
Oh,
well.
okay. See, this is how
We're not
ignorant
like
of
a
America
third
now.
world. We're not like a third world country or anything. We're
No.
just little.
I like New Zealand. I haven't gotten there. I got close. I got to Bali. And Hong Kong. That's the closest I've ever been to New Zealand.
Hey, I gotta show my American ignorance here. I gotta show it. Like, do they have phones in New Zealand? Are you talking to a tin can?
Well, when I moved to Switzerland, Tim, I had people just like you. Like, do you have hot and cold running water and paved roads in Switzerland?
Oh my goodness.
Like,
they have like
dude.
springs, like natural springs.
Highest standard of living in the world.
It's so good. The water there, the water in like Switzerland is like
Oh
I don't
yeah.
know, the best thing.
I don't know why I left. I mean, I didn't like the weather, but I should have gotten the passport so I could go back if I wanted. But I mean, it's so hard to get into Switzerland, and somehow I managed to get permanent residency there, and I was there for 17 years. But it's I call it adult Disneyland. It's just everything works, everything's beautiful, the food's great, everybody's polite and well mannered.
So nice. Yeah.
It's a really
Healthy.
lovely
Like
country.
the cows walk around with bells on.
Well,
like,
exactly.
really-
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And some of the people walk around with
It's like
bells
magical
on.
land. Yeah.
And amazing cheese and amazing wine, amazing bread. And
Bread,
I could throw a rock into France. I could drive to Italy in about an hour. I could
That's
drive
cool.
to Germany in about an hour and a half. So
That's
it's also really centrally located. Yeah, no, I loved it. I just if I could have the tropics that I have in Florida and the beach life in Florida, and I could have the European lifestyle, that would be a no-brainer. But it's funny what you miss. I mean, I did miss speaking my language, although I was fluent in French. But I missed stupid stuff like American donuts, American burgers,
Hate
and Mexican food. Like, just
You know, when I wasn't a vegan, my favorite thing to eat was the Mexican donut. You ever what do they call them? Like those long, sugary sticks? Churros.
Oh, I
Yeah,
love those. Those are
churros.
yummy.
Yuck. Yeah.
What do you mean yuck? You never ate that?
I tried them once.
I don't like. They're
Just once.
for me. They're like sugary sweet, but I don't know. Some people love them. They swear by them.
Yeah, no, they're yummy. But I longed for homemade, like freshly baked apple fritters. That's to die for me.
Muffin Mouse says, which country has the best bottled water? New Zealand has
Lies.
the best bottled water.
Lies.
Yeah, I bet New Zealand and Switzerland are in competition. They both have
I think so.
fresh.
Yeah.
They both have a lot of springs.
But still,
Springs too, like Switzerland, like how they're just everywhere. There's like little spring water fountains.
You can, Allie, because that's exactly. I'm third generation, so in Italy you can actually you can sign up for a passport if you're third generation or less. So if your grandparents,
Coming up here, Sleuthy. We've been wanting to pick your brain about this Brian Koberger stuff. I know Ellie has been.
Hey, Sleuthy.
Hey, guys. Hi, Sleuthy.
oh, hi, I can't see what comes up on the thing. Hi, Sleuthy.
They're quiet. Is everybody there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
When Queen has the picture up, you can't see if somebody new comes up.
Yeah, because she's kind of like distracted because she does things and she has to do that because someone might,
like
do something crazy.
Pops up, it's hard for me to, block the thing. I can put it down for, for a few, but if it pops up, it's hard for me to throw it up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I can see now.
Oh.
Yeah, I think she dropped down. But anyway, pizza and Mexican food is exactly why I could never be a vegan. Well, there's actually vegan Mexican food. Actually.
Yeah, a lot of it is like I mean, just
The only
don't
problem
get
is
cheese.
cheese.
Yeah.
Well, they have
and
vegan
sour
cheese.
cream.
The vegan cheese is not bad.
Not bad.
I've
Some
heard
of it's good.
mixed reviews on vegan cheese.
Yeah, you never know. You have to. Yeah.
Well, usually you need like coconut. Coconut cheese is usually like.
I mean, I do like walnut milk or not walnut, almond milk. That's fine for milk. Although it's not very creamy, so like
you got to get
cream
oat milk.
sauce.
Oat milk, yeah. Oat milk is the
milk?
big thing
Okay.
now. Yeah.
I tried to make a cream sauce with almond milk, and it was a total failure.
was
No,
It's too
almond
watery.
milk is never good. Use oat milk. Oat milk is
Okay.
good for like cereal and everything. It's very creamy. And the one I use is what's the oat milk I always order? It's like earth.
Yeah, you up here? You up here, baby?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was you. It was you. That's why I keep that screen up, just in case,
Yeah.
We
you,
got
baby?
Taco Bell for the first time just about a year
Oh,
ago,
God.
and I tried one
Like I was
burritos
like,
for the
oh,
first time,
God.
and never again.
That's not
went back.
Mexican food. Yeah,
Yeah, that's shit.
that's
like,
the
that's not-
McDonald's of
Yeah.
hamburgers.
That's like Domino's is pizza.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have
totally.
Domino's too.
Right.
Need
And
like
that's like in
California.
Europe, they had Mexican restaurants, but they sucked balls.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like Texas or California, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Mexico.
And I'm from California. I think the Mexican food in California is the best
God.
in the world, even better
Oh
than
my
Mexico.
God. I eat it all the time out here. That's all I eat. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Planet Oat milk. I like Planet
Oh,
Oat.
yeah.
That's the one I use. That's like really good. Planet Oat. Like oatmeal, but oat.
Cali's got the best. I think Cali might have the best. I've been all over the world. I think Cali might have some of the best food in the world just because it's got
Right.
such a broad variety
Of
and a lot
people.
of it they do it pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
New
New York, too,
I think the Italian food in America sucks balls. So I mean, you can't get good at Italian food outside of Italy. I don't think. A couple places like Belgium, I found some good Italian food, but Italian food, you really need to go to Italy.
Yeah. Some places in New York, right? Tim? Like Brooklyn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I used to. My father lived in Manhattan for 10 years, and so I've eaten Italian food in Italy. I mean, in America. I mean, I'm not saying
Yeah.
I haven't had decent Italian food.
But
I
not
would
like
just say
Italy
it's
Italian
quite
food.
different, and like the Italian pizzas, just a very different animal.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Anyway.
New York might be up there too for great food.
So anyway,
Yeah.
up here. What? Okay, so hold on, Ellie. Wait, because now I'm got a brain fart. What were we wanting to ask her about? Remember, we were talking. I can't remember now. Damn it.
No, I mean, we always have like a million questions for Sleuthy, I feel like. But what was the most recent? I feel like I don't know.
Well, I haven't talked to you all since all of those warrants came out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And definitely that profile on Facebook was Banfield. And that was last time I was like,
Yeah.
fuck
Oh,
you.
it really was her.
It really
Oh,
was.
fuck.
It really was
Whoa,
her.
yeah.
Because
You
then
thought you knew it back then.
she was going on our threads. She was going back and forth with some of us on Twitter. So,
What do you think of the search warrants? Like anything? What sticks out to you? Do you think Kaylee was mentioned more? I heard you guys talking about that a little bit on Nerdy's thing live.
sort of. I mean, she definitely was, but I don't know.
Not enough though for it to be like.
Yeah, it was like stuff like, so obviously she had a job that nobody else had. She had a computer for that job that nobody else had. So those are 2 warrants that went out that nobody else would have. But I don't know. I guess I don't like that there was no warrants released that were for him for before he was arrested, like other than that one cell phone ping one that they did like 24 hours before and 24 hours after. But when this stuff came out, I spent like 2 days. I joke about it, but it's really not funny. But I'm in like my fake news epiphany, I guess, where I finally figured it out that what's really going on. Because when these came out, the first like 2 days after, I was scrolling and listening on YouTube and watching the news, and everybody was just getting it like so wrong. And
with the knife thing, saying
with
that
everything, they're like, they have the receipts for the knife. They have his, social media accounts where there's Facebook, and he was talking to the girl, and I'm over here thinking like, they didn't even pull his Instagram. So can we say right now that like the whole he was messaging them over and over again is probably not true?
Sleuthy, do you reckon that he was like, it seems like he didn't really try to hide what he was up to. He left receipts everywhere, all over online. I mean, he could have got a knife from a pawn shop, for goodness sake, instead of going online. Do you think he was just sloppy and didn't care, or do you think he wanted to get caught in some way? I just think he was really sloppy.
Well, like historically, mass killers usually do intend to get caught. They usually figure that they're going to get caught, or they want to die by suicide by police, usually.
Yeah.
So could he have? Sure. But the thing is like with these warrants, so yeah, they pulled eBay, they pulled Walmart, they pulled Amazon, they pulled Blue Ridge and K-Bar, but like none of those were for Brian Koberger's what's the word I'm thinking of? Purchases. And there's no, like, I would have felt really good had I seen then maybe his Amazon account pulled as, and then a bank account pulled as search warrants for him. Then I'd be like, okay, they were confirming on both sides that he has an account, would have bought the knife.
Right.
And then pulled his credit card records for it also. But I don't know. I don't know, but none of these are for, the only ones that are for him specifically is the phone pings that were in the PCA, his Google account, the external USB drive that had all of his phone data on it, Tinder, and Yik Yak.
Right.
Which is weird. The Yik Yak, well, I'm lying. I went on the WSU like subreddit, and a lot of those kids over there that are in classes, they talk on that Yik Yak. I had never heard of it before.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's
I
like
never heard of it.
It's like a radius thing. So I could see it being good for colleges. It finds like anonymous people within a radius of where you are, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I tried to download it, but they track your wherever you are, and then you can only look so far.
Maybe explain what Yik Yak. Someone asked what Yik Yak is.
Yeah, what is it?
It's just like an anonymous. Here, let me pull it up and see exactly what they say.
Yik Yak. Yakety yak.
Because I don't know if it's a board, if it's like a. I guess it is kind of like a
Reminds
board.
me of like Nextdoor app a little bit, but like
So So Yik Yak is a pseudo social media smartphone application that initially launched in 2013 and relaunched in 2021. The app, which is available for iOS and Android, allows people to create a view of discussion threads within 5-mile radius. Let's see.
Thank you, B. Tim.
That was what Google
And it's like
said.
anonymous too. It's like an anonymous. You could be anonymous, I think, on it. It was saying, right?
So is that like a Reddit, like a close Reddit, like a 5-mile radius Reddit?
Next
Yeah,
app.
I mean, like it says that. Well, why did? Let me see.
But colleges, it makes sense. Like a 5-mile radius in a college would be like on campus, off campus.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's like declining in popularity. It's saying, and someone like an unnamed team purchased the rights to Yik Yak brand from the block. So I'm not sure if it's actually like widely used by a lot, but it's still active right now. Let me see. It's like it says anonymous. It says anonymous app site chat picks up rival Yik Yak and users aren't happy. It's like, I guess it's like an anonymous kind of Reddit.
So I could see them looking on that maybe just because if it's like an anonymous thing with a radius, he could have like, if maybe one of them were on it. Did they do it for any of them or no? I forget.
Well, they would have been outside of that radius. However, if he would have just gone, like if he was, I guess it would follow you. So if you were to go to Moscow, it would then show you the anonymous people in Moscow.
Yeah.
Doesn't Tinder do the same thing? I mean, maybe they use it to like run their mouths about their professors. Who knows? Maybe, maybe he got on to see if they were talking about him. I don't know, but the Facebook and the Instagram and bank accounts and all that stuff, like I was expecting to see all of that.
Wouldn't they just keep that kind of anonymous until the trial, or do you think that's the main reason why they're kind of?
Well, there'll be discovery, I feel like, from all of these warrant. Like we didn't see the discovery, and that's like what I think people are thinking. This is the discovery, but this is just the warrants for the discovery, right?
Yeah. I think a lot, but you got to realize a lot of people are clickbaiting or misinterpreting the documents. I mean, it's happened to me. I was misinterpreting.
Oh yeah, we saw it and we were like, oh my god, 750. Like what's in there?
Lot. It is
a
lot.
And I think that's the thing. Like you have a lot of people who are laymen who kind of looked at that document and they just didn't quite understand what the document was actually looking into. And they just like thought it was like, oh, they found the weapon, they found the receipt of the weapon. And that's what I initially, like, I'm going to say it right here. I initially thought that was the case too, because, obviously I make mistakes and I'm ignorant to things as well. But I think if you read into it, you would realize, okay, they're just kind of a warrant for a search for this particular item in Amazon. My understanding is, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, clicking into these just right away. I don't know where everybody's getting like the full 700. Like I had to pull each one of these individually, which maybe was helpful. And you have to find, first of all, it's all of the documents all in one. So, and what they leave out is the affidavit. So
yeah,
it's actually kind of funny. So back on like February 6th, I had sent in a public records request for the affidavit of probable cause just for his, the warrant for 24 hours before and after, because I was trying to connect how, if he didn't show up on the tower dump, how they got probable cause to then pull more data from his device if he wasn't shown to be in the area at that time.
Maybe like an eyewitness, like just don't you think they brought her in and did like a lineup with pictures maybe, and that gave them more to get more. That's what I heard a lawyer say, to get more cell phone data they would have to, like, that's where Dylan came in as like a key part of everything.
I feel like, and I've talked to a couple, actually this one officer that I like a lot, he doesn't much come on everything, but he was like, I wouldn't ever do like a lineup with someone like that who had noticed, I know she could have said more than just the eyebrows and the approximate height and stuff like that. But he's like, unless she was 100% sure that the person that she saw was Brian Koberger, I would not do a lineup, because that's going to be discoverable. So if the defense attorney goes in and they look at that whole situation, the whole identification, and they're like, well, she only said that she was sort of sure, or that it could have been him. The problem with that is they could say, well, there's a bunch of men that look just like him, and she's not even sure that it was my client that was in there. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, but she's probably going to be called as a witness. So,
yeah.
But I agree with you that the lineup would be useless, because it's in the dark. It can easily be like, okay, well, She's in the dark. She just described bushy eyebrows. Well, she just described maybe hundreds of thousands of people in the area. So
Yeah, and you couldn't go in and then say, we're going to show you 6 people and you tell us if any of them look familiar, because if he's in there and she says no, that's a problem too. Like you can't tell if she's going to do it, you know?
Yeah, I think the evidence, I mean, either they got more evidence it's going to be revealed in the trial, or they're going to basically, they're going to really rely on a lot of circumstantial evidence. And I think the circumstantial evidence is I don't know, it's iffy. I mean, like the DNA with the sheath, them comparing with the DNA in the garbage, the tracking cell phone area. I think that definitely can work, but it's going to be a kind of, I'm hoping that they have more evidence, and they might,
well, they separated that out on that warrant, just to say that to not to exclude everything.
Yeah.
They put that separate.
I'm more interested in like the car. What was what the tests in the car? Because if you're going in a scene and you're all bloody and everything, even if you're like the most cleanest person in the world, you're probably going to leave traces somewhere. So, and it's very interesting. Did anyone actually talk about get information on the warrant with the car?
They took out like the brake pads. They took out the cushions. They took out everything to test for everything. They like just stripped that car for any kind of thing that could show up, like you said, a fiber, like that could get it. I mean, I think the touch DNA on the sheath is enough, but I know it could be explained away. But I'm sorry, like that's more than Murdoch's case. You know, I don't, in certain ways, like to have like a sheath on the bed with those girls. Like, come on. Like, I don't know if I was a jury. I don't know. Like,
well, I think that what got him truly, that got Murdaugh, was the fact that he was doing other illegal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
when they had like all these people coming up talking about what a shitbaggy is, then it was easier to be like, well, if
exactly.
Which isn't necessarily true. I mean, you could be a thief and a liar. It doesn't mean you're a murderer, but still yet a lot of people will equate, especially when they weren't allowed to take notes, and B, they listened to that over and over again for what, a month?
Yeah.
But I think it had to do with the reason why they brought up, and their argument for bringing all that stuff up was basically the financial motive. Like the walls were closing on him financially, and he was forced to do something that he would normally not consider because of the financial motivation. Will the appeals hold that up? I don't know. He's definitely going to appeal that, and if he can actually throw that out, that will be very interesting retrial, but I don't think he's going to win his appeals because his lawyer is terrible. We had Lady Justice up here explain basically like she didn't object, like the lawyer did not object to the removing of that one juror. I don't think there's enough objection. I mean, I don't think he has the ability to really.
I think they had enough like evidence, like people were talking about that. There was enough evidence with that juror that it was like enough that it's not an appealable issue because it was like clear.
Yeah, but Lady Justice was basically saying that that lawyer should have just put an objection and should have just said, "Hey, I object to this," just so they have some chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that was her argument. And she said that guy just slept on, because she said that she would have just objected to that, just so that will be on the record, that there will be a record created, so that a future appeals can it could be useful.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I think they were only thinking there was one hold. I don't know. They were like feeling like there was like only one hold up, but then it turned out that, it was a different case, the whole thing. And that one person that got kicked off would have maybe tried to hold them up and was going to do not guilty.
That's why you create your record, so that you can do your appeal.
Right. But there was like a couple other that were also starting it. But she was very, I guess, like more extreme. It's true. Yeah, it could be. But there's so many other appealable issues, all that, like,
I mean, the main thing is if they can throw out the whole history of like his financial misdeeds, then I think that will probably help him get an appeal, because without that, that's basically it. You just basically have a lot of circumstantial. Now, is it enough to convict a guy? Maybe. I don't know.
But the jurors did say that video that put him at the scene of the crime like 4 minutes before their cell phones went dark forever, like that was enough. I mean, I don't know if it was even the financial stuff, but it was
lying. His lying was the big contributor.
Lying about it, and the fact that it existed and that it put him right there, right before, I don't know. That's for me too, when that was like we always heard like a rumor about it, but to actually hear it and like be like, oh wow, he was right there. So he lied about sleeping, he lied about this, he lied about that, and like why would he lie?
He's lying about where the money's going because there's no way you're taking like 1,600 pills a week. I don't care what type, unless you're Superman. There's no way you will survive that. That money went somewhere else, and we don't know.
He could have also been hiding. He could have also been covering for and hiding an addiction of somebody else as well.
Could be. He could be like just basically buying pills and giving it to other people. Who knows? But that's just here or there. No one knows. The truth of the matter is, it just doesn't. His stories just didn't make sense. Jury didn't believe him, and they just basically said, and that was the majority of the reason why he got convicted, because he was a terrible witness and he was arrogant and he thought he could get away with it. And that's what happens to arrogant people that think they can get away with crimes. They will eventually get caught.
Literally, when they said, well, why did you lie?
OJ begs to differ.
And he said, what a tangled web we weave. I busted out laughing because I couldn't believe he had said that. Well, oh, what a tangled web we weave.
What did you think of that? Did you follow the Murdoch trial at all?
I followed the trial. I did not follow the case.
I know
all the
nothing
extra
about
shit
that
I didn't know anything about.
Oh shit, skeptic. We thought you were going to follow that trial and have all the details. Now we're done for.
When I saw the onslaught of attention, every single channel, doing live streams of all the trials and everybody making videos, that's again where I get the cringe thing, and I don't want to know a damn thing.
Yeah, it's like to overload information.
Yeah, that's me. I'm weird like that.
I get it, because you're like, let me try to do something different that other people
Everybody's
are
doing
doing.
it.
Yeah,
I don't want to do what they're doing.
Yeah, I just, as soon as I see a bandwagon, I've explained that before. I was always like that in high school. Like everybody got the same haircut or the same pair of shoes or the same shirt, and I was just like, now I don't want it. But it's weird. I mean, I'm weird.
I seen how you dressed.
Normally do that.
I seen how you dressed. You got the little thing. You got the thing.
Not the banana hammock.
The banana hammock.
No, not the banana hammock.
Yeah,
hey guys,
that's my shock value meme.
Thanks, Skeptic, for
Thank you for hanging out, TJ. I appreciate you. Have a good day, love.
See you later, guys.
Bye.
Have a good one. But yeah, I mean, I think it captured the imagination of a lot of people, because it was just like,
Well, and it's like, third generation empire crumbling down, and obviously their sense of entitlement that they could own the judges and own the police and get away with it. So of course it's some evidence that there is some justice when the big guys go down.
Yeah. Well,
for sure.
I personally just think he screwed over too many rich people, but that's
well, yeah. I mean,
that too, a little.
Obviously, not all big people go down. And that's where people are skeptical about the notion of justice.
Yeah.
When it's not applied consistently, and people understand that if with enough money and power and great legal staff, people can get at everything.
Yeah. Good OJ.
All right, so hold on real quick. I gotta switch subjects over here. So hold on. You said 8 to 9 p.m. was the only part of Xana and Ethan's timeline that we knew for weeks and weeks. Now we have them placed at the Sigma Chi party from 9 to 1:45 a.m. per Bethany.
Yeah, that annoys
So
me.
where were they from 8 to 9?
I don't know. I thought that was like the time we had accounted for, so I'm really not sure.
Yeah, but anyway, Queen, I gotta skedaddle. I'll see you around.
Bye, Tim.
Bye, Tim.
Bye, Steph. You have a good one. Bye, Ellie.
I might go live tonight, Tim, if you're around.
All right, I'll see you if you're live. Bye.
Yeah, I was remember that too.
Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, the same thing you were saying, the 8 to 9. I thought they were at that fraternity house, and then the other time was from 9 to 1:45. Was always like, where were they? I don't know when did that switch.
And also, they said that Kaylee, they've pretty much come down to Kaylee was his target. Is that true?
I asked Sleepy that before. I
don't know who. I feel like it was Maddie, and I can speculate how the whole thing could have happened without insinuating that Dylan lied like they did in the PCA.
Because I feel like Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there that weekend. So I feel like this was, I don't know if he had to plan it, or was it like just he saw that she was coming up, and then they would have some kind of like receipt that he was stalking her.
Ellie, what was the recent convention on that he did? There was some evidence that he had interaction with any of the people, any of the victims.
Sleuthy, do you know? I mean, like, it's still, there's no
I
like
mean, I heard some
hard
speculation, but I
evidence.
wasn't sure if there was any solid evidence that he'd had any contact in the past with any of them.
No,
You
No.
know?
no,
I
no.
mean,
We don't
there's
know.
no, like, even the warrants that were pulled, none of them are the same. Like, there's no, I mean, well, except for Tinder, which we already knew he had because
That
that
Tinder
girlfriend.
date. Yeah.
But other than that, there's like no Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat or any of that stuff.
So no firsthand evidence that he interacted with them.
Uh-uh.
Okay.
It's just
So
it's a lot of
people are just
speculation.
speculating because I'd heard Maddie too, and
Even on Banfield, they speculated about it.
Mhm. Well,
Yeah.
you have these anonymous sources that can say whatever because there's really no repercussions, and it's you know, you hear about these that he was messaging one of the female victims repeatedly, and then they turn around and say, and he liked all of Maddie's photos on Instagram.
But that was after the fact, right? I thought I understood that he liked or friended or followed them, but after he'd already done the deed. No.
No, before.
Yeah,
They were-
before. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's evidence that he was tracking them.
I mean, if that's the case, but we don't have any like hard evidence. It's just here, all like, you know, speculation that. But
I just wasn't
reported from
sure
this
that
anonymous source.
we had a timestamp for if he'd followed those ladies' content before or after the murders.
They have his like phone going to the neighborhood of where he is, where they live. Like, how many
When
times
he was driving around them, they'd pinged
Yeah.
him driving in the neighborhood for months, right?
Yeah. Like,
So he obviously probably knew of them or knew of the neighborhood or just knew that there were college girls in the neighborhood.
but
Yeah,
it's
they were
interesting.
they were surrounded by apartment complexes, and you know, so I think that in terms of making sure he had no other connections to the people that lived in the apartment complexes around them, like within 250 feet, I think that would be important. That would say a lot to me. So if the ping to consider him in the area of the King Road address doesn't extend beyond 250 feet, and they can't find any connection to him with anybody that lives in the apartment complexes or in that general, say,
Then it could have been random.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's like, I mean, because there's no reason really to
Right. I mean,
drive right there.
if he'd bought, you know, one of the girls a beer at one of the local pubs or, you know, or whatever, had interacted with them on social media or on a dating site,
There's rumors that he, you know, there's weird rumors that he did,
Right.
you know,
Right.
date one.
I mean, it's
but
quite possible because he
yeah,
had
you
run-ins
never
with
know.
other women, and he definitely seemed like he had an issue with women.
Isn't it like a Tinder date, like rumor or something, Sleuthy? What's the
Wasn't
rumor?
there one woman that he dated that then said he was very weird on the date,
Well,
and he said
and she
something
threw
about
up.
she had, you know, I don't know what was it,
Good
birthing hips or something
Yeah.
like that.
That was like I was like, that's weird.
Yeah,
And she
that's
made
weird.
herself throw up to get out of it.
Right,
And like
I did hear
texted him
that.
on Tinder. No, but I think like somebody was saying like it was like a rumor that he went out on a date with one of them and like rejected them. But I
it
think
was a
that's just a rumor.
Yeah.
I don't know. Of course, it's never been like substantiated by anyone.
Oh, wait a second. Okay, so I know what you're talking about. Her dad was telling a story in some interview, and they had mentioned that her and Jack had broken up, and she went on a date with some guy from Tinder, and she called her parents like right after and was upset, and she was like, I'm never gonna find another Jack, because she had this experience with this guy from Tinder, and he like called her a bitch and told her to make him a taco or something.
Yes, that one. Yeah.
But there's
it was
no
never
knowing,
substantiated that it was Koberger.
right.
But they did pull Tinder, but for Kaylee, right? Tinder for Kaylee.
Yeah, they pulled Tinder for Brian Koberger, Maddie, and Kaylee only.
That's
but
interesting.
They went plumb back to like 2021, and then there were 2 follow-up warrants. So they sent out, they sent out Kaylee's first, and then got it back, and then sent like a follow-up one for 19 redacted Tinder user profiles. And they wanted all of their information from November 3rd, 2022 through.
So, I mean, some of that might come out discovery, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's
it could just be concealed at this point. Because
Exactly.
from what I understood, didn't the parents or somebody at the beginning claim that there might have been some reason to believe she was being stalked, but then that was shut down pretty quickly.
There was a stalking rumor.
Right?
Yeah, and even like the guy at vape shop. Remember, he even said that they came in there talking about a stalker. Remember that?
Right.
Yeah,
But
that
two
whole
pretty young girls in a college town. I mean,
Yeah, it's easy to just, you know, and
yeah,
then yeah.
they could have just whatever awkward admirers that, you know, did inappropriate
But that did
gestures
come
or
up a
something.
lot. The stalking thing came up a lot with Kaylee, that she did have a stalker. But who knows? I mean, it's hard to tell what,
Right.
you know, some of these things do end up being true. And we saw things that were rumor that ended up being kind of coming out in the
No,
probable cause
absolutely.
affidavit, you know.
Not
Yeah,
all
but then
rumors are false. It's just that we have every good reason to discount everything unless it's
yeah, of
substantiated.
course.
That's all.
Yeah, it's hard to like, how do you figure out which, like, you know,
Yeah,
anonymous
and we're
source
humans. We
is.
all speculate. It's just you have to be careful, especially if you have a public forum. That's my only position.
Yeah, and like
But
trusting News Nation, I think me and Sleuthy,
oh,
like, you
yeah,
know, like I
I'm
got
so
duped.
disappointed in them with
I am
with
too.
Bailey. I'm sorry, with whatever her
Yeah,
name is, Ashley Banfield,
Banfield.
and now with you know, some of the other guests that they brought up on there. With this Vinny Politano or whatever his
Oh
name
yeah,
is.
he's Court TV. Yeah, but
Yeah,
they're
Court
kind of cut
TV.
from
These are
similar.
like these new, you know,
Yeah,
Johnny Come Lately big networks that just seem to have very low journalistic ethics. You know, don't seem to vet, or they vet and they don't care. And even the same with Nancy Grace. I mean, I think
yeah,
originally, I think people liked Nancy Grace back in the day. You know, maybe she was overly, you know,
she's
outspoken and
crazy.
opinionated and arrogant and all that, but I think people thought she was passionate
Yeah,
and real, and I don't feel that way about her anymore. Now I just see her as a opportunist.
yeah, she's like. I think Banfield wants to be like Nancy Grace a little.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems
And
like
that's where,
they.
you know, it's like we are out here, I'm out here, other people like me are out here talking about journalistic ethics and integrity, fighting against the strong claim of everything's fake news, to try to point out that there's still ethical, responsible, professional journalists who have standards. And then when channels like News Nation and Court TV and whatever these other channels do the same thing, then it's like it's harder to make the case that the true crime bad actors are any worse than the frickin' bigger networks.
Yeah, and even like, what do you think about Jennifer Coffindoffer, Sleuthy? Because I don't know. I feel like she spewts a lot of like misinformation. Like I feel like she's still going on the Papa Rogers thing, being him. I don't know. Like she's like a spinner too of some facts.
I'll tell you, it takes a lot for me to just like go and unfollow people. It takes a lot for me to get really irritated and like say something back to somebody, because generally I don't pay attention, nor do I care. And I'll really entertain most of anything as long as there's some type of basis, some type of substance to it. If you're like totally ignoring every single fact in order to come up with a theory that has nothing to do with any connections whatsoever, then I don't. But otherwise I'm pretty okay. But anyway, so someone had been on my thread, and this has been going on for weeks. There was that issue with the conflict.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, that was so
I
annoying.
I
Yeah,
disagreed, but respectfully, I
yeah.
disagreed.
Hmm.
I had Jennifer Coffindoffer on a space, and then I had Andrea Burkhart on a space. Andrea Burkhart is a lawyer,
I
and
like
she is
her.
a lawyer that works. She's an appellate lawyer or
Yeah.
appellate lawyer. So
Hmm.
if anybody was going to be able to say if this was ever going to be something that would come up in an appeal, it would be her.
Exactly.
I
Hmm.
gave her 50 documents of Kara Kernodle's court history.
Uh-huh.
There was no sign of Ann Taylor having represented her or shown up in court with her or anything like that. So they both said their piece. I agreed with Andrea. I didn't see what the big deal was. And until the court or the prosecutor did something about it, then I didn't see what sense
Exactly.
it made for me to care. So I got unfollowed by Jennifer
Oh
Coffindoffer.
my
So I was like,
gosh.
yeah.
Over
So I was like,
that? Oh my gosh. That's
I was like, because I disagreed. Okay. But I
oh
let it
my
go, and it's been
goodness.
like a month.
Uh-huh.
Well, then the other day, there were people in my thread and they were talking about things. One of the things that someone said was, why is everyone overlooking the thought that maybe that one knife was already present in the house and someone tried to defend themselves with it? And I think that's reasonable. But she went on about how that's out of the realm of reasonableness and to just stop. And there were several comments that were made to people where I finally jumped in and was like, I don't see how that's any less reasonable then saying that Papa Rogers is Brian Koberger 100%, and that page 118 that was underlined was probably Elliot Rogers' manifesto.
They don't
Like,
know
where did that even
that.
come from?
I know. Everybody jumped on that. I was like, where did they get that? Just from nowhere, right? Just they
'Cause
looked up that, and it's not even a book. It's a manifesto, right? It's like, it's not really a book because
like if you
that
printed it, would that even still be page 118?
of a book, yeah. And the you're right, like the pages could change. Yeah, I don't understand why people were like, it's Elliot Rogers' manifesto. I know.
But
Everybody
just
jumped on that. Mhm.
just my whatever. But my pet peeve was getting in my thread and telling people that their ideas were basically wrong or dumb. And I don't like that.
Like
I
the
don't want to
Papa
hear my same
Rogers.
opinion over and over again. I mean,
Yeah. Like the Papa Rogers thing, I thought that was like disproved when like they showed that he was like commenting on like an Indiana school board, like
she thinks that's irrelevant.
She thinks that's irrelevant, but
she thinks that was purposely done to like make it look like it wasn't him. My thing is after he was arrested, like physically arrested, his phone was taken from him. How did he go delete that account?
yeah. And like, she could say, well, FBI or whatever, law enforcement deleted it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what she probably would say. You know what I mean? Like she has like I know, I feel like it's irresponsible for a little bit, you know, because
facts we have. She has the same information that we have.
And she spins it, and she spins them a little bit, you know, to kind of.
Well, that's the other thing again about media ethics in general. It's a whole conversation about how, with all of the alternative media sources and the sort of loss of the traditional media monopoly of print and network coverage from the past, it has forced a lot of the news networks to engage in less scrupulous and more sensational content and tactics in order to get the eyeballs. Otherwise, the eyeballs will go to, you know, more dramatic sources, and that puts a lot of pressure on professional journalism, unfortunately. Because if you just spew the facts and stick to the facts, you might not get as much viewership.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that, but I mean, I guess at the same time, it's like I saw it going downhill. I vividly remember whenever a birdie dropped in my inbox about Brian Koberger being fired, and when I asked if I could see the letter.
Oh God, that one with Gigi you're talking about?
Yeah, I literally said, I won't release it. I just need to see it. I need to know that it's a real thing that exists before I go and put it out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And she got mad. She like didn't do it. And then next thing I know, like a week later, it was on News Nation and it was verified information. And the shitstorm that brewed after that.
Oh my God, that was a crazy. That was so crazy with that. That was another
there were
thing.
videos being made of me, like she was like screen recording my whole thing, and then like bits and pieces of my DM with her, which I dislike incredibly. So like then I felt obligated to go post the whole conversation from our DM, because I don't like when only little bits and stuff about like what I'm saying is showing and not like what both of us are saying in its entirety.
It's taken out of context, and that's what she did probably purposely, so it could be like misinterpreted, you know.
Yeah,
possibly.
And it was like all these true crime people. Like, first of all, I'm not even in true crime. I don't know what I am. I'm like by myself.
You're interested. Yeah, you're sleuthy. You're just sleuthing around the internet.
I just talk a bunch and I make weird Google sheets to
timelines to keep everybody's heads in place with all this true crime. Like it helps everybody, I think, all your timelines, you know. It's like a visual learning tool that I think a lot of people, you know.
I appreciate when they use it. I just, like I said, I don't care when people are talking about things that aren't real, but like at least know what things are actually real and what's not real, so that you can preface whatever it is you're about to say by, this is a rumor.
Yeah.
This is speculation, or this is a fact, because it gets out of control immediately.
Well, and the big problem is, from a psychology perspective, the audience doesn't necessarily care or differentiate between fact and opinion, and that's a serious problem for rationality in general. And we know that from studies that brains, just don't really focus or have a concern for facts versus self-interested opinions. So
Huh.
if you say
Yeah.
something that I want to hear, that I'm already predisposed to believe,
Mhm.
I will give that opinion more weight than somebody who just sticks to the facts. In that sense, humans don't necessarily care about facts as much as information that they believe confirms their worldview. And that's scary. I mean, we should all be worried
It's
about that.
the whole problem right there. You just summed it all up. That's a big part
Right.
of
And you know, as somebody who teaches rationality and critical thinking, it's the biggest challenge, you know, to all of us in this space, because then how do you combat that? And I think the only solution, unfortunately, is that you have to develop rhetorical savvy to be able to reach out to impressionable brains. And this is the problem I always have, because then I have an ethical problem. Then I feel like I'm manipulating you. If
Mhm.
I'm playing around with language and trying to persuade you to believe me instead of just putting out the facts and letting you figure it out on your own, it feels manipulative. But from like a science communication perspective, we all talk about the sort of the 800-pound gorilla, is that we need communicators, rational communicators, who are good at rhetoric, who can use the power of emotion and who have strong oratory skills and can be passionate and appeal to the things that humans care about. And that feels manipulative. The facts should be enough, but unfortunately, presenting facts is not enough. You need to, in order to have maximum impact, you need to also use uh, successful rhetorical tactics to get to influence people, because rhetoric is the art of influence. And so people who are good influencers, persuaders, will always be more successful than somebody who's more rational, ethical, and fact-based. And you have to contend with that people who have charisma and who are good speakers and who get everybody riled up, and that people feel, emotionally appeal to them. These people are, I mean, and look at lawyers and politicians, they all have these
storytellers.
skills.
Yeah, the storytelling.
Yeah, it's the storytelling aspect of human psychology. We are
That'd be-
storytelling animals, and we love a good story, and we
Mhm.
don't care about the content of the story, just that the story is well told.
Yeah.
And we should all
But
be worried about that, because
that's
facts
when
should
we trade
matter.
opinions for facts because of the story.
Right.
We like the storyteller and we
Right.
like.
And that's what post-truth
Mm.
is all about,
Yeah.
that facts are becoming less and less relevant. But it's a part of, just a problem of our emotional cognition. We
Yeah.
didn't evolve to be intellectually rational. We evolved to be socially rational and care about things that yeah, confirm our own biases, unfortunately. And
Mhm.
we're driven by tribal affiliation and ideological commitments and all these other secondary factors that don't have much to do with truth, whatever that word might mean.
Yeah.
And that's, it should bother all of us,
Yeah.
especially if we're concerned with justice. Because if facts don't matter in a conversation about justice, we're all,
The thing. That's
one step away from being falsely accused of something
Yeah.
and being unfairly prosecuted by
Yeah.
a biased jury
I
and
have to say,
some good
even my
prosecuting attorneys.
Twitter, right, Sleuthie? You being
dude,
like, yeah.
that's something that's really been getting to me. That it's been like consuming me. That ever since, so that PCA came out, just the PCA, and I put out a poll like a dummy. I probably shouldn't have, because it threw me into this rabbit hole of, I'm reading all different kinds of cases about it. It's been all consuming, because I did a poll and I said something to the effect of, knowing only what you know, forgetting all of the rumors that you've heard, and only going off of the information that's in the PCA, period. Would you, on a jury, convict Brian Koberger? And like 93% of people said yes. And I was like physically ill to have seen it, because in the next breath, they'll say, well, the PCA is not all the evidence. It's not written in order to convict somebody. But yet 93% of 3,000 people that are reading that are saying yes, they would do it, just based off of the with no follow up, with no information, with no being able to ask questions of an expert to explain those pings, and their error rates, or fill in the blanks that are missing and see the car on camera and stuff like that. I mean, it made me like, it really concerned me. It really, really concerned me because I feel like if we're supposed to be going into this with the idea that they have to prove that we did something beyond a reasonable doubt, and you think that, I don't know, I hate to, I don't want to be like, I'm not saying like you're dumb, you're not reading it right. That's not what I mean at all. But what
What
I
if
do
that's true?
is that you should is
Yeah.
that like if you're reading that PCA and you're ready to take another American's life for just that PCA, you don't even know how they died. You don't even know, like, at this point, you don't even know the whole story about the person that saw someone in the house.
Yeah, there's so much more to that. That's just like a framework of what the evidence they do have and what will come forward. And look at all these.
Well, what do you think about the things that they're saying about Dylan?
What things they're saying about Dylan?
Well, basically they're saying that they think she's seen more. They don't know how she's seen him with like bushy eyebrows, like they're just talking a lot of shit pretty much.
I mean, I go back and forth. I tend to think that it goes one way or the other, right? So she either saw him and saw something that concerned her, that it scared her to where she froze, which they never said that. They didn't say she froze in fear. Just that she froze. She was in frozen shock or whatever that is. But she was either fearful because she saw something, because you have to think about this. If she just came out of her room and the only sounds that she heard were the sounds that they described in the PCA, which none of them were murdering sounds per se. Either she saw him and immediately knew that he had killed people in her house and was terrified and like laser focused zoomed in on his face, and that's like all she happened to notice, to be able to tell them, or she saw him and she didn't think that it was that big of a deal, or that she would have to call 911 because he was literally just a person walking through the house.
Yeah, see, and that's what I get to, like, and they said she was new, that she was kind of like, she was the newer girl.
All of them moved in so they were all Kaylee, Xana.
Going after that other girl. What's the other girl's name? The survivor?
Bethany,
yeah.
What's her name?
Go ahead, baby. Bethany.
Her name is Bethany? I thought there was another one.
Dylan. Bethany.
Yeah, sorry, Dylan.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intervene. Just that the channels that have gone after her, and I mean, it's just really, in terms of not understanding how shock or trauma might work, it's just really despicable. Sorry, I didn't mean to
And like
interrupt.
Betty, she's like, oh, why
Right,
didn't you?
Betty.
She put on there
Right,
was that.
exactly.
Why didn't you
Right.
save me?
That's disgusting. I've no idea what was going on in the mind of that young lady, and neither does Betty. And
You don't
focus
think
on
she's
her.
sitting there, already,
Right.
beating
You think
herself
she
all to
doesn't have
hell? That
survivor guilt and all those things?
Yeah, it just really bothers me that people, you know what I mean? When people like that, like, you couldn't save me. I mean, holy shit, she's probably already going through survivor's guilt as it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just how presumptuous of you, and then to use that as content. It's just, these people are so sick.
Well, and picking different. So like I said, it's got to be one way or the other. So picking certain things. So to me, you can't say, well, it was a party house. So when she opened the door, she didn't think that anything was wrong because it was
Yeah.
just a guy walking through the
Right.
house.
Exactly.
But then say that she went in there and then was like,
For all we know, they could have been
frozen in fear.
cosplaying. Could have been some romantic interlude in the middle of the night in a frat house. You don't know what's
Yeah,
going on.
colleges are crazy. There's just all kinds of crazy stuff, and she's been there long enough that she saw that as a packed house. We saw those, those body cam of those noise complaints. How many people were in those houses? I'm sure, like, she probably just, if anything, she even convinced herself that night that it was maybe nothing. Like,
Well,
just you go into like that defense mechanism.
Plus, she could have
and
been
then,
intoxicated as well, right?
Well, right. They said that they went out, they were the
Yeah.
first home. So how do we know that they didn't go out and get, fucking drunk and go home and go to bed?
Yeah.
She went home and went to bed, and she woke up to noise, which is what she thought was, you know,
I mean, who's going to presume that all your roommates are brutally murdered in the other room? I mean, that's just not the
Yeah.
first thing. And you're
Right.
going to be
Hindsight bias.
resistant to accept that that could possibly be the case.
So
you don't
Well, yeah,
until
they
after.
said- Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I don't think she realized it, you know, after, like, you know, looking back on it, like you have, like, it happened. So there's this hindsight bias that you get
Right.
from looking back on something. And
Yeah,
so
they're
she
all playing
can't
back
unring that
quarterback.
bell.
Right. You have no
Yeah.
idea, and you don't, you know, again, these non-psychologists, you don't know, you don't understand, you're not educated, you don't understand trauma and the different sorts of manifestations that can occur in traumatic situations. So you're just not well positioned to go after a person who now has to deal with the legacy of having, you know, been the sole survivor in one of the worst brutal homicides in history, you know?
and here's the thing, and I'm gonna throw like these two different situations out. So
I'm sure she does have survivor guilt.
I'm since they didn't say, like, in the PCA, it did not say that, like, again, that she had heard anybody like screaming for help.
What's the PCA affidavit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
B, which I was actually quite surprised to see that they put her like in there to do, but I guess they had to. So, but anyway, they
Is it on your Twitter, baby? I'll go pull it real quick. Is it? Do you have it on your Twitter? Is that the
PCA?
Yeah.
It's in the timeline. It's under the court docs. It's the very first one.
Okay. All right.
And it's pinned to the top of my Twitter. But so I'm most inclined, seeing as how it's written the way that it was. He wasn't like running out. It doesn't say that he was in a frantic, you know, panic to get out of the house, flung the door open, banged on the door. It didn't say that she saw a knife. It didn't say anything really to lead me to believe that she would think that this person was dangerous, especially when there's a DoorDash person that's like walking around at the same time.
Yeah.
So let's say that she opened the door, she saw this person, she's like, whatever, I just hope they shut up now, and then shut the door and went and laid back down.
Yeah.
I get that. I
Yeah.
get not calling 911 because that's what you thought. You thought you didn't have to
Like I
talk
said,
her
if
out.
you had a woman, you know, coming down the hallway in a frat house, you know, dressed as a dirty nurse or as a guy with a you know, baklava on his head. I always make that joke. I know I always forget the term for a mask. Balaclava, what's the term? Anyway, you could just think it could be sexy kinky time with the neighbors, right? And presume that, you know, it's none of your business, right?
Right. And
I mean, I'm making a sort of a silly
Oh my God.
comment, but I'm just
Stuff that
claiming that if
happens
you
in
saw
college.
something in the hallway, the person's not running down the hallway with a bloody knife, screaming, I killed you," you know?
Well, no, and with Ethan and Xana being in the other room, they don't know. They could have came home drunk and was like, hey, you know, like,
We
you
don't
know what I
know.
mean?
Yeah.
And we
I'm
don't.
just being silly. It's just another possible scenario that could have gone
Well, I
through her
mean,
brain.
college kids, you know, they go out, get drunk, come home, they're gonna fuck. You know what I mean? They're gonna fuck around. I mean, shit.
Right.
It's just
Right.
what it is. I
Or it could
mean,
have been the drug addict delivering cocaine, you know, and that's why he had a balaclava on his head. I always say baklava because it's funny, but he had a Greek
Well-
dessert on his face.
Well, and like we don't know if she had any type of interaction with Kaylee and Maddie, so she could have been aware that they were trying to call Jack repeatedly. She could have just assumed it was Jack leaving the house. Maybe he did come
Right.
over.
Right.
But so I could get
well,
that.
and they said she lived there 2 months. If you live there 2 months, I wouldn't want to be calling the fucking cops and being like, hey, there was somebody in my house. Not sure if it was a friend or not. Not sure who it was, but
I don't know
yeah.
what my neighbors are into. None of my goddamn business. You're not going to get a good
Right?
reputation for calling the cops in the middle of the night on your neighbors who might be just doing some funky
She was
shit.
younger too. She was like a freshman or sophomore,
Yeah.
I think, right?
Yeah.
And she didn't want to like probably cause any waves.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, not only this. Okay, so this
I was
happened.
in college. You just shut the fuck up when your fucking roommates got crazy.
It
My
wasn't
roommates used to throw
happened
frickin'
at
shit
4
through the
a.m.
wall. Yeah. And
It
I didn't
happened
call the
at 4
cops.
a.m. and she called the cops at what 10 o'clock. So I mean, this is like 6 hours. I mean,
No. So let me. I'm gonna finish playing it out. We all agree that it makes sense if she wasn't scared, went back to bed. So then
Right.
my question is, in the morning, when the morning came, if she didn't go outside of the room, like what's the normal routine? You obviously, I mean, I'm just going to talk for myself. When I get up in the morning, I get up and I walk to the bathroom. That's the first thing I got to go pee. So she would have the bathroom that she had access to was the one that she shared with Xana, the one that's right directly beside her room, Xana's room. So Did she, when she got up in the morning, did she get up, walk out of the room, go to the bathroom and notice something, and then holy shit, and then called the friends, and the friends came over? Did she not leave her room at all and called a friend and said, can you please come over and check the house and see, because I saw this person here and I heard these things last night and I don't know. So
Well, from my understanding, I know they didn't release the 911 call, but didn't they say that I guess maybe I could be wrong, that's why I'm asking you. Didn't she walk out and see Ethan laying face down on the ground and thought that it was alcohol poisoning and called his brother over to check him?
That was
a rumor, or that was true?
talking. It was people talking.
Okay. Okay.
Now that would make sense if, like I said, she got up in the morning and she went to go pee and happened to see somebody.
Well, if she seen him laying there, called his brother to come over, and then called another friend, like, oh damn, and then they started discovering this, that would make a little more sense.
Went
I've
down
never
like
called
that.
911 in my life. I'm not sure that would be the first thing I would do in a stressful situation. I might
Yeah.
call somebody for advice or not know
Well,
what
and
the
you're in
fuck
a
to do.
house with, a frat house with, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
fuck, kids get drunk all the damn time. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And
I think she
with
could have called
friends
Bethany.
partying and
Or it could have just been a domestic dispute, and again, you don't want to get involved and let somebody else do it. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the most responsible thing, but it's hardly grounds for
College kids. Yeah.
going after her.
I think it would depend for me on what it is that, like, what the level of. So if I went out and he had been, let's say there was one person out there that had been stabbed and was laying face down, so I couldn't see any stab wounds. I couldn't see
Right.
and I couldn't see like blood on
Right. Just a
walls or a
passed out
floor or
drunk
whatever.
college student.
Yeah. But was that the case? Because I mean, I just can't imagine. I
Seems
feel
like there'd be pools of blood around, right?
everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or she
I
could
mean, it
just
sounded
peek out and
because
see him.
wasn't Sleuthie, you'll know, weren't there the coroner report was multiple massive amounts of stab wounds? No, this wasn't
Well,
one and done, was it?
She said each of them was stabbed multiple times. What does multiple mean? Does that mean 3?
Multiple
That
with
could
Right,
be
is it
multiple.
3
It
or
could mean
17?
25
Yeah.
or
Yeah. Right.
And there
And
was
I
good
don't know
bit-
if you're face down, does that then cover the blood stains? I don't know.
And there was maybe a slope because that blood was found on that, remember, outside, and so
Yeah,
the blood.
that was real, right? Those blood stains were actually from the crime?
I think yeah. So I think there
I
must have
wasn't
been
sure
a
if that was a
slope.
rumor or something weird, or if that was
It was
related to the crime.
blood. I
It
think
was
I mean,
blood,
I don't
yeah.
know if it was I think it was confirmed. What did you,
I
Sleuthie,
mean, it
was it?
definitely looked like. I mean, it definitely.
Yeah, I mean, people
And from this crime, it wasn't somebody who cut themselves in the sprinkler a week before.
No,
if they
it wasn't
were
there before, like
yeah.
the week before. But
But
if
how
they
the hell
were
did blood seep out onto the outside wall?
It was
Jeez.
like a shitty built place that was like
Oh,
an
yikes.
attachment that was put on, like an extension.
Yikes.
And not for nothing, but you know how they're building houses now. I mean,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
go see my mom like once a month, and every time I go there, they've built like 3 houses in a tiny alleyway. They like knock down
Yeah,
a
mine's from
shed and then they build
1950 and in Hurricane Alley, and it's still here. So
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't build them like they used to. But like my old house, it was made of like 6 by 8s. Like it was the most massive beams that I could see in the base. It was outrageous. But now, I mean,
the Three Little Pigs are building houses.
Yeah, I don't
Even
have a hard
worse
time
now
believing the
because
floor wasn't level.
Yeah.
Or that the
Yeah, they use particle board and they don't use the foundation
particle
board. Is
board.
strong.
That's what this
Yeah.
place was made out of. Yeah.
Mm.
It looks like it. I mean, I don't know, but like if you think about it, if there was a slight, like I've had slopes in like in a wall, in like a floor. If there was like a slope, then maybe I don't know. Maybe they didn't
It
see
doesn't
it.
even
I
have
don't
to
know.
be that off. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that off to have been able to, over the course of 7 hours, for it to run.
Yeah, all out. I
Or
mean, or
just
just
something from a horror movie to see the blood stains on the outside of the wall.
oh my
Jeez.
god,
It's
people
like
talked about
Amityville
that for
horror.
like a week. I think. Yeah.
When I wasn't even sure that it was from the event, I just was incredulous that
Because it was near
somehow,
a pipe, so people were like, it could
wow,
be rust or something.
Jesus.
I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
Or like I said, somebody cut themselves a week earlier doing, yard work or something. Gardeners or who knows.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of people like look back to older pictures, I think.
Plus, it was
like,
on the bottom floor, and the crimes were committed on the.
It's right in
second or third.
Ethan and Xana's room, and they were on the floor, so it makes sense,
Creepy.
Yeah, that whole part was creepy.
Aren't they're demolishing that structure,
Yeah,
right?
thank God. I mean,
I don't know. I could never
I
like
just
it would just
hope that they're not demolishing it to build more student housing. I would be so disappointed if that's what's going to end up happening, as opposed to just demolishing it and leaving it be.
leave it be. I think leave it like as just like a piece of land, you know, if they're donating that land to the university. I think
Make a
I
dog
know.
park or something.
Yeah,
Like
something.
something. I mean,
Not a memorial there though. Maybe a memorial somewhere else because they were killed there. So maybe like use like a dog
And that
park or a
memorial would be
guard.
out of place right between two student housing, right? I mean, you can't
Yeah,
completely
but like
change the
I like
infrastructure.
dog park. Was it, you know, something like that, or just put more trees there, just grow things there, and just not put a house up. Because if people were saying, "Oh, I would live in that house," I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, I don't see anybody want. I mean, or if
With
people
the
did
price
want
of
to
real
live in it,
estate.
I know that's what people were saying. I mean, but just to, I don't know, it would become like a thing for people to live there,
Yeah.
and then it would be this weird. I don't know. I
I
think
don't
it
know.
would.
I mean,
I
that's
don't
like a
know.
superstitious sort of thing. But I get it.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I probably
yeah.
wouldn't be thrilled. And I know that they have to do full disclosure when you're selling a place.
When
If
you're
a
selling a
murder,
place, not renting, but yeah,
No.
but
Oh,
selling,
not
it
renting?
makes
They don't have to
sense.
tell you?
No,
Oh, so the owner needs to know, but
the
not.
do they
owner needs,
not? Do they not have to? Well, I guess if you're
not
just
if you're
Wow.
renting, only
And
if
not if you're
you're
renting. That's I
only
didn't
if you're
I didn't know that.
buying. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It's kind of, yep. But
I mean, who on earth wouldn't have known? I mean,
that's
who,
a thing. Everybody
like
knows it, and it became
Oh,
like
I
the
see.
saying.
Gray is doing his thing again with the 3D graphics. That's his claim to fame. That's what he does best.
Yeah.
He does amazing work. And that's another reason why it pissed me the fuck off for that girl to be stealing Asgat's work, because it's hard as hell to get this. It's hard as hell to do this animated stuff. You know what I mean? And so when they put that time and work and energy into it, to have somebody upload it, smack their fucking name on it, and cover up the, their watermark is
Yeah, no,
crazy
that's
as hell. And then to attach your name
if
to
you're
it.
consciously removing a watermark, you know what you're doing.
You know what you're doing.
Got
Exactly.
called out, and then she's like, "Oh, well, we worked together." No, the fuck you didn't, and you know damn well you didn't. You never worked with her. You're trying to take her fucking credit, and that's bullshit.
it is so hard. I can't even estimate how many hours that I spent trying to make a 3D, like I bought a program to make like a 3D model of the house because I was trying to picture things.
I mean,
Uh-huh.
it takes
And
a
I couldn't.
long time
So
to
I'm like,
develop
I'm
those
just
skills.
So
I'm like trying
hard,
to pick
right?
out furniture so it looks as close as possible. Next thing you know, this awesome 5D thing comes out, and I could have cried. I trashed the whole thing and I canceled my subscription. I'm like, clearly
Yeah.
I'm not good at this. I don't have the patience. A.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
B, they probably, I mean, whatever went into that.
Oh
It
my
does take
gosh.
a whole lot of time.
Gray did this on
Oh,
stream
yeah.
sometimes. He would build it and then add things to it, and he kept like evolving it. And
I mean, they've
you could,
facilitated it a lot because back in the day, I mean, I wanted to be master of all tech back in the day, and you had to start from scratch with 3D. Now it's greatly
Look at this.
facilitated. You
A
can buy
dog.
programs that
Yeah.
have this. He's not building all of this from scratch.
Yeah, no. Like he had like he would just
Yeah.
like do the dimensions of the
Right,
house,
exactly.
and then it would be the outside, and then he would
Right.
go in to
There are
each,
modeling.
Yep. Mhm.
AI is already built into it. And you have to do some sort of trajectory, like a screen cam, where you'd probably you create a pathway, going into each of these rooms,
Yeah.
and then it generates the video
Like Google
from
Maps,
that.
kinda. Mhm.
Some
He
of the
just draws a line, a pathway.
Yeah, some of the program, like the program that I had, I could upload a picture and I had the pictures of the inside of the house from before they came down. So I'm like, oh shit, yeah, like you could upload the picture and it would build you the room. And I'm like, sweet,
Wow.
this is
Yeah.
well worth the money that
Wow.
I paid for it. And I
Yeah.
uploaded it and it was totally wrong.
It was hard.
So I
Yeah.
had to like start all over again, and it was a
Yeah,
total crap. Never
like you
doing it.
say, there's a
The
new
learning
learning
curve.
curve with
Yeah,
every piece of
exactly.
software, Jinx, and
Jinx.
but yes, and then like you said, you try to learn one package of software, and then there's the new one that does 90% of it for you. Well, now with all the AI stuff, it's gonna
I
get,
know.
you're just gonna in the future you're just gonna be able to describe it like with your microphone.
Yeah,
You
isn't
just
that
say,
crazy?
here's an apartment, it's 3 stories. The dimensions of the room are like this. It has a staircase, going from the entrance, and you'll just say that, and
Yeah.
then the AI will figure out the
Yeah.
model for
Isn't
you.
that crazy? Yeah.
And then you'll just tell it, record walking from kitchen into upstairs bedroom, and it will do all this for you.
My ass
But
is getting
we're not
burned
there
up
yet.
just listening to you all talk about this. And
Sorry.
the thought of someone, if I would have finished it and someone would have stolen it and then
Right?
said that it was theirs, I would have absolutely come unglued.
Oh
I
yeah,
know. That's why we
You
got
know,
so
and that's why I
upset.
called attention to it, because I was like, "Oh my god, I cannot believe." And we all watched her do it, and I'm like, "Girl,
Yeah.
did you
Well,
fucking
and
see
again,
this?
it's we're back to
See this
plagiarism.
shit?"
That's why plagiarism is fucked up.
Plagiarism is fucked up, and it's like you said with AI. Like there's AI programs that will like write you a like a paper. My sister told me like a
Well,
research
and
paper.
yeah, and tangentially, not to change the subject, but with all the bad acting and the people that are willing to spin any false narrative, we have deep fakes already here and coming up in our future. They're going to be ubiquitous and easy to make. So anybody from their phone is going to be able to put anybody's audio over the face of whatever frickin' Obama or Trump or whatever, and then people are going to all buy it because it'll be as convincing as anything. I mean, it'll be indistinguishable to the human
Yeah.
eye. And imagine all the bad acting, not to mention bad actors who will use that technology, but then just the gullible who already don't fact check, they'll just believe it as fact, and it'll be
Yeah.
impossible. So
Oh
they're already
God.
talking about in the future, they're going to have to figure out some way to have digital fingerprints, for lack of a better term. So basically, all humans are going to need to have something like their own watermark of authenticity.
Oh my
That
God.
That's why they're doing
any
that real
video footage
ID
of
thing.
you will have
Yeah.
to somehow be associated with something like a digital footprint, so that we can differentiate between a deep fake, which is indistinguishable, and I mean, just
The
imagine all of the
watermark
problems
times
that's going to
a
cause.
million.
This is
Yeah.
Think
outrageous.
about
And then
true
you have
crime. You could just have a video of somebody murdering somebody,
yes.
video of somebody killing somebody, and then you could just superimpose somebody else's face.
Oh
Anybody.
my God.
Scary.
And then you got you weirdos ready to like send somebody to the electric chair for
Yeah,
like so that's
absolutely.
very
I mean, we
scary.
already have, I made a whole video. I've just called a lot of true crime uh, creators just vigilantes and anarchists. These are people that have no respect for the law or presumption of
Yeah.
innocence or burden of proof, and they will say anything that will get
Just
them
want to
attention. And
punish.
some will just
Yeah.
do it as trolls or sadists or get the revenge on somebody. Imagine
They're
people are just
angry,
going to get
maybe.
That lady
framed
just took
left
her
and
work. I
right.
was like, "What the hell?" You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
where is this even coming from? Why would you do this to somebody? You know?
Well, just imagine your ex-boyfriend. Think about scorned lovers
Mm.
who
Oh,
would set
yeah.
somebody up as a
Yeah.
murderer.
Mm.
Of course it will be done. It's not if, it's just trying to
When,
figure out in
unfortunately.
advance how we can try to authenticate video, because I mean, already you have the audio stuff and that's ubiquitous. So you can get audio software that imitates somebody's voice about as well as can be done, and the AI is getting so sophisticated it can overwrite, it can now solve that robotic problem, like the robotic voices that are not very convincing. They're getting
Yeah.
so much better. They can add emphasis and so basically, like when I looked into some of this technology, if you upload a video of somebody, the more scenes that you give the AI, the more that it self teaches itself your mannerisms,
Mhm.
and the more compelling it can make the deep fake.
Mhm.
And so if you just, if you want to make one for, whatever your celebrity of choice, you just feed the AI all of the available video and audio of that person. And that will basically then give it a total knowledge base of all of its gestures, all of the intonation, all of its accent, and the way that people talk and their movements and all that. And the AI will then essentially be able to mimic exactly how you would be in any situation, and then you just give it the text, and it might even be able to change the text. So we can also determine plagiarism, or we can also determine, like forgery by, you can compare somebody's writing style to someone else's,
Yeah.
their choice of wording and things like that.
Yeah.
But
Their styles.
AI will become so sophisticated that now you could give the AI text and then have it interpret that text into the
Yeah.
working vocabulary of the other person. So then you could even avoid the problem of forgery, because the
Because
AI
it's
would be
your writing
smart enough.
style.
It would
Yeah.
change the writing style.
That's what my sister was telling me about, like this program I told you. It's just like it's not really plagiarizing because it like takes things as it's
Right. Do you
always
know all this
unique.
thing about this AI GPT chat or whatever it's
That's
called?
what it is. That's what it is. That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
No,
my
it's
sister
really
was telling me about
scary.
that. It's
Yeah.
scary and fascinating at the same time,
I
a
was going to do
little.
a live stream with that chat, but I tried to sign in and it wanted some of my personal
I
information,
think
which I
there's like a
wasn't willing to
waiting
share.
list
Well,
or
now they're going to
something.
make it a pay service, but I think they'll still have a free service. And my girlfriend was playing around with it, and she was talking about some things that were a bit uncanny and creepy
Yeah.
because it's getting so sophisticated. And, since I've
Yeah.
been talking about AI for about 20 years, there's this thing called, I don't know if any of you have heard of the phenomenon of the uncanny valley
Mm-mm.
or the Turing test, things like that, where the test for AI, the old Turing test is that you ask the AI program a series of questions, and if you can't distinguish the AI from a human being, AI has now become sophisticated enough to pass the Turing test, and now it's indistinguishable from real
Cow.
people. And the uncanny valley is this other phenomenon, which is really interesting about like robotics and how at the beginning we can look at robotics as not being quite human enough, and so we don't get the creep factor from them because they're more like a doll. And then they show the psychology of our brains, how there's this cyclical curve that the uncanny valley follows, where at the beginning we can sort of feel sympathetic to the robot, and then it becomes a bit too close to the real thing, and then it starts to scare us. And then so then our insecurity around the robot becomes enhanced, and then once it gets to a convincing enough level again, the next generation, then we essentially, our brains consider that robot like a human. So we literally, that's when we start to have literally compassion and empathy. And I don't know if you've seen those Boston Robotics robots, the ones that can, jog and jump and do gymnastics and all those things. That's starting to come into touch on this uncanny, where actually then the scientists will push it over and make it fall, and you can feel your brain have compassion for the robot because
Wow.
you'll see the robot stumble, and your brain thinks of it like an animal that's being abused, and you're suddenly going like, oh, that poor robot, why are you pushing it like you'd be abusing a dog or something like that. So there's
Personalizing
this
it.
really interesting psychology that we know about how brains react to lifelike things because we are social animals. We see agency in things all the time, and as robotics advance, we're going to go through these well-known phases where at the beginning we think it's like a cute little robot toy and it's charming and we like it. Then it starts to get a little bit more human, and then it gives us a creepy response, like it's a bit too human. And then so then we distrust it again, and then it gets to the second, third generation where it's indistinguishable. It's got all the human mannerisms, it's got the human face and the skin texture and all that. And then we will treat these things exactly like we would treat humans, and we will now attribute agency to them, and we will assume that they feel pain, and we won't want to abuse them. And I mean, it's very creepy stuff, but that's what's in our future. It's just when.
I'm still in the creepy. I'm still creeped out. I've been here for a long time, all the way back to when the Disney Channel put on that show with the house that was like a robot house, and it wanted to become the kid's new mom. Please, somebody tell me they know what I'm talking about. It was like Smart House. It had the
Smart
lady in it that's in
I'm gonna drop the uncanny valley in the stream, and if you guys want to go read about it, and then it also even has that graph I was talking about where we go through these well-known phases of comfort and discomfort with something that starts to appear more and more like us.
I feel
Sorry,
like
I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, like I feel like technology is great. And in coming from like the medical field, I can, there are many ways that I could think of where if I was gonna have some type of say in like new technology things that I think might be helpful, like making robots wouldn't be it. That scares me. It scares me. I
Well, it's
understand.
happening regardless. I mean, it's definitely the future.
Yeah.
Even like
AI is going to be running the show, and robotics are going to be doing a lot of the labor, and so it begs the question of what is that going to do to us in that interim phase? Are we all going to become so dumbed down that we no longer accumulate and develop knowledge, and that basically knowledge becomes something either that AI handles for us, or that we just learn on the fly. So we basically are just jacked into the internet and we just look up a fact when we need it, but we actually don't ever develop the ability to acquire
things.
large bodies of knowledge. You know, we're just like
Yeah.
empty slates, who then just when we need a fact, we use online Google. That's just, you know, a chip
Our,
embedded in our brain and our
yeah,
wrist.
exactly. It's just
So
like
we're not.
our
We wouldn't really
external brain.
anything. We would have to look it up every time.
Right. Right. Because there's you know, it's one of the things I talk about as somebody who tries to teach science and philosophy is that I'm sorry, but learning a fact on Google is not the same thing as having spent 20 years studying that field and synthesizing the information and understanding what it really means. So you can go on the internet right now and find out the symptoms for a disease and what the treatment is, but that doesn't mean that you're as qualified as a doctor or that you
Yeah.
understand how to go through diagnosis and all of the subtleties of you know of making a drug prescription or a treatment prescription. It's just 5-minute article is not sufficient, and it's not a proxy for 25 years of acquired knowledge.
Amy M said, "Yes, as an RN, I don't want a robot doing surgery." I'm here to tell you that
Right.
robots are already
They're
doing.
already doing surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
and
there's
doctors are doing remote surgery using robotics, but at least
yeah,
there's a human driver, so to speak.
there's a few
Yeah.
few
Wow.
brain surgeries that we'll use robots for, but mostly it's like the spine stuff. So if there's like really
Intricate.
embedded or intricate like
Yeah.
tumors that people have in their spines and stuff, like I'm
You'd
telling you, a
want
robot.
AI to do it, so you wouldn't have
Yeah,
to worry about a
Medical malpractice.
well,
Yeah.
a hand that's shaking, or you know,
Yeah. Hmm.
something that's very, very precise. You'd want a robot doing it.
Yeah. For something like brains, especially, it's so
Yeah.
specific. It's so
Yeah.
complicated. Yeah.
Right. Where if you miss by a
yeah.
millimeter,
Yeah.
it's the difference between death and life.
Everything. Yeah. Or speaking over again or something. Yep.
But you just want to test the fuck out of the hardware and the software to make sure it can do what it's supposed to do. But you know, humans are quite flawed mechanics, but they can at least think on the fly and do things that modern computers can't quite yet. But they're getting more and more sophisticated by the day. And they can also have access to the entire modern encyclopedia of scientific knowledge. So they can already be planning in advance for the 50, 100, 200 possible negative side effects of a treatment and then respond immediately, as opposed to a doctor who might, you know, I mean, doctors,
Yeah.
you know, they have faulty memories too.
They're flawed. They're flawed. We're all, you
Yeah.
know, we're
They
a
might not
computer.
know the most current technology or the most current science. They also might have forgotten things that they haven't
Yeah.
used in a long time.
Yeah. Having an off day, just, you know,
Right.
like we
Right.
all do. You
Exactly.
can't always
Yeah.
be on. And
Right.
that's like a huge responsibility. I
Well,
feel
except
like
you
for
and Sleuthy. I'm never on. I have a good day, like, you know, the third Thursday of every month. I have a good day.
Yeah, but I think that it's interesting that I mean, look at like going back to YouTube, how YouTube is controlled by AI, you know, and maybe
Right.
that's a big part of the
Well,
problem in a
and
way.
it also touches on something like fact checking. Like in the future, you probably want something like AI fact checking. But then, of course, all of the people who are afraid of technology, all the Luddites, and the
Mhm.
people that, of course, worry about the powers that be, will
What'd you
be
call me?
asking. Yeah, as a scientific skeptic, we have to deal with Luddism. Not all skepticism of technology is unwarranted, but
Mhm.
some people take it to extremes, and
Yeah.
we know from history that every new technology bumps up against skeptics and cynics,
Yeah.
and so
'Cause we're
change is
scared
sort
of
of
change.
inevitable, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that we shouldn't be skeptical of early adoption, or you know, you just want to make sure that this brings up a topic which is called oh, my memory is bad. Um, it's basically about what the burden should be for testing the viability of a particular technology, whatever it is. And I forget what the principle is called in science. Excuse me for my bad memory. But people then take that argument to the nth degree, and they'll say like, well, the science is never really in, so we might find out in 500 years or 1,000 years that, let's say, a vaccine or whatever had secondary side effects. But people are not taking into consideration the fact that humans are suffering today, and we have a moral imperative to try to help them. And if we all waited until we knew everything about the universe before we ever implemented anything to try to minimize human suffering, we would still be in a cave and we never would have taken a step out. So
Yeah.
there's always going to be the risk that something we learn 10 or 20 or finally I remembered it. It's called the precautionary principle, which is an embedded part of science. So of course we all employ the precautionary principle before we would ever take anything to market or implement it as a new technology or a new platform. And so science is inherently skeptical and goes through rigorous methods and procedures and regulation and oversight and research and massive amounts of research, and in the terms of medicine, massively blinded clinical trials and things like that. And so we have a reasonable expectation at a certain point, because you could always argue that there's never enough evidence. So that's why I say there's the extreme variety of the precautionary principle, which is, well, we don't know that in 20 or 50 or 100 or 5, there's no end to that argument. You could say, well, yeah, until we know everything there is to know about the universe, we shouldn't do anything at all. But in the meantime, people are dying. So if you have good reason to believe that you can stop human suffering and stop people from dying today, even if all medicine has side effects, people just tend to focus on certain side effects as opposed to others. They're perfectly, fine to take Tylenol or whatever, or any other common medicine, not recognizing that everything comes with potential secondary side effects. There's almost nothing on this planet that doesn't have, just think about life. There's almost nothing that comes without consequences. The universe isn't so pretty and perfect that we can have 100% guarantees of anything. But if you have something like a 98% guarantee that you can save 1 million lives today, I mean, who are we not to try to do that? And so anyway, it's a very deep philosophical and ethical question, but there should be some limit to how much is enough testing when people's lives can be saved. You know what I mean? It's very complicated, but I get that people are critical of new technology, and we should be. We just need to be careful to not go too far where then we reject everything.
Yeah. You get to the point where it's like we're trying to prevent something from it. So we're trying to prevent a bad outcome, some type of side effect, let's say.
Right.
And
like a 1 out of 100 bad case when you can save 99 people now. So you're going to try to protect that one person. I mean, we're all guinea pigs in life. To some extent, we're all guinea pigs, and that's just part of being a human being. Sometimes you're going to have the worst, most unlikely side effect of a drug or a treatment that saves 99% of the population. You're the one unlucky bastard who has some negative side effect, and you die, and that sucks. And if you're the family, then of course you want some sort of legal retribution, and I get that, and nobody wants to be the 1 in 100. But how do you not go with something that's 99% successful when it comes to death and suffering and pain?
That's how science progresses. That's the only way.
That's how we learn.
From our mistakes and from or else we'd be stagnant.
Right. We can't test every single person. And that's why, the future of medicine is going to be more individualized medicine, because my girlfriend's a doctor, and she comes home every night petrified that she could get something wrong and somebody could be harmed. So when people talk about everybody's a shill for big pharma, fuck you. There's a lot of doctors out there, like my girlfriend at least, who suffers from being afraid that she might have missed something or got something wrong, or somebody would be the unlikely recipient of a improbable event, like a unwanted side effect.
So scary. It's like
scary.
you hold a lot of power in your, in your hands, and it's a big responsibility,
It is. And philosophy questions, they always mess me up, because I feel like it's a conversation that I could.
Well, you can go down a rabbit hole and never come out.
Yeah. Like if I say, okay, well, if you're looking at 100 strangers, would you save 99 strangers and sacrifice this one stranger?
If you're a utilitarian moral, if your moral philosophy is utilitarian or consequentialism, which is what mine is, then the answer is indubitably. Do you know the trolley experiment?
I do. And then, but then on top of that, what if that one person was your child?
Well, I mean,
Would
one of the
break your-
I run thought experiments all the time, and it's always really interesting to see the normal human response to thought experiments because people hate them because
Yeah.
they always want to find a perfect alternative. So
Yeah.
when you submit the trolley experiment to them and you say you can save 6 people, but you have to sacrifice one, or you do nothing and you kill all 6. It should be a no-brainer, but the gymnastics that brains go through to try to
Yeah.
come up with alternative things, like what if the one person, for example, is the next Einstein and he's going to have the cure for cancer, or what if the 6 people are old and they're about to die and the young
Yeah.
person is young and full of potential. These things mess with the human brain because
Yep.
humans don't like it when we're confronted with 2 bad alternatives and we behave
Yeah.
irrationally. So something like chemotherapy versus cancer, there's always a quality of life issue, and doctors all take that seriously. But
Yes.
no, cancer is bad and chemotherapy is bad. So then
Right.
Yeah.
people will try to then avoid the 2 bad options, and then they'll go to a shaman or
Yeah.
read the Secret or engage in some charlatanism
Alternative. Yeah.
because they don't like the alternatives that are presented to them. But when you look at the odds, you're talking about this cancer that this person has, it's early stage 1 cancer. There's a 98% chance of successful treatment with chemotherapy. The person's young enough that they can benefit from it. The most reasonable thing to do here is probably get chemo, and chemo has come miles from where it
Oh
used to
yeah.
be. It's not nearly as bad as it was, but people still have this negative connotation. So this is the sort of situation where brains don't respond because they're focusing on the 2% chance of failure.
Mhm.
And also we know that brains prefer to do nothing rather than do something, which is why the trolley experiment also begs a really interesting question. When you ask the trolley question, you're asked to do something. So you're asked to pull a lever. And if you pull a lever, you can save 6 people at the 4 people, whatever they're different varieties, at the expense of killing 1. But if you don't do anything, you can justify that you didn't kill anyone. So it's pulling that lever. Lever is doing something active, and it does something different to a brain than not doing anything at all. So this also explains something like the bystander effect. If I just close my eyes and put my fingers in my ears and say la la la, it's none of my business, and I walk away, and you let somebody get brutally murdered in your presence, you can argue that well, you didn't, it was none of your business, you had nothing to do with it. So anyway, this is part of moral philosophy, and it's part of critical thinking. If you're not, if you don't have a developed moral philosophy on this stuff, and you're not, unfortunately, thinking in terms of probabilities, because you're always going to get, the odds can go against you in life all the time. You can take the most sure thing in the world, but it's still only 99% sure. So you could still be the dude that gets the 1% negative outcome. But what, I mean, if life is about playing the odds, don't you want to be on the side of 99% or 90% or 80% on all of your decisions all the time, because that's going to give you the best odds?
Yeah, it's easily a conversation I'm aware of and have been witness to that could go on forever
Yeah.
and ever and
Yeah.
ever and ever and
And
ever.
this is moral philosophy. So it's like I'm a utilitarian and a consequentialist by nature, and most people don't think about these things. But we all want certainty, and we talk about this thing called truth with a capital T. We probably never will know truth with a capital T. So the best we can do is try to weigh the most reasonable odds, and unfortunately play the odds when you have to make a decision. If you were really doing the math, and 51% versus 49%, that's not going to make you very happy to choose only 51, because it's pretty much just as likely you're going to get a negative outcome. But if you have no choice, what are you going to go with?
But it's a real life conversation, a real life decision.
Absolutely.
For instance, like
We have to deal with this shit every day.
yeah, and something as I mean, not simple, but most people aren't aware. They don't really pay much. It's always different when it's happening to somebody else.
Right.
But
How about talking on a cell phone or reading your text while driving, for example? Something you shouldn't do.
Yeah.
Right. Well, then you
We do
get
it.
what if it's an emergency and I got to check my phone? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if you're looking at the stats, you should never do that, no matter
Ever.
how competent you think you are. You should
Yeah.
never do that, because
That's
if
true.
you know the stats, you
I'll
know
tell you
what.
what else you shouldn't do. The one time I ever rolled a car, my mom had a 1999 Dodge Caravan, and it was my first car ever, and it was my mom's first ever brand new car to her. And I think I had it for like 2 months, and I am deathly allergic to bees. Like, if I get stung by a
Like
bee,
toxic level, yeah.
like I need my EpiPen and I need to go to the hospital
Yikes.
immediately. So
Yeah, yeah.
there was a bee in the
Oh
car.
my god.
So,
Oh
so
no.
I immediately panicked as I'm driving to work. I grabbed
Yikes.
my pack of cigarettes and I went to go swat at it, and I killed it before it could kill me. But then when I looked up, I was
Yikes.
a foot away from a telephone pole and I hit it
Oh,
going miles per hour,
Oh
split it in
no.
half and rolled the car. Yeah. I mean, I was okay,
I'm
but I
glad
was
you're
like,
okay.
I guess in that moment, my brain was like, that bee's
Yeah.
going to kill me. But I
Yeah.
wasn't
yeah.
thinking that,
Your
like, me
brain
killing
went into
that
the
bee's going to kill
instant
me.
fight or flight, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. It
In
did.
in psychology, in cognitive neuroscience, we talk about this in Daniel Kahneman, who won a Nobel with his book for Thinking Slow and Fast, which I highly recommend if you want to learn about how brains work. And he talks about how we basically have two major modes in our cognition. We have what he refers to as type 1 and type 2 cognition. And type 1 is for all of the reflexive decisions that we have to make. You know, like things like pulling your hand away from a fire, or jumping back when you walk into the street and you hear a bus horn. And these are situations where you don't have the benefit of reflection. You don't have the benefit of getting out your slide rule and your calculator and running the odds. You have to make a split second decision, and evolution has prepared us well for those sorts of type 1 situations where you don't have the benefit of being able to think about it. But for most complex decision making, we would benefit greatly from doing what's called type 2 cognition, which is reflecting, thinking, actually taking the time to contemplate and run through alternative scenarios, and thinking about things like playing the odds and doing your homework and doing your research. So unfortunately, you were in a situation where your brain kicked into type 1 reflexive thinking, and it overrode your ability to worry about the secondary possible outcomes of losing control of the car.
Oh, definitely. There was no hesitation whatsoever.
Yeah, and probably you couldn't have done otherwise, unfortunately.
Even if I had tried to.
That's a conversation about free will, and I probably shouldn't have that on Queen Bee's channel.
It was reflective. Like, it makes sense. Like, it was just your, like, into you
Yeah.
just had to do that.
Like,
And
remember.
a lot of decisions are reflective, and we don't have the benefit of time. But for all the decisions where we do, it's just like the old line, we used to teach kids, or whatever, just count to 10. Sometimes just keeping that in your brain.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, look at all the, especially like in this community, look at all the emotional responses from people. You're talking about a missing 5-year-old girl, and everybody is just, emoting big time, feeling the tragedy of a missing, harmed child, and their ability to be rational is out the window. So they get fed something by a bad actor, whether intentionally or not. And they grab their torch. They want retribution. They want that girl saved. They're no longer engaging in that type 2 cognition, where they're being skeptical, and they're asking for facts, and they're asking you, how do you know that? They're just buying it because they just want a monster. The idea of a 5-year-old girl being taken away so infuriates us and so fucks with our emotional cognition that we want immediate justice. And we don't, and that's what I've talked about in the past. We don't care so much that we get the right person. We just care that we put a name to the placeholder for our agony, for our
Yeah.
dissonance. So we will put a monster into that place, regardless of whether or not it's the right monster. But if
Exactly.
you're using your secondary cognition, if you're reflecting and you're a moral person, you need to recognize that you need to get the right person. And unfortunately, our justice system is set up to basically need to accept that sometimes we don't get the bad guy, because putting an innocent person in prison is worse than not getting the bad guy from time to time. And that sucks. And nobody wants to accept the possibility that we might not get the bad guy, or we might not save the little girl. We don't want that to be the case. We want to save the little girl, and we want justice, and we want to get the bad guys off the street. But sometimes we can't. And we don't want to go back to the old world vigilante justice where just the local chieftain,
Yeah.
screams at the top of his lungs, it's Mr. Smith down the road who did this weird thing last week and he's looked at little girls strange. Let's go burn him down. Like, the Frankenstein
People are
monster.
impatient, I think.
Yeah.
That's a big part of I see that in this space a lot. There's like this impatience for justice and like they say the wheels of justice what move slow, like it's just
Well, exactly. And back to probabilities. We have set up a justice system which is based on the notion that with our high presumption of burden of proof, that means that either with a lack of good evidence or with bad representation, some bad guys are going to get away, and it's set up intentionally to prevent us from having that standard too low, so too many people who are innocent get sent to prison. So our justice system is set up to protect the innocent more than getting the bad guy, and I think that that's the right moral standard. We should have a high bar for accusing somebody of something as heinous as murder.
Oh, definitely.
But that means that some bad guys are going to get away, and that sucks balls, and nobody wants it. But the thing that scares me is that I think what's going on in people's brains is they want their own sense of safety restored. So it's more about them than it is about the actual victim. So they'll just put anybody in that place.
That's the emotional.
Regardless of whether that's the emotional part, and that scares me. And people scare me when I see their torch-bearing vigilantes.
Yeah, well, they project their own histories, I feel like, into whatever case is going on. If they had a boyfriend that did this or a friend that was like this,
Well, that's another thing that clouds rationality is our own experience, our own anecdotes. That's
I
why
feel like that's
somebody who tries to teach the scientific method and thinking, you need to understand that you are always going to be the victim of a sampling error. Because you've not been all people. You've not had all things happen to you.
Exactly.
You don't have all the data. So you are going to be biased by your limited experience. And if you are heavily biased because you've been the victim of crime, it's going to render you even less objective and rational.
Yeah, that's the big one. That's I think if that's a big one. If somebody has been a victim,
good egg.
themselves.
I don't know if I'm a big advocate for Hegel's moral luck. I think if you are generally a more moral person more of the time, you'll probably gain more moral benefits in your behavior. And so, like a lot of people talk about karma in this space, and I don't believe in karma, but of course it depends on what people mean. If people mean that if you're a lying scumbag, asshole, scammer, criminal more of the time, the odds are going to increase that you're eventually going to get caught, and you're going to have probably low quality relationships, low quality job opportunities, and low quality economic opportunities. So I believe in that sort of karma. You just repeatedly do stupid bad things and make bad decisions, I think the odds are just going to be increasing that you're going to have more bad outcomes. Unfortunately, though, people can get away with bad things a whole lifetime, and that sucks. And that's why we like things like divine justice. And one of the reasons why religion is very convincing to people, because if we don't get the bad guys in this life, if we don't hold people accountable in this life because of an imperfect justice system, there is a divine form of justice from which none of us can escape. And so we like notions of karma and divine justice, because the reality is that we probably don't ever get perfect justice, and that sucks. And we all suffer from that reality. But we're getting better. We have a better justice system than we had 500 years ago.
Oh,
Witch hunts. We used to burn witches.
I know, right? So there's a step up from that.
Yeah.
That we have I think that's one of the systems I really believe in the most is our judicial system.
I'm just a big advocate for presumption of innocence and burden of proof, and a high standard of burden of proof, especially, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if you're accusing somebody of murder, just some hearsay account or somebody behaving weirdly, that's not enough. Not to convict somebody of murder. So in this space, even if I'm a human being, I have my private opinions that I think somebody looks like a bad dude. But in public, I'm not going to try to influence you if I don't have the evidence. And that's why I talk about ethics for true crime channels. You might think somebody's guilty and you might be right. But if you're wrong, you
Yeah.
really, the downside risk
You can't
is the
unring that
problem.
bell. Yeah.
Right. Right. You can't unring that bell. Perfectly said.
That's a problem because that happens a lot with people like accusing people, and also like with misinformation that gets like spread out and it never gets unspread, that it's that
Right.
it's wrong. We saw that a
Like you
lot
said, you
with
can't unring the bell. It's a perfect way of describing it. The other way, of course, that's
the
there's a couple
toothpaste.
quotes that I like. Yeah, you can't put the toothpaste in. The other quotes I like is it's easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled.
Yeah,
So
I
once
like
they
that
believe
one.
something, trying to unconvince them that they've just been falsely fooled is harder than if they just didn't accept it in the first place, which is why a
Yeah.
critical mindset is so important. Don't allow something to enter your brain unless it's met your standards, and you should have high standards before whether you believe something. And then the other problem, of course, is that a lie gets halfway around the globe
Yeah.
before the truth gets its boots on.
Yep.
So once it's
That's
out of the
big.
tube, that's where you can't put it back in. So even if a bad actor spreads a false rumor, even if they retract it, even if they're
Yeah.
decently responsible and they own it the next day and they apologize, the damage has been done. So like Chris McDonough or some other people, the damage that they did with
Yeah.
accusing Nomadic Trek and some other people, there are still people out there that remember.
Exactly. They'll never get the
Right.
right information. They'll
Right.
always live by that misinformation
Correct.
because they never
Correct.
got the
So either
update.
they weren't present to hear the apology and the retraction, or in some cases they don't even care.
Exactly. They're not following it that much. The people that maybe do care.
Well, in their brain, this person is guilty. So there's like interesting things about psychology. For example, brains process positives more than negatives.
I
So
could
if
see
I
that.
say that person didn't kill Bob, your brain first order processes the positive. That person killed Bob. And then it requires like secondary cognition to process the negation, the didn't. So think about that. So
Yeah.
if I say I did not do that, your brain processes the I did do it, and then there's a secondary faculty which kicks in and then and then addresses the negation, the not part of language. But that's creepy because that says that what the brain hears, and you'll see that with some people. Did you not hear what I just said? I just said I did not go to the party, and you'll have somebody that says, so you're admitting you went to the party. Dude, I literally included the word not in that sentence, but your brain processed I went to the party. That's what how it parsed the words.
That's
And
crazy.
then that secondary function of reversing it, becoming a negation, sometimes doesn't even happen. So the brain processes the positive claim first, and then only processes the negation as a sort of a secondary step. And sometimes it fails at that. And tell me you haven't seen that happen, where somebody just literally said the opposite of what they're accusing you of. You know what I mean? And we'll see these things, and you'll see the brain working. And it's just because we were built by evolutionary biology, because of our earliest environment, to be credulous. So we believe more than we're skeptical. And so now that we don't have the same threats, and we're not in the same environment of family and kin that we had good reasons to believe when in our ancient times, now we
Hey,
need to be more critical, and we're not.
Hey guys, I gotta get some stuff done, and so I'm gonna have to shut this down. We've been on here about 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you guys hanging out and chit chatting and stuff.
Thanks so much, Queen. It's always a pleasure. Thanks for having me up. Hope I don't steal all the oxygen, and I wish
my
you
God, it
guys
was so
all a
interesting.
lovely evening. I think I'm going to start a
Are you
live too. If
gonna be live
anybody,
tonight?
if anybody wants to come over, Queen, if you want to come over, because you guys have the insight into the true crime cases, and I was going to actually bring up Constance. I sent her a message because she talked about a lot of the sort of extended drama that stems from these tribal wars, but they start from true crime cases. So I wanted to talk about the sort of how drama seeps into true crime.
Right.
And then we start out from we were all against Betty Bullhorn doing this thing, but then tribes start to form around and below, and then you get these extended warring tribes, and then that becomes drama. But we all
Yeah.
come from the same original place, which was a conversation about how to treat the Summer Wells case, or how to treat the Rodney case, or how to treat, you know, Betty Bullhorn or whatever. So so I wanted to talk about how drama and true crime are in some ways sort of you know, the same phenomenon, or it's just by virtue of the exercise that drama is going to seep in, you know.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
it creates these tribal wars, and then these competing
It really does.
cults and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I was going to talk about that because she has a lot of details. But if you guys want to come over and talk with me,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
going to
somebody
open
was
up on the line.
asking in the chat to drop your link. Could somebody drop his
Yeah,
link?
drop
Yeah, I'm
my
going.
channel link, and I'll set up a live like immediately. I'm going to go open a
Yeah, I
bottle
was
of
gonna say,
wine.
would you set it up so they can go
Yeah,
over there and get it?
yeah.
Here, I'm gonna do scientific skeptic.
Yeah, so just give me like
Right now.
15 minutes, and then I'll set up a thing, and I'd love to have somebody come up and sort of keep me abreast of
Keep
the.
you go well, because I know. Yeah, I was gonna say you get kind
Right,
of
I'm not too
off a
prime.
little
I mean, I
bit
keep up
sometimes.
with some of this stuff, but I don't watch the videos. You guys know a fuckload more. Sleuthy too. I'd love to have you
Yeah.
if you want to come up and talk
I think
all these
Sleuthy
things, because
dropped
I
down on
think
us.
there's
Where'd she go?
Sometimes she gets like bad reception.
oh,
She might have.
or
Oh,
Ellie.
okay.
You know, I always love to talk with you, Ellie, and Queen. Please come up if you want to have
Yeah, I'll
some
come
a
over a
cocktail
little
with
bit.
me and hang out and chat, and we'll do this,
Yeah.
because I think so much of the philosophy and critical thinking. I know I bore people with this stuff, but there's
No, it's
research
very interesting. I
behind a
love
lot of
all
these
this stuff.
things, and it you know, it affects. There's research to inform why it is that we have a bad acting problem in true crime.
Yeah.
So I try to
There
bring
really
that.
is.
That's what
It's the
my
nature of
role
the
is. Yeah, it's
of
human
the
psychology
topic,
and group
I think.
psychology. Yeah.
Because
Well, and I
there's
enjoy having
families.
you over here too. I know people like to listen to you over here too. You know what I mean? So we have a good time.
Yeah,
So
I feel bad. I don't want to steal the oxygen. I'm a big talker like
No,
him, and I
no,
feel bad.
we like
no,
listening.
no,
Yeah.
man, we go everywhere.
Do
Our
me a
people.
favor, Queen. If I ever just do that, please just say, let's move on, because you're good at that. You'll say like, okay, let's switch topics, because I just
I'm like,
get.
oh, I gotta interrupt real quick, but let me tell you this.
Please.
But you know what? B Tim is really good at about it too. Like Ellie, like we try. I don't know. We try to stay on track, but sometimes we get off too. We get off track too. So.
But that's interesting too. I think.
Yeah, well,
It's
and
good.
that's why I like this space too. It's also for friends and you know, just to commiserate about the insanity in this space. Because I mean,
Yeah.
that's why I'm here. Because being in my own little corner, I like to remain
Support
independent,
group.
because then I don't
Yeah.
feel like anybody owns me, or I don't have to worry about you know, weird alliances. But at the same time, being an island is lonely in this space. Just being able to commiserate with other people, going, is this place fucking sick, or is it just me? Are people
Yeah.
fucking crazy and stupid, or is it just
It
me?
helps you all, I'm
It
sure. The
does.
creators, like
Oh my God.
especially you guys with channels, like I could see, because it normalizes what you're going through instead of making you feel like you said on an
Yeah.
island, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll go do my thing, and if anybody wants to join, and thanks again,
Sounds
Queen,
good.
for having me, and
Yeah, thank
maybe I'll see
Queen.
you guys over there.
Okay,
Well, I was
sounds
trying to
good.
stay on here, but we've been on here 7 hours. I gotta get some stuff
I
done.
know. I know.
I have nothing to do today, so I love this stuff.
I know. It's
Well, yeah,
awesome.
but then you know what? That's another thing too. Is I know there people talk shit about that I'm not here, but you know what? That's the whole purpose of this fucking channel. Like,
Yeah.
that I can let you guys. I can go do what I need to.
You're the gatekeeper.
Let you guys chat.
And I think you trust us too. You know that it won't
Yeah.
get.
Oh,
Somebody will
yeah.
protect your space if you're not here. We'll
Yes,
protect it for you.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a big part of it.
You have to trust
And Laura,
people.
hold on, Laura Lee. She's a really good. Really like her too. And
Yeah.
she's got good conversation. She said, "Would you have
Well,
an
like,
open?
come over and
to
hang.
come up and chat too."
hang
I
too. Yeah, I would love
Yeah.
to. You know, again, these are
7 hours is kept just getting started. It's true.
Yeah,
I feel
exactly.
like I found you guys both around the same time, Queen and Skep.
Well,
Like,
and I find intellectual conversation stimulating, and I've been doing it for 30, 40 years, and I don't
Yeah.
get tired, but other people do. They can only
No, I
take
mean
too
we
much.
love it over here, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If people don't like it, they can leave. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? If they can pop around YouTube and come back or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. But I mean, we'll come over and hang out with you, and then I'll pop
Yeah.
back on later this evening, like late. I got a live on the other channel about 10:30, but that's just to start shit. So
Nice.
Okay, so thanks again for having me, and thanks for talking,
Yeah.
everybody on
Thanks.
panel and everybody in the chat room. You have a lovely evening. And
Yeah.
I'll drop the link for the live in 10 minutes or something. I'll just get
Sounds
my
okay,
bottle of
I
wine and a glass.
just shared your channel, the whole channel. You know what I mean? Just so that they could go over and subscribe, and then when you set your link up, they'll be able to know. They'll be able to.
Don't subscribe because if you listen to me for about 20 minutes, you'll never want to listen to me again. So
Oh, stop
don't
it.
subscribe until you know if you
Oh,
like
stop
it.
it.
Oh, stop.
Okay, well, you guys all have a nice evening, and
You
we'll talk soon.
too. Bye,
Bye
You
bye.
too. We'll talk to you later, baby.
Bye.
I know Good Egg said, yeah, and I bet you Queen got her whole house cleaned and ran 3 irons doing this live. I did. We went to tumbling. I went and dropped here. I went here, there, and everywhere. Got some stuff done. Got the house cleaned. Got some stuff done. And Laura Lee, you're always welcome up here too as well. You know that. We'll talk to you guys later. I hope you guys have a good day today and a good evening. Those of you guys who want to hang out with Skeptic, he's going to start a live now. So go subscribe and set your notifications up so that you know when he gets on. And I will be on the other channel later about 10:30, and that's, like I said, just to start some shit. So I'll see y'all over there. I'll see you at Skeptics. And Sleuthy Goosey, I don't know if you're still in here, if you can hear me, but it was really, really good chit-chatting with you. We'll talk to you guys later. I hope everybody has a good day.